Hello, 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 and greetings, adventurers of Vera. Welcome to Tavern Talk at the Golden Feather Tavern. We are Vertec and GB, keepers of this fine establishment. So the Golden Feather Tavern is open to all travelers to come share their thoughts on the inner workings of Vera over a nice tankard of ale, mead, hot chocolate, or any other delicious beverage of choice. So raise your glass and pull up a chair as we delve into tonight's discussions. Today is, what is today? The 18th of March,
18th.
2025. Yep. And we're on episode, oh my gosh, I'm losing track of everything.
I don't think we're
on
need
episode
episodes
something.
at this point.
Yeah, right? It's episode something. It's in the 40s. Here we go. And we have a handful of guests you can see, kind of almost covering Chibi's and my cameras. We have a whole bunch of people joining us today. And how is everybody? How much fun was today?
So much fun, dude. I loved it.
It was psychotic.
It's also the first time the sieges have been like more even. They made a real effort to like adjust, and I think it showed.
True.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I think the first time with Rogue, right?
Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah. So cool. I thought it was gonna be way worse than Siege.
Yeah, I
There
thought it
was
gonna
way
be
more clerics,
disastrous.
rangers, mages, and tanks than I ever thought there was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be like 90% rogues, but it wasn't.
Oh, your team wasn't 90% rogues?
I was on your team, dog.
Oh, my
We
team
were different
was.
raid
We had
groups,
to
though, right?
switch.
We were different raid groups, though, right?
Yeah.
No, I was
Our raid group was, I think, 60% rogue.
Yeah, I think it
Our
was
raid
pretty much
was,
exactly
like,
that. Yeah.
2 rogues, and then the rest were everybody else. I was trying
Oh,
to get
wow,
it to be a
okay.
little bit more evenly balanced.
That's surprising. That's surprising. Because
Yeah.
I know our raid group, it was literally 60% rogue, and it was I want to say it was like 15% mage, and then the rest was just a smattering of everybody else. It was almost my prediction, because I told Chibi before we went in there that it was going to be probably 50% rogue, 25% mage with the little eyeball thing, and then 25% everything else. But
Yeah,
very close.
sounds about
Very close. Yeah.
That seemed
So-
accurate.
Just so we can get a baseline here, how many PTRs have you been a part of for testing wise, and how many sieges have you been a part of for testing wise?
Oh god. For me, it's been since pre-alpha 2.
Okay.
And then the sieges I've done all 3 so far, I think. And the node I did 2 out of 3. Or rogue.
I can't say I've done too many PTRs, but I will say it's my second siege and it's my first experience with Rogue.
Nice.
I'm also at all 3 sieges and was a pre-alpha 2 PTR person, but I never went on the PTR in pre-alpha 2. Like, I wanted to keep fresh for the game itself, and I thought it was it was in an early state, and some of it was even back then, like a couple weeks before launch. I remember I went on once, and it was like the connectivity was really bad, and like there were a lot, like the mob pathing was really bad, the mob placement was really bad, and I was like, I'm gonna let them cook for another couple weeks. I was really bleak when I went in and I saw that, and I was like, ooh, this is not great. And then on launch, you still had the mob issues, but the connectivity wasn't that bad, and they fixed most of it after like a week or 2, which I was impressed by. But yeah, just recently on the PTR, then last 3 sieges.
And Clover, I'm not sure if you've missed any testing like at all ever, have you?
I have. I stopped doing PTRs just to have a couple days off. I think all the stuff before Alpha 2 came out made up for the stuff I'm missing now.
Very fair.
Fair.
I can't think of the last one I missed of anything.
Yeah,
That's very fair. Except for, like, I think you almost missed the last one because of the launcher being a jerk to you.
Yes.
Almost.
I did not like downloading that day for some reason.
No. And we have one more person that will be joining us in a little bit. They are currently fighting the timer boss in our Discord so that they could join us. But we will be having Glowies join us in a little bit. So my question is, for those of you that don't know, this is like the 3rd PTR with sieging, but first PTR with Rogue in sieges. How did that feel? Whether you played a rogue, whether you played against a rogue. I personally played against a lot of rogues. I think Clover was a rogue.
Yes.
I'm not very rogue-like.
She was trying to skin me towards the end.
Definitely a rogue.
Rogues are cracked. That's what they are.
Yeah.
I'm a
Caltrops.
rogue for life, baby.
I felt that other than Caltrops, they kind of, most of them, other than that Me X guy, that Me XT guy, that guy was absolutely running circles around the east flank in the first defense. Like, he was doing some crazy stuff.
That was actually my
every other
favorite thing to
rogue-
do.
Every other rogue, I didn't really feel very affected by them. Maybe they weren't at my flank. They mostly, I felt like I could just kind of two-shot them, and they weren't very effective, and they kind of went in and then died, even in Smoke Bomb. So most of them, I felt like they weren't that effective. Caltrops was very effective, though. When they were defending, that was insane. I didn't realize how great it was on our side, but yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
I
two
did-
things with Caltrops in the desert node. I think they're bugged. Like, the terrain is bugged. You try to go to throw them, and they just like land right on top of you, and you're like, well, shit.
Yeah, you couldn't.
But
touch
like
those at all.
in the first battle, you could just throw them like a vine field distance away, and it was super good. Also, flanking before pushes was so like clutch. Like I would get like 8 people on me, maybe kill like 2 people, and then you guys would push through all of them, and that was a lot of fun. And then when I was a part of the big group, you could literally throw caltrops. Kick is like AoE, so I just tripped like 6 people all in a big clump together, and then I cascaded through all of them. They're just doing bleeding and hemorrhaging damage as I like dash away and laugh. So that was really fun. That was cool.
Yeah,
I noticed towards the end of your guys' first defense where Rogue, while having advantage, a thing you get after you stealth, the cost to dash and the speed of a dash insanely reduced. And I would just dive into your ball and do nothing but dash, because one of our passives is like the universal passive. Anytime you dodge an attack, you get like 5 stamina back. So I'd just get as much aggro from as many people as possible, and infinite stamina, infinite dodges.
That's crazy.
That's bananas. That's bananas. But yeah, what?
See,
So for those who played like the, oh sorry, Lai, go ahead.
Oh, well, what I was going to say is my experience was a little bit different, because in the balls, I felt like I had no issues with rogues. I could target them down and burst them pretty effectively. But when they caught me out solo, they would crit me for like all my health in 2 shots and drop me instantly.
Yeah, that's
And
The double
And if that-
backstab.
And if they didn't do that, they would poison me, and after I killed them, I would be dead no matter what.
The
Yeah,
poison's
that's accurate.
crazy. The poison is really strong and scales really well. I think the craziest interaction there, because Caltrops is strong, it's good, it has its uses, but on a siege defense, so insane, because if you're pushing in, you have even numbers, right? You know, it's 100v100 or whatever the groups might be. You throw all your Caltrops on them, they're defending the siege. They now can't walk forward to deal with you, or else they're just going to be walking through a bunch of Caltrops constantly ticking on you,
Ow,
especially if
ow,
they're a whole
ow.
bunch, right? And so, and
Yeah.
you can't really win unless you push into them. If you're just going to play back off the point, you're probably going to die unless you have more coordinated healers, you know, really using Defiant Light and using their mens effectively on 1 or 2 tanks sitting, or fighters sitting on the point while you pull back, and we're not coordinated enough, and we haven't successfully landed that yet. So the Caltrops kind of create the impossible situation for defense, where you can't walk in and you can't walk out. And so
Yeah.
you're
Definitely a
standing on the point like a
change.
sitting duck, right?
It's a change on that zoning mechanic, definitely.
Every little
The
step
visibility
ends
of
up
it,
doing
too.
damage and adding another stack of poison. Yeah.
And it dismounts them if they're on their mount, which is sick.
I don't think the
I
dismount
didn't
works
notice
yet.
that actually.
I don't think the dismount works yet. It says
I've
WS on
seen
it.
that kick people off like
Does it
twice or
work?
3 times.
I think it's a work,
I think
It
it's
says
work in
work
progress.
just because
Yeah.
it's buggy.
This is where like I'm also like I think tanks should have a dismount ability. Like they should go back and look at tank and give them a dismount
Here we go.
ability.
Hello, Glowies.
Change this here now.
Welcome on in.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, we're talking about, I just want to hide yourself.
Do what?
It's in one of the options is like, I think not to show yourself in the listing. I don't know. Because names are getting cut off now.
Oh no, I can make it bigger. It's no worries.
Okay.
We just hadn't had this long a list before, so
We're
It's a party, it's a
limit
party.
testing the siege and the stream.
right.
There we go. But we were just talking about how it feels to have rogue in the sieges, and I don't know if you played rogue or if you played against them primarily like me, because I play cleric.
Oh,
but
he played rogue.
Oh, okay. How did it feel playing rogue in the siege? I mean, for one, it was really cool to see rogue actually be in the siege, and because the previous testing was only level 15, so I'm curious how the 15 to 25 jump changed as well.
Yeah, finally. I was happy we could play in the siege. I liked it. It's improving seems to be every few weeks. I like the direction. I like the nerfs that happened to it from previous PTRs were definitely justifiable. Familiar with the mana draining poison. That was pretty ridiculous. And I think 40% feels pretty good. I like the additions to the skill tree too. But yeah, it felt cool. It offered like a new dynamic. I played the first siege in New Ayla as a rogue, and then I wanted to feel how I played against them on my main, which is a bard. So the next siege, I rolled my bard, and it was a lot of fun. I had fun playing it and playing against it. The most fun I had definitely was the grappling hook, going stealth, going on the roofs, and just sniping people with the longbow. That was actually a bunch of fun. I definitely feel it has a huge room for the skill ceiling's high. I'll say it like that. The skill ceiling is very high for the class. I can definitely tell that I am not versed in it, and I'm awkward, and I feel like most people are. And it's gonna be really cool to see the badasses who just no life it and become,
That me X guy on your team, bro. He already has a grasp on it. That guy was already not awkward on it. Some European guy, he was owning like that. All the other rogues, I didn't have that much issue with them. They could do some cool stuff. Even the guy that really I felt like understood it better than most of the rogues.
Right.
It was fun to play against. It was still fun to play against. I didn't feel frustrated by it. I felt like it was fair. I was on like 1,000 mana, and then they gank me, and I'm out of mana pretty fast. But I'm like, okay, I'm low on mana. It's pretty fair that the guy can gank me, and I'm and I get owned. Right. It didn't feel too oppressive.
I gotta say at least one thing. You're saying like the skill ceiling is high on those, but the fun ceiling or the fun floor is low. Because it's
fun floor is low, skill ceiling high for sure.
Because you could pick so many different skills, and they're decent combos, and you could do a whole lot of nifty stuff and still have a blast with them and be effective.
I talked to Planendorf in my party a few days ago, because he's always hanging out in the desert, right? And I asked him about it, and he said that it's pretty much the pinnacle of maturity on their studio's design class, how they design classes. And I asked him, okay, if that's the case, because it definitely feels like one of the best design classes, much better than other classes. Are they going to go back? I asked him, and he definitely alluded that they would probably be going back and trying to make it all the other classes or archetypes as well designed as the rogue, because it seems very well designed.
The rogue is insanely designed. Like the combos that you have within the flurry. Like if you look at the tree for what you can do, because a lot of people didn't know this, the PTR wasn't actually wiped the other week. It said people's rogues were rangers after the test, but they weren't, and they left up the 25 scrolls. So I spent quite a lot of time on the 25 rogue a couple weekends ago, and the combos that you can do with double strike and with the reset to initiative on backstab is heinous, and they've only added more. The feint change with the backflip, really interesting. So now you can dive in and out with the same ability that has its reset on the stab, and you can reset the cooldown on the stab with so many different abilities. So it's crazy. It really is. It feels like the pinnacle of the Bucky class. The bard, he was beginning with the bard, and now he's really hit his stride, I think.
Yeah. And you can really tell that when you look at both bard and rogue. They feel very well designed, and going against them as a cleric, I actually felt pretty happy with how 1v1 felt with a rogue as a cleric, especially because the last time I tested with rogue, I was a rogue, and that made me angry as a cleric because I wanted to play rogue. So like it was really fun testing it. We talked about how smooth it felt compared to some of the other classes, and I love just how many builds there are just within the base skill tree. There's so many different options you can go with it.
I would say that's the best thing about Rogue so far is I mean, you guys are kind of like alluding to like how development maturity happens. Like the more that they learn, the easier it is for them to develop these like newer classes. And I think that's pretty much normal. Like you look at League and you're like, oh well, all these champions now have a whole bunch of other stuff and they can do a whole bunch of things. Like that just happens like as game developers like level up their own skills. So I think yeah, they'll probably go back and do a rework on a bunch of the stuff. Like I was mentioning, like tank should have a dismount ability because like cool, Rogue has that now. That's kind of sick.
Honestly, I just want the tank to feel like it's a tank. That's what I want. I don't
Yeah.
want to have to. I don't want to
Yeah.
have to go. I don't want to have to go a strength build just to do something on a tank. I want to feel like a tank. You know.
Yeah.
Also,
And
it should
then,
be tankier than it is, right? Like it's just
True.
right now, even with con, it's less tanky than a cleric, which, right?
Well,
like,
that's a gear thing. That's a gear thing.
True.
But I was gonna say like with the Rogue, like levels 1 through 6 and 6 through 12 or 11, you have so many good abilities that you can like really change your playstyle into doing. Like I still feel like there's just some that are better than others, but there's definitely like a lot of good abilities. And then like you hit like 12 to plus and you're like, oh, okay, all these are like ultimate abilities, these are sick, or like they just like help your utility so much. Like the grapple is the coolest thing in the world, by the way.
It's amazing. Improvement too. The improvement from the few weeks ago and this
Oh, yeah.
latest test. It's like tracking so well now vertically. So
And
that's
that
cool to see.
utility belt makes you be able to use it while in stealth, right?
Yeah.
Either in
Have you-
stealth or you can use it twice.
and you can
So,
use it
like-
twice in the air, right? So you can actually
Oh.
Spider-Man from like you can go from web to web, and it works with gravity, so you can catapult you. You could
Oh
you're
my
actually
God.
Spider-Man. we had one of
It was
we
a
had
lot
Shatter.
of fun.
We had Shatter on Rogue, and I was on Bard, and I was grabbing him up and giving him speed, and he was the floating islands in the Ruins of Ayla. He was flying from island to island, like actually as Spider-Man. It was great. People are the fun per hour on Rogue is through the roof.
The
It's
rest
great.
of
Love
us
it.
are playing
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings, and these guys are over here playing Attack on Titan.
That's how I felt as Bard prior to this test. That's how I felt as Bard prior to this test. I feel like Bard's just having so much more fun than everyone else, and it feels the same with Rogue,
I
right?
love how much maneuverability Rogue has.
It's
Well,
insane.
the other
I
good
actually-
thing is like other classes can stop them with the grapple hook. Like you can get CC'd in the middle of it, which is cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
but
cool.
I had one rogue that chased me. I mean, besides you, Clover, because you chased me a good bit too. But somebody else was absolutely insane. Like they were inside my head with their dagger the entire time, because there was like feint, there was the shadow step, there was something else. I was like, flourish. Okay, cool. I kind of got away. Nope, they caught me. All right, let me boop myself with a heal. I got a quick little sprint to speed.
How do we feel about the daggers?
Okay, let me
Cool,
go ahead
that's what
and
that's right
flourish
now.
again.
Clover out
just
here giving
crushed
Vertec
me.
an ice pick lobotomy.
I had to throw my dagger a few times.
Yeah. I was scared. Not gonna lie.
So the biggest change from last test to this test is that Rogue, for daggers at least, not really necessarily just Rogue, but Rogue primarily would use them. Daggers are now, you equip one dagger for it being two-handed, versus before you could equip two separate daggers, or like a dagger and a one-handed sword.
I think that's because we borked the weapon skill tree thing. It's because we were using a sword dagger combo to get the most physical power, and then we were leveling up 3 weapon skills at the same time with 3 weapon skill trees. So that was not intended. So they kind of limited us this time around.
Yeah.
Way to go,
The-
testers!
the
Testing stuff and
extra-
breaking it.
The extra finisher differences
Yeah.
were the problem. They had
Yeah.
already gotten rid of that as a
What do you
problem
mean you have
before,
a snare,
and then they added it
stagger,
back
and a
in.
bleed?
Oh my gosh. Oracle says, I'm worried about our tank and cleric liking Bard and Rogue.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's
Don't
all
worry, I
right.
still like cleric a lot. It just makes me more excited to see what Rogue secondary feels like as a cleric.
Cleric Rogue, I think, could be like the gas. Like I am really looking forward to Cleric Rogue. Cleric Rogue and Cleric Bard.
Yeah, my theory.
What about
crafting is
Rogue
just going
Bard?
wild mentally.
If you give us the
Charlatan,
grapple,
dude.
if Bard
The
Rogue gets
Charlatan.
grapple, if Bard Rogue gets grapple, I am Bard Rogue, and you will never see me off
Oof.
of Bard Rogue.
Never see me
Holy
again.
mackerel!
I don't even need stealth, bro. I just need the grapple. I don't even care about the stealth. Fuck the stealth. Okay, I just
Dude, Bard's already so mobile, man. You're
Bards and
I want
rogues.
to. I want
crazy.
to climb. I yearn
They're
for the
definitely
mountains.
the best design
uppies.
classes.
Yeah, uppies plus grav, bro. You gotta think in fucking 3D, you know?
200 IQ.
What were you
So
saying there,
it's a-
Sauce?
I'm just saying, Bard and Rogue are definitely the most like heavily designed mechanically, which are
Yeah, absolutely.
How do
Yeah,
you feel
that
about
lead
daggers as a
combat.
weapon, though? I feel like daggers. I feel like they're making. There needs to be another pass on weapons because the speed weapons are all bad, and this is now the ultimate speed weapon, and it's like it just diminishes, and power doesn't diminish, and speed immediately diminishes on weapons. Maybe speed shouldn't diminish on weapons.
Well,
Maybe that
thing
is the solution.
the poisons deal on hit damage, and the poison. Yeah, so you need the speed.
Stack them up to 10.
But here's the thing:
Yeah.
poisons do 100% damage. They only do some damages from finishers. They do 100% damage from your abilities. So weaving in thrashes and flurries, I think ultimately will be more relevant for poison application than anything else.
Oh, that's fair actually.
Because I was playing a lot of greatsword rogue, and I can basically only use abilities. It's quite like fighter, where I'm not auto attacking a lot. I'm really only using my ranged weapon if I'm auto attacking because it's not reliable.
I'm making a video on how I think the strength and power system should just be reworked anyways. So like I'll go over that later.
I think they think that too. I think they're on board with that. I think they understand that.
I have
Yeah.
a question for you guys. For playing the Siege today, actually, and also most of the Siege chests where we get pre-made gear, do you like that time to kill more than we have on
I
broad
do.
production?
yes.
I do.
It feels
more.
much better.
So much better, man.
I would still like it to be a little bit longer, but I like more drawn out, like actual interactive fights rather than there's 3 hits and somebody falls over. Even 8 seconds before you fall over to me still feels very, very, very quick.
Well, we were in like full purple, and I think I was at like 313 physical power, and then on live we're at like 500 power. So
Yeah, it's bananas.
Yeah.
it's a little bit different.
Plus the
and
enchants and everything.
plus
Yeah.
we have better defensive stats because it's epic level 20 gear. Most people aren't rocking epic level 20 gear. We have all those defensive stats coming from, you know.
True.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the biggest point of live is everyone's enchanted stuff. That is the biggest difference.
Which is again the power scaling and how that works currently.
But
needs
if you
a
were to
rework.
compare that like 1-to-1, the level 10 legendary-ish epic legendaries that are enchanted to level 20 epic legendaries enchanted at the same amount, I imagine you'll see at least another couple hundred power boost in that.
It's at least like 200, especially with if we could get the Rosarian sets and like for at least casters because of the intelligence set bonus at the end there is crazy. So yeah, it would be wild. Thank God there's no wall. Honestly, people would have like 800 power. This would be bad.
Yeah. How did it feel? Okay, so you guys were talking about like Spider-Manning. Did that mean that you were able to go over the tank walls with your grapple?
It's a little weird with the tank wall.
Okay.
You have to actually be looking at the surface, and sometimes like even if you're looking at the top, you wouldn't go over, you would go straight. So it's a little buggy, but for the most part it's really good. Like, so you have to be on an object, but mid-air you could cast it again and you could go to something else that you connect to. So you're literally Spider-Manning. There was one cool funny like little bug. I'm gonna assume it's a bug, but if you're like looking at the very top of something and you grab onto it, it would send like your momentum would keep going, so it would just send you launching past the object that you were aiming at, and so you just go flying up in the air, and then you could use your grapple hook again.
Ooh, Triple Killer has a great question. How does it grapple with low gravity from Bard work?
Exactly how you'd expect. Perfectly. Perfectly in every conceivable way. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You will love the way that you look. I guarantee it.
That's an interesting physics problem. Zoom.
Yeah, the distance that we could fly was truly like you can currently catapult a rogue probably like 400 meters if you're
That's
really
hilarious.
trying.
I just imagined either doing that with rogue or the mage and then blinking, and just that's how they get into the center of the marketplace to try and take out the flag.
My life will be complete when I can grapple hook up to the 4th floor of Carfin.
You can't.
I want a Spider-Man. I want a Spider-Man all the way up there.
You can. You can already.
Imagine if tank grapple worked as good as rogue grapple. That'd
Oh,
be
God.
crazy.
Oh.
Good one, Tank Poker.
Oh,
Yeah,
you killed
I might
Vertex.
take a
That was
minute.
rude.
You make him even more sad about my main.
That was rude.
Just take the knife.
Actually, I'm here.
You rogue.
I-
You rogue. Just take the knife and twist it
wanna see-
further.
I want to see how in Grav, in a party of 3, I want to see how Wings works on the rogue that begins to Spider-Man away mid-Grav.
Oh, wow.
You get Z-axis on what's it called?
Wings.
On Wings only when you have Grav. Pretty much. And so I would like to see them do 2 things though, because clearly we have this Z verticality from Rogue. Need to add it to Cleric on Wings. You need to add it to Leap Strike. Leap Strike doesn't have any real Z verticality, and it should. Right now that we have all of this, I think
Intercept.
what they're going to do for the passes, yep, exactly. There aren't any Z verticality to those, and there used to be, and they've nailed it for Rogue because it was absolutely necessary to nail it because Grappling Hook was useless without it. So now I want to see them repass through Leap Strike and all the other and Wings and all the other abilities that cause that in the first place.
Honestly, I really liked Wings having Z index on it because I was starting to fall down somewhere on live at one point. I think it was over by Carfin, and I was able to quickly Wings my way back up to them without dying.
Oh, that's hype.
Yeah,
So-
it's sick. It's sick when it works.
I'm actually I just now thought of this, but like I think Wings would be cool if you could use it as a directional based ability and anything in your path gets healed.
I think it would be
Yeah.
more cool.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think if it were less like targeted, especially because
Yeah.
right now you can't even hovercast it, so it's really clunky. You have to click on the person and then use it.
Oh, it's like mend. Ooh.
Yeah, it's like our two most important spells to like realistically use while doing other things are Wings and Mend, and
Yep.
neither of them are
Yeah, I was gonna give that as a feedback piece. Please let me just hover cast Mend at
Well,
least.
same with Bard. Serenade. Your very best ability to hovercast, and they're like
Yeah, nope. Can't do it. It gets me every time. I'm like, I can hover cast my little like tiny boop heal, but I can't hover cast the big one that can take a tank halfway
one
up in
that
life and
matters.
give it a shield.
Yeah. Zeke wants to know, how did you like or dislike dagger idle animation? I didn't notice myself.
I don't think it was.
It's not really working, right? It's a little bit bugged, the animation.
Yeah, they didn't even have the
dagger.
second dagger. Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. Though the
the
attacking
visual
animations
effects are still
big.
worked on.
Definitely a first pass.
I
My que-
will say, oh, go ahead, sorry, Glows.
So my question is, do you guys think this will be out by the 27th?
I
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's iterated so very quickly.
it's ready now.
Mhm.
Like they could throw it up now, and it would be good, right? Like it might be a bit too strong.
Yeah,
But
it might be a
It's
little
like
bit
it'll be done around this
strong.
time.
It'll
I
be a
think
little
even when they
buggy.
do release it, it'll be strong.
Yeah.
I think
I-
honestly, it's the VFX and SFX that they're holding back on the most.
Yeah, that's it. That's 100% it.
Which seems strange because they
Anyways.
released
Thanks.
the classes.
Thank you so
in-
much for the gift sub.
It seems strange to me that they're held up on the SFX and VFX because in phase 1, Cleric, half of my abilities just had nothing. Like they were like send that shit, bro. Like get people on the class. Half my things didn't have sound, didn't have animations, and it was frustrating. But they added it quickly. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if it's because, like,
I think they're just linking it to the assets, and they haven't done that yet.
well, the other thing I was
That's
going to say, I think it's also in I guess against or in juxtaposition of the phase 1, this class is coming out by itself, so all eyes are on this class.
true.
Mm, yeah.
Versus like when phase 1 came out and all the like classes we already have were already out, it was
Mhm.
like, cool, let's just pick the class that you can pick that you want to play, and then we'll all play it. There's like no special focus, but I feel like for Rogue and Summoner, they have to really nail it when it comes out, because there's so many people, one, anticipating it, and two, watching to see if they like the way that the class is being designed or if it's finished.
And also the other thing to think about too is the stage of development that Intrepid is in. I think personally that they're focusing a lot more on trying to nail their QA, QC pipeline and their timing of updates, like what they can plan to be ready at what times, how soon they can get it ready, and how accurately they can get it ready. Because so far to date, it's been a whole lot of okay, get this done, let's ship it, let's put it out there, let's let people see it. Okay, let's get this done, let's ship it, let's put it out there, let's let people see it. Let's
Yeah.
get this done. Okay, that one we can wait on. That one we can wait on. But I think my intuition is telling me that they're trying to dial in on what a studio should be doing in like a live release type situation.
This is all practice, right, for the secondaries
Yeah,
also. But I don't know who here did magic-y things like I did with cleric, but there was a spell dagger and I took it.
I think
Yeah.
spell dagger is actually the only use of daggers. Here's my manifesto. Okay, the only use of daggers currently. Dagger sucks
Cheers.
for everyone except for cleric. It is sick as hell on cleric because of the blessed weapon interaction and how fast the attacks are. I think it's
true.
cracked. I
Yes.
think it's cracked as hell for that. It's the only class that
Wow.
can
And the
dagger.
spell
Yeah, that'd be
speed,
wild.
the spell speed is
Spell
way
speed's good for
faster.
cleric. Spell speed's great for cleric, honestly.
Is it good for resonance stacking on Bard? How does that work? I forget.
Oh,
Quite
that's a good
possible.
question.
Yeah, real quick.
I think-
Thank you, Dusty, for raiding in. Thank you,
Yes.
Raiders, for coming along
Welcome in,
with.
Raiders.
Welcome to the tavern. Have a seat. Just so you know, tonight is our tavern talk. It's a little bit different format than our normal podcast. We just chill around and chat with peoples. You can see all their names right there next to our lovely faces. Quite the variety of peoples from a couple different servers. So
Yes.
enjoy. We all just went through a Node Siege test with Intrepid, and it included Rogue. So feel free to
Yes, on
join
the
in, jump
PTR.
in. I hope you guys had a great time with Dusty, by the way.
Yes. And thank you, Dusty, for leaving them with us.
Yes. You entrust your audience with us. We will not disappoint. I promise. Sorry,
But,
as you were.
yes.
As you were.
For cleric, often I heard that spellbow was the best for PvP because it's faster. So I was like, okay, if I do short spellbow, what if I stack this with, as soon as I opened the magical gear, the magical dagger, and I was like, let's see how this goes. And so that's what I was using. I was using a cross between medium and light armor, primarily focused on intelligence and armor because I knew there were going to be a lot of rogues. And then after that, the dagger and the short spellbow that were both spell based.
Huh.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
I have a
I
question.
had so much fun.
What do you guys think the matchups for Rogue are? Like, what's it weak to, and what's it kind of rock paper scissors and able to counter very well so
I'm
far?
not gonna lie, I got smashed by a tank. I don't like a tank
Right.
literally shit on me.
I think melee in general is going to have an easy time with it, right? Like, how is it going to deal with a fighter? I don't see any angles.
The heavy armor thing is going to be the stopper there. I think if I were better at PvP, I would say a bard could probably go decently toe to toe with it, as long as they don't go invis and run away again. As long as the rogue doesn't go
definitely
invis
saw-
and run away.
I think
I saw
bards were
Glowy's doing it a lot.
up there.
Going 1v1 and holding out until another rogue came to back him up.
Nice, nice.
I just wish I were better at PvP, then I could hold my own. I ran most of the time, to be honest. When it came to
Classes,
when
though,
a
I
rogue
think
came
most
after me, I ran.
classes will have a really hard time ever killing the rogue, except for bard and fighter, because
Yeah.
nothing else will be able to keep up with it. Like a cleric, good luck. You're never going to kill, even if you outgear it, you're never
No.
going to kill the rogue if the rogue doesn't want to die. Same thing
Yeah.
with probably with the ranger, probably with mage, right? You're not going to be. It has too much CC and it has too much mobility, right? Like if it doesn't want to die, if it's not going to commit on you, I think I what are you going to do, right?
I will say, despite my lack of ability to keep up with those faster classes, I still felt more like one-on-one with the rogue than I have felt with the mages. Just because I think mages have a bunch more silencing and things that they can do to me. I'm already slow, and I guess, like, to be fair, you're going like magical person that can get away really quickly versus physical person that can get away really quickly. The physical person's not really going to be able to silence me. I think you can stun me though, but I can get out of that. Although I don't know how many stuns Rogue has, to be honest.
Rogue has silence now, though. They have 2 silences, right?
Two silences,
yeah.
Right?
Okay, never
So-
mind. Take that back.
And then they
Yeah.
also have kick, which is a trip.
A trip.
I
I think it's nice that
Sleep
they're
back.
less CC focused than silence focused and poison focused. I think that's more elegant because I think that the really frustrating rogue scenarios are a lot of people take them from like WoW and other games where it's like, hey, you're sitting in a stun for the majority of what you're doing. Where here it feels very responsive, where they're sleeping you a lot, like they might be sleeping you a lot, and they might be dancing around you, poisoning you, silencing you. But they have only one trip, right?
Not to mention,
which I think is fair.
Like honestly, in the matter of what 6 seconds, you can get a backstab like 7 times or something because of the
Smoke
backstab.
grenade,
It's half as
bandit.
much if you're from behind. Plus, there's the one if you have 2 advantage, then it resets it immediately. Like, and then there's the feint, which resets immediately if you backstab, so you can flip right around to the other side again. Like, it's insane the number of things that you can just like smoke and mirrors people. You drop a smoke bomb, and every 4 seconds you get another advantage. So you wait. You know, you get 1 advantage from doing the over the head flip. You get another advantage from a smoke bomb real quick, and then there you go. You have an instant cooldown for backstab again. Plus the double strike gets you another backstab. Oh,
Yeah, but the
it's
one thing
bananas.
that really cucked me is
Ugh.
exactly what Chibi was saying was silences, stuns. I could not, like, I have Umbral Cloak, but it seemed to not always work. And then I also have the Shadow Step that breaks CCs, but you have to be like tabbed onto somebody, and for some reason it was acting weird. And so like I couldn't like always break out of my CC, especially if I'm stunned and silenced. So like bards and clerics were just, if they ever teamed up against rogues, it was game over for me. Like that's where you turn like
I
the,
think that is a
I'm
bug,
gonna
though.
1v9, and then they like have like 5 more people and they just silence you, and you're like, all right, well, I can't do anything now. I'm just dead.
I think that currently is a bug though, because all trinkets suffer like that. If you're silenced and stunned at the same time, or is it silenced and trip? It's a specific combo of CC where you can't use anything. Right?
Yeah.
You can't use misdirect, you can't use wings, you can't use, which does, I'm pretty sure that's not intended.
Blink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, the one complaint I will have when it comes to silences is why can I not shoot my bow when I'm silenced?
Yeah.
Because your
Auto attack?
auto attack is registered as an ability, not an auto attack.
Yeah. Like, but
But
I don't
why?
to me,
I can't
isn't
swing a sword when I'm
silence,
silent.
like, spell based.
Wait, I thought, can you not auto attack during silence? Is that true?
You silence, you
I
just
can't do
I
anything.
can't do
can't.
nothing.
You
You're
should be
supposed
able to.
you're supposed to be able to, but you're not.
Disarmed
able
is
to.
the not auto attack one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's from Bard. Bard is the only
Yeah.
class right now that can disarm, which is surprising. I thought Rogue
Yeah, I
would
don't
get
think
disarm.
anything. Yeah, I don't think anything stops auto attacks other than disarm. Or I could be cooked though.
Well,
I just
in
know
the
that my
tooltip, yes,
bar-
but I think in functionality, it's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what I was going to ask, is if anybody knew if that was a bug or not, because I haven't looked into it. I just know that my entire bar of skills goes black, and I stand there staring at a wall.
Yep.
While hitting Q. Q. Nothing
like,
You're
happens.
okay,
like, am I
Q.
silenced? And then you're like, no, I can't even.
I think
can't
there needs to
even-
be
yeah.
better sound effects on silence application. I will complain about that. I do think that is the most like, of all the CCs, you're going to hear pretty much every other one, but you're not going to, even sleep dart you're going to hear, but you're not going to hear a silence. It's not
Yeah.
obvious enough, and it's, you're not, your character movement hasn't been taken away from you. So it's the most frustrating to be like, why does my ability not work? And then you're just silenced because there's no easy indicator for that. I think that is more frustrating than fun. I think they
Yeah, I
should
think
have a good sound effect to
if
it.
you're not able to press a button, you should hear negative feedback, which is like a beep, like burr, like you're trying to cast it, but you
True,
can't.
VFX on a silent spell that you're trying to cast. That's really smart. I should write that
Yeah.
down. I'm gonna write that down. I'll put that on the floor.
Yeah.
I'm stealing that. That's
Yeah.
mine now.
That's mine now.
I'm
I actually have the other idea.
Muffle.
What if silence kind of muted all the other sound effects?
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
what I
really
was
like
thinking.
Oh.
I was thinking that too, but
I have always
Well-
thought it would
No.
be cool if there were things like effects like that inside even an MMO. Like if you get blinded, like sure, your screen actually goes dimmed out or like fuzzy or something. Like
Well,
actually
do that
give
in
you
that
some
game, right?
effects.
yeah,
They
you
have
can do
that
that
in the game.
client side, so it's pretty easy on your machine or
Well, the
or
other
like
thing-
overall.
Is like if you are not listening with your game audio, or maybe you're deaf and you're playing, I would like to see there be some visual cue at the same time.
Yeah, there should always be visual cue, audio cue, and then they should also be aware of like colorblind people as well. Like I think those are the 3 major disabilities when it comes to gaming.
Yeah. But
So there
yeah,
should always be something for every single ability when it comes to like feedback
yeah,
on those 3 things.
That's kind of what I was gonna say though, is like have it dampen the audio of your of like the abilities around you because you were silenced. So that way it's like an obvious indicator. So I'm glad we're not the only one that thought about that.
Almost give that explosion thing when it comes to silence. Almost give that explosion thing you see in movies where it's like that
ring.
tiny little tinnitus
Yeah,
ring.
you hear that,
Just
like,
that little tiny tinnitus ring in the background.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
then
yeah.
it slowly fuzzes back in. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're adding flashbangs into.
It's just the audio,
Yeah.
the audio of being flashbanged.
Well, they already got the
Yeah.
flashbangs in. I mean, they've got those down pretty well.
That's true. That's true.
Especially at night.
Potion
gotta-
launcher flashbang.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm curious. Who else in here were shot calling? I was shot calling today at the Node Siege. I
Yellow
just
was.
tried it out. Yellow was okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're doing that a few times ago. I remember
I've shot called every single siege
almost every
test.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On our
I'll-
side,
I'll
it was
new to
Except
yellow
the one, actually,
from
the one that Bree won. The one that Bree won, I did not shot. That was the only round that I have not shot cold. Is the one that Bree won. So I was spamming chat in all caps though. I was an
He
all
was yelling
caps
at us
Andy,
the whole
but
time.
You were. It was
I'm over here
crazy.
chopped liver.
keyboard warrior.
Yeah,
I
it
was
was-
sitting there. I'm like,
This was me.
we're together, all as one.
We'll have you
Oh, yeah,
viewers know that Lyat and Chibi did the shot calling the last Node Siege test we did, and they did it for one round, and so far they are at a 100% win rate. Just so you know.
Hog.
Okay.
This is true. Clover, who was shot calling on your team?
It was Yokai, and then we had a second shot caller. Glowies was the one for the second time. I think sign. Something.
I remember. I
Was
shot down
that-
Yokai's mount. That makes sense. Yeah.
Was he
That's
writing
my
it at the
first-
time? Because that would have been
My first
hilarious.
action-
So,
My
so
first
because
action in
the
the-
audience
go ahead,
probably
go ahead.
doesn't know this, shot callers were giving flying mounts. So
They were.
and the flying mount has 700 HP. So Yokai got way too close to the ground. And I just shot it down with like 2 arrows, and it was like, all right, now he's running back into his team. It was the funniest shit ever.
If I could have clipped at the start of the second round as we began to push the south gate, I grabbed, jumped up, and sprinted, flourish, dance, jumped off of the roof of one of the buildings, catapulted myself at Yokai, and just started bowing his ass down in the middle of the fucking air. Got it down, rolled away. I was now stuck inside. I tried to use the teleport out, didn't work for an attacker, so I was stuck inside for a minute and a half until my graph came up. I killed like 4 people. I was like guerrilla warfare in the streets while they were defending the
The
Oh
gate.
my
rest of us are
gosh.
playing
That's
Ashes
funny.
of Creation. Yellow's over here playing like the Matrix fantasy medieval version.
If a
Space
rogue
jumper.
were with me, and he was Spider-Manning with that grab, he would have gone up. He would have backstabbed Yokai right in the fucking sternum. He would have. He
Does
would have.
grappling hook work on players? Can you turn it?
No, it doesn't. I tried. I tried
It should
grappling
work.
onto mounts.
Ooh, that would be
It
fun.
needs to work on flying mounts. That is a
Oh,
fact. That is a
yes.
fact. That is a fact.
I-
It's not up for debate. It needs to work.
I tried. It doesn't work.
I hook their
Aw.
little
I need to
feet
make it.
and pull yourself up to them.
Hey Ben, you can give
That'd be
yourself
so funny.
uppies.
Give yourself uppies. There you go.
I just love the idea of a dwarf grapple hooking and then doing front flips in the air.
So far, do you guys all?
gravity.
Thogly just rolled
Yep.
over in his grave with that one.
Yeah, he hates
Like, or
that.
he's saving up extra stores of rolling over in his grave.
I made a
they're just
beardless
counting.
dwarf just for him, and he fucking
Yeah.
because it doesn't have a beard. He's just
Oh.
No,
still
so
dead.
gliders win. I think Yellow did some gliding from the sounds of it.
Yeah, you guys are just you guys are just on the wrong path. I'm on the dev client. I can fly. You know, one day you guys. Will get there.
Nice.
Always is up there with me too, bro. Not round 1, but round 2.
Triple Killer says Rangers should get a harpoon to use on flying mounts.
Oh,
What?
oh
That'd be
yes,
sick.
like an actual like harpoon where you could like lock the cord to the ground and like just
That'd be
smack them
cool.
You
up
could
there.
probably say Rangers
Leash 'em?
need anything, and I'd probably agree with you. So
Yeah, and Tank's grapple needs to work on flying mounts that actually
No.
pulls them down to the ground.
Tank's
Ranger
grapple
slept
needs to
on it.
work.
Ranger is
It just needs to work, yeah.
Yeah,
They're,
yeah.
they're
I heard
dangerous.
there were a lot of changes to Ranger on this patch that weren't written down.
There- I mean,
Yeah.
there's no patch notes, so yeah.
Yeah.
But was I heard that all the marks were like reworked, and the way that hunts worked are reworked, and like barrage is changed completely.
Yeah.
Is that
So
What?
Mark is so Mark was given to you just I guess from leveling.
Good.
And it converts your hunt.
Hmm.
Whichever
Good.
hunt you have on. So that's definitely a good thing because that's less skill points you have to invest in the tree that were pointless.
So is it like you mark
that was one of
something
my
and then
feedback.
you declare a hunt and it's something different after you've marked it, or do you declare
you
your
have a
hunt and then
hunt
you
on-
put the mark on and it changes?
Yeah, so you have the hunt on, and then the hunt changes to the mark as a debuff on the target.
Mm,
And then when the mark runs out, it returns back to being a hunt on you.
okay.
It gives
Okay.
you like gives you a buff as it comes back, so it like returns it. There's a
Oh, that's
stat
Some of
that-
them had some text on that.
That's so good.
So what
dude.
was written down by Talents? He wrote this like when it came up, he looked at it. So they have a resource called Focus now, which makes you do 15% additional damage proportionate to your focus, kind of like how Divine Power, you stack it up for some extra stuff. Weapon combo finishers do it. Give it back and you get 3 focus a second. New level 1 spell replaces Barrage called Salvo. It has 6 charges, but using it restores uses all 6. So it's Barrage, but weapon combo finishers restore 1 charge and it has its own thing. So you want to weave in more finishers there. There's a reason for it.
Barrage was also a tier 2 skill.
Oh wait, so they added a different one and they moved it around. Interesting. Okay, yeah. Right.
Yeah, you
Barrage
don't
got
get
moved to
barrage
tier
by
two.
Oh, I
default
love this.
anymore.
Oh,
I
cool.
love this change. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
so
sick.
You now have Mark Prey, which marks the enemy target, converting to the active hunt into a debuff against the target. And when the mark expires, the active hunt is returned to the caster, along with a temporary defensive bonus. So you get 15 evasion on Raven, you get 25 crit avoidance on Hunt of the Tiger, you get 15 mitigation on Bear. And then you have a generator for focus for your new resource called Power Shot in tier 1.
So none of this is in the patch notes. This is all in today's PTR.
No, there's no patch notes.
There was no patch notes for today.
Talents was writing this, is what he said.
Yeah,
Oh,
so I linked
okay,
it in.
interesting.
I linked it in Ash's chat.
So-
Discord, if you want to pull it up.
Yeah, the focus though, I mean, as it stands right now, there's nothing to use focus on. So it's definitely still a work in progress.
Interesting. Wait, what?
Yeah, there was
Yeah.
nothing to expend the focus on. So
That's probably
kinda
why
we
they
got a
posted it.
15% damage buff.
We're probably just mid cook on this one. This is middle of the.
Mm-hmm.
It's still in the oven. We're
That's
not-
why it's
That's
not
how-
in the patch notes.
Correct.
That sounds like an ADHD generation complaint. You get all this extra focus. Yeah, but why do I want focus?
Sharing it
More
out with you guys.
damage.
I don't want to use it on anything.
They definitely have, the skills to build back up the focus, but nothing to use it on. So,
It's pretty awesome though.
Fair.
I'm really glad to see them making these iterations. My favorite, honestly, is finding what changes that the patch notes don't mention.
Oh yeah, the ninja patches.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
How do you
Did
guys
they-
feel about when
I don't think they
devs-
mentioned like all the rogue changes too, like the soothing shadows, the like all
There
of the
really
shuriken combust.
Mm,
Yeah, I don't think they did patch notes.
there really
this time
wasn't
around.
notes at all.
I'm just saying, I like the little ninja bits they throw in that you just don't know until you bump into them, like
the tropics?
slash roll, like slash roll.
Oh, the
Oh, yeah,
slash
the
roll,
tropics.
yeah.
I also like. How do you guys feel
Yes.
about when they kind of restrict? I like this in general when like the information that they even give in the ability tooltip itself is restrictive. So like the combos aren't obvious. It doesn't just explain everything from the rip. I think a
Mhm.
lot of modern games love to do that. But like a good example of that I had from they did this in SOD in Classic WoW. A lot of the interactions on like the mage healer that they made for that mode. They didn't talk about them. Some things were off the global and some things were usable while using other abilities, which never
Mhm.
happened before. And they never explained that at all. And it was like, it took me like 4.5 months to even realize that happened. Cause originally you didn't really use the spells that did that a lot. And eventually later on you did. But it took forever for people to find out. And there was that huge gap between people. Like the rogue combos, I feel like are going to look like a lot like that with all of the, advantage generators and, the weird interactions that people are going to get up to. I look forward to it.
Yeah, I like that. They're restrictive, like in that way, but the thing that I like the most is that it does exactly what it says in the tooltip. Like
Mhm.
it's almost like when you're ruling for D&D or Pathfinder, it's like if the tooltip says it, then the ability does that. And they've done that really well so far in Ashes.
Yeah, I agree. I also love that they always go through and adjust, just how things work, what the verbiage is on things, maybe to make them a little bit more clear. And thank you for the stretch.
Right.
And Sinflow, if you were on the PTR test, I'm just saying, the tavern is open. There's plenty of seats at the tavern. You want to come in and chat?
Yeah.
What did you play again?
I was a mage.
Ah, how was the Arcane Eye?
Arcane Eye was worked just fine. Cooldown was quite a bit long, but honestly, something that completely negates somebody else's mechanic, it probably should be kind of long. I know I uncovered Glowies a few times and threw a fireball in his face.
Oh no,
Honestly,
Sinflow,
I saw
you're not on
Ryan
the
on the
PTR.
mage.
Someone absolutely had your name. I swear to Bob, I saw Sinflow on the other team.
I don't know.
Imposter.
I
must
swear to
have
Bob,
been.
I saw Sinflow on the other team. Uh-oh.
Hey, who's the player?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Someone stole your name. I go after him, man. Get him.
Someone's
Get him.
pretended to be you, Sinflow. I
So,
personally didn't see.
Have you guys talked about this yet? Are you guys happy right now with the current iteration of Node Sieges?
No.
For what we have access to, I would say yes. It is much
Yeah.
more enjoyable than the first time we tested it.
Oh, yeah.
I really love the visual updates they've done to the gates, so you can just look and see. I especially love the new thing for today, for those that haven't been testing the sieges at all, was being able to, as a defender, just walk through the gate instead of having to find your own way to like jump over your own gate to get to the outside. That was really nice. I really enjoyed that ability.
I
So-
actually in the last Node Siege, that was my feedback. Was Sunhaven was impossible to get out of the gate.
Mhm.
Like, because I was playing a tank, I didn't have any mobility that test. So like, I realized how awful that was, and so they immediately already put it in for this Node Siege test. I was like, that's sick. Thank God. They like immediately react on like feedback like that. It's so cool.
Yeah, see, I'm not
I would like
necessarily
an interact button.
with the portal on the gate.
Yeah, there was
Oh.
more than once where I accidentally stepped through and somebody
Yeah.
slapped me for it.
Whoops.
Gotta watch your step, man.
Yep.
I don't know. I kind of don't like that idea of there being an interact, because I just imagine like, what if it? I don't know if you've ever tried as a group to go up to the 4th floor of Carfin. But
Oh
like, if you
my
get enough
gosh.
people spamming that, you're stuck there for a while
Yeah.
before it finally loads you over. So I kind of would prefer if people just stayed away from that and like it stayed instantaneous the way it is, because that slows down anything to do with it. But maybe that could be a counterbalance point. Maybe it's too fast just being able to go through like that.
Yeah, but I gotta say, just in direct response to, am I happy with the current state of sieges? No. As far as if it were to go live, would I think that that's a good representation? No. But I'm happy with how far it's come, absolutely, and how far it comes between every iteration that we test.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
every time so far, like the first time through, everybody was like, "Oh, that was fun," but that was rough. And the second time, "Oh man, it was rough." But then all the
first time it was impossible.
First
Yeah.
time, like the insta response on top of where the positions were, it was impossible. And it was honestly,
Yeah.
I walked away from the first siege frustrated. I was not having a good time in the first siege because of how frustrating it was and how easy it felt on defense. To me, that was just, it was silly. But then when they got the second and the third, I was having fun. It is just fun to play the game, and like there was nothing frustrating getting in my way immediately, and they got rid of that fast. But yeah, they need to have the buildings and stuff. I think it should be currently how it is. I think that this is balanced enough. I think if anything, it should be slightly even more favored to defense than it is now.
yeah, just a
I think
touch.
maybe 5-10% more, because they're going to make walls destructible, etc. Because they've said before,
Yeah.
and I think that this is true. They're going to you're going to be able to destroy their buildings while you're there.
Yep.
Even if you don't fully win. And in those situations, even when we were, for instance, they didn't really sit in our town that often, but we were in their town the whole entire round.
Yeah.
Right. So we could have done some serious damage, even though we wouldn't have won. So there'd be
Right.
differentiation between a good loss
Ooh.
And
as attacker
all it
as
would
well.
have taken was 5 people to split off from the main group and go just
Exactly.
cause havoc.
Hold the line while I'm killing them. I'm detonating the blacksmith. I've got my magical C4.
And they're
like,
going to be
we're
bringing in
chilling.
siege weapons, and they're going to be bringing in other objectives, and so it's I think I agree. Like it could in theory, right now, be more leaned towards defenders in favor, and it would still turn out all right. But I think I'd like to see the progression going, like how it feels right now, and then let them add everything that they're going to add, and start to balance it along the way, and just see how things feel.
Yeah, know how level 4 does anything too.
That too.
I mean,
They
the
alluded to
walls
that
are going
at
to
the
get
end.
farther and farther away from the flag.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
inner gates.
My like 3 points of feedback, I think, for node sieges to be able to go live on production. I think mayors need to be able to have plottable points where they can put the banner. So like they're always static, but the mayor gets to choose which of the static points they put the banner at. The second one is more attacking objectives. Like, so if I want to destroy a building, like say the blacksmith, like you were saying, I should be able to destroy the blacksmith or take the banner, because like maybe my goal in a node siege isn't to destroy the city, it's just to destroy that one building. Like, I don't know why that mayor built a blacksmith, let's raise that until he builds something different. Like that's kind of like my thought process on that, because maybe I want that city to exist, I just don't like that one building, and that's the whole purpose of the nodes.
That's actually a great
And then
point.
the other part is the other point of feedback is I don't like the beginning of the node siege to be just break down the walls. I think there should be stuff outside, like farms or like some other, like the control points seem just kind of like very placeholder, which I'm pretty sure they are. But there should be like stuff in the node plug outside of the node city, like the village or the city or the town or whatever, that you need to be taking control of, like the farm or like the workshop outside or the caravansary. Like these are objectives that you go for.
Did you ever do sieges in Ion randomly? No. Okay. They had objectives like surrounding the bases in the Abyss. Because I never played any, like I was stuck on WoW for quite a few years, but I actually did siege a bit in Ion when I was like 15.
Ashes,
and they had
sieges were kind of like that.
Yeah.
No.
They had like secondary like little altars that you would go and like channel buffs, or you would have like a particular impact on the enemy team, or you would do some beneficial thing would happen on these kind of outskirty fights over particular objectives. I think that could be cool, but I think the thing that they need to change the most, because I think they have all those things slated, they've talked about more objective, they've talked about a lot of things. I think the channel mechanic is frustrating. I think it sucks to have people removed from your group. Like it's like, hey, I'm a tank and now I can't do anything. It's like, who do we want to put on there? We're just saying, hey, fighters, get on it because you're kind of useless. Like that. To me, it feels weird to be barred from the fight for 5 minutes while your guys are channeling. I get the intent, but I think it should be more of a hold an area type thing, and like more.
You're right. It should be more interactive.
Just so viewers know, the fighters being useless isn't saying the fighters suck in PvP so much as in that situation, they are the one class, the one archetype right now that can be easily sacrificed versus any of the others.
It's really rough.
They have no utility to like hold on.
They have no ranged utility in those situations, and where
the market is rough.
It's just not good for fighter, because either like you can one tank wall between you and them, and then you are completely cut off. Whereas normally that's not the case.
I think that it should work like the respawn point channels, where it adds up over time rather than like you have to do it all at once. Because you kick somebody off when they're at 90%, it's back to 0.
Yeah, that's rough.
You can't do anything about that.
Well, see, I just think it needs to be something much more interesting all
that actually
around.
make quite a lot of sense. They can channel it down, and then yes, they have to kill you off of it, but then they also, and that would solve the need for breakpoints.
But then they need to channel it to go back the other direction.
Channel it down. Exactly.
Yeah.
I think that would.
I think that would, like, more of a tug of war channel type of thing would be much more interesting. But like, so hear me out on this real quick.
I just don't like
because
channeling in
we had a
general.
little bit of a discussion on stuff like this when it comes to objectives before, and my take on the game of Ashes so far, how it's been stated and how it's been presented, is it's very, very PvP focused. It's like PvP with a PvE glazing to make sure that you have something to get you to the end game to do PvP. But people like myself, I'm not amazing at PvP. I really do enjoy objective-based PvP, not just world PvP that I'm just out there like, hey, I want to fuck around and see if I can annoy this guy and see if he fights back. Like actual like objective-based PvP, like the sieges, I love it. But if you're to toss in objectives where PvE focused people that love PvE content could actually get into, like, let's say there's some tunnels you could try to dig underneath the wall while everyone else is fighting for stuff. And it's a little instance thing where each side, both defenders and attackers, can partake in this, right? And there'd be something down there that's a PvE event that a small team of like 4 to 8 would need to go down there to take care of this. If the defenders take care of it, they get a defense buff, 5% damage mitigation, or 10%, whatever. If attackers take it out, then they get a 10% damage buff, just be it magical or physical. Now, those would absolutely cancel each other out, right? Ideal. That means if the attackers are taking out all these objectives, they keep getting buff after buff after buff. If the defenders are taking them out, they get buff after buff after buff. If they're both taking it out, then they stay on equal ground, but it's still occupying some PvE interplay, and it's giving them an objective to take part in.
Yeah, I like your idea.
Have that in
thing,
Alpha 1?
like, sorry.
They did, yeah.
Yeah.
They've had these mechanics before. They've showcased them before where they had bosses, but they were PvP bosses, right? You were fighting someone else for the boss, whereas I think he's referring more to like a separate thing that kind of is on your side, more like Alterac Valley, right? Like from Classic, if you're thinking about where you got people in the caves killing some kobolds to do some good stuff for your team. I think that's the wrong direction, because I think that has been tried and that has failed pretty much every time. When you split objectives like that and you split the focus in a PvP event, I think that's a mistake, because you just have you're going to take the best PvPers are going to be best PvEers anyway, and so you're kind of distracting from the siege itself. It's only, they're an hour long, so maybe it would work. I would have to see it.
So then at that point,
I kind of like the idea where you're just kind of trying to split up the Zerg, because like right now it's just Zerg versus Zerg on one side, and then there's another Zerg versus Zerg on another side. I like the idea of like having strike teams to do certain different things to kind of spread out the macro.
You also have to think about it. If they're gonna limit it to like a 250 v 250, or if let's say they get their network tech down just right and they can tune it to where player-based clients aren't going to die and the graphics cards aren't going to die to do like 500 v 500. Do you think it feels right to take a very core part of a game and say, hey, you PvE people, just sit this one out. Sit this one out. You're doing nothing. Sit aside.
That's most important.
Us PvP players, we got this. You are sitting out. You are not defending this node. If you jump in here, I'm going to... And you know it's going to turn toxic. You know it is.
Real quick. Susuma in chat says, I know very little about sieges and ashes, but I loved a new world where you as defenders had to keep walls and siege weapons repaired and topped up on ammo. It gave people who wanted to participate but aren't PvPers specifically a way to help and contribute and have fun.
And that's kind of the idea I was looking for. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the idea I was thinking about, is a way to give people who aren't really like strong PvPers or just aren't PvPers at all, like a way to actually participate and help contribute towards the defense of their node, instead of just standing on the sidelines and watching a YouTube video of somebody who recorded it.
Well, I think that's the end goal.
They have that with they've specifically spoken about this, but it's not with it's not in nodes itself. It's in castle sieges. And so you'll have that wind up stage of the castle siege where everyone will get to interact with the caravans, no?
No.
Even people outside of the 100.
That's not PvE. That's PvP. So are the dragons. The dragons are PvX, which is determined more by PvP than PvE. Because PvE, let's look at Firebrand. Is that a really tough fight? No. What would make that fight tough is if somebody came there to contest it. That makes it tough. Now you take Firebrand and you put it in a node siege, that would be a tough fight because of the PvP factor, not the PvE factor. So again, the PvE players aren't really enjoying their interaction because their interaction is being disrupted by the PvP portion, which is, I will admit, the whole focus of the event, right? It's a group of people trying to take down another node, which is the entire goal of that event. But I just feel it's something where you need to loop in this other section of players that are just like, I'm not big on PvP, but I like everything else about the game. Instead of just watching it on YouTube, like get them a way to participate and say that I contributed to this, other than just building that guy's armor. I crafted that armor before the fight.
Yeah. I think it's hard to say like there's PvE objectives in a node siege. Because I don't know, like for me, like repairing siege, repairing walls and stuff, it's like yeah, it's technically PvE, but I don't know. It feels weird to me. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Would
It's
it be
like-
like an instance kind of thing? You're saying?
Like it still feels like a PvP event, but
It's like-
I don't
it's
know
like
how you
an
integrate
AC
PvE in.
It's like an AC mechanic bragging to somebody that they work at Google. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like they work at Google technically, but
Yeah.
everybody else is going to think that they're doing like, software engineering. They're doing some kind of like information security research. They're doing something technical, like as far as electronics and coding and whatnot like that goes, like the internet-based information age. But they're doing a vital function, but it's not at all what people think. And I totally participated in helping that out. Well, what'd you do? I walked around and I clicked on a wall to repair it, and I sat there
there's no
for
way
a
to-
minute. while it
Chibi's
patched.
posting paragraphs in chat.
Do they have do they have like differences in terms of like I don't really think there's, to be honest, other than the artisanship, I don't think there's room for pure unPvPable things. The game is PvX, right? Like you added an objective even within the sieges. If you add PvE objectives, the PvP, you're going to PvP over them. There's no way of avoiding that, right? Like unless it's like, okay, you have 50 signups in their PvPers and you have 50 signups in their PvEers. But what does that even mean, right? Like, so they're on the side mission in a separate event. That feels
I
weird.
guess you could throw like guard and like captains as like you go like closer and closer to like the node objective and like in different areas, and maybe like the more guards you kill, but then again that's like way more rendering and NPCs and stuff like that.
But people would also
probably
fight
want.
you if there were
Yeah.
an objective over it. People then fight you. I would take my 8-man, even if you're a 24-man and you're a PvEers. I take my 8-man over there. I don't let you kill my guards. I kill you. Right?
Well,
Yeah,
let's
but
look at it-
that splits up the fight though, right?
It does,
Well,
and I think there
that's
should
what
be
I'm
more
saying.
objectives, but you're never going to have a PvE focused objective that exists that's not PvP in
Yeah.
in this
Yeah,
game.
I
Like
think
in this game
I
at
agree
all.
with that.
Anywhere in this game.
You
Right,
can
like-
definitely do it
and that's
because
all right.
in the future we're supposed to have artisans repairing gear for people. So take away the siege blacksmith. Make a player have to sit there and repair gear for people.
Yeah. See, that would even feel great. That would even feel
That'd
great.
be fine.
Even though to me, I don't consider like the econ, like the artisan stuff. I don't consider that PvE. I consider that econ. It's like a the Triforce, so to say.
But
There's like the
even
PvP,
Yeah.
PvE, and econ. But
Econ.
like look at going back all the way to the Node War demo that we were able to start talking about the first time, where they were like, okay, you can talk about this testing,
Right.
where they had the God spike, right? And you could slow down their progress and impact their progress by going out and taking out these NPCs that were around that were really strong. But there were so many people that were hard focused on that God spike. You could run around and assassinate these NPCs, detriment the other team's progress without them even knowing that you were doing that, because they were so focused on the PvP objective, they forgot about the PvE objective. The castle
Right.
sieges, on the other hand, it's a giant dragon. How are you gonna forget that a giant dragon that can stomp your walls exists?
Well, also the castle sieges give, like, when you defeat those bosses, give you major buffs.
Yeah,
So
that's
like,
a major thing. Yeah, exactly.
I do have one point that I want to bring up when it comes to PvE, and that's there is supposed to be something that is kind of the equivalent to node sieges for PvE players, and that's the horde attacks. That's something that they've always been planning on doing. Is like
The monster
you have,
boys?
yeah, you like have a giant horde of zombies come in and attack the node. That's the PvE siege.
True.
true.
That's a very
Yeah.
good point. Hey,
But if
Gladys, welcome in.
if it's role limited, you'll run into the same issue that you ran into before. If it's person limited, right? I don't know if the horde events are meant to be, but if it's person
Let me
limited,
see.
you're going to have your best PvEers there, and your best PvEers almost certainly are going to be your best PvPers. That's just the way that it works in games like this, because it's
Right.
about armor, it's about playtime, it's about
No, it's absolutely
whether or
not.
not you can fight.
It's not the same
100%
thing.
it is.
Not at all. Nope.
100%.
As a PvE focused person, I can guarantee you I suck at PvP. I'm very medium at PvP. I am
No,
not
but I'm
amazing.
saying it
PvP.
doesn't go. It goes the one way. You're right. You can be good at PvP and bad at PvE.
If you're
You can be
talking
good
about
at PvE
gear,
and
it's
bad at
actually totally
PvP.
different as well.
You also skill different abilities in PvP versus PvE. Like
I
you
mean,
go
look at-
more
look
utility
at-
focused for PvP, but you do more damage focused for PvE.
Look at tank
a lot of
right
the
now, for
times.
crying out loud. You got to focus on con and like a bunch of different things, like a decent, like a tank setup for PvE, right? PvP, you forget all that stuff, gear totally differently, skill differently, choose 6 different skills and go strength focus in order to be a good tank in PvP.
But
Absolutely not the
thing,
same.
right?
None.
If
not
they
the
have,
same.
but listen. I'm not saying this. The builds are the same, but right. If a PvP player can make their own, like, right, they can make their gear. They can also make the gear that you're making, and they can also skill the way that you're skilling, and they can go and they can respec and they can do the same thing within because they're going to be telegraphed events. They're going to be known.
It's different strategies. It's like saying a good poker player is a good chess player. It's a different strategy.
Most
Totally different strategy.
Most players, most people who are really good at chess are going to be very good at poker.
No.
Yes.
Not at all.
No.
I guarantee you, not at all.
Way more often than not, absolutely.
I don't even think the analogy is relevant though. Like, they can be, but sure, you have one person that studies mechanics. You have one of like PvE mobs and like certain mechanics more than somebody that does like PvP. But like both people can just study the other thing for a specific event and get just as good. So I don't think the argument is. It's really
like sprinting and long distance running. They're both using their legs. They're both that need like intense training, but it's a totally different style. It's a different approach. It's different practice. It's different literal reflexes.
I think the analogies fail because you're playing with the same tool set. You're playing with the same, right? Like all of the things are available to both players equally in both situations. Nothing has changed in terms of what's avaable to you.
It's all about muscle memory and strategy.
You can say it's muscle memory and strategy.
Those two big things are huge.
But most of MMOs, most of succeeding MMOs, realistically, is decision making, right? Which persists through both.
Yeah, and one of them is long-term planning, and one of them is reflex.
Looking at the Node Siege wiki page, it seems like PvE players are meant to have more of an impact in preparation for the sieges, be it funding a siege or constructing siege weapons to support either the attackers or defenders in their siege. And I don't know if you guys feel like that is good enough, but it is a major part of the systems that need to be done prior to a siege happening, which is a bit more PvE focused than like, because sure, you could probably go out and fight, I don't know, Yellow, who came back with some Willow because you need Willow to make this like trebuchet, but it's primarily going to be done through your gatherers going out and cutting down things and your crafters making stuff to create the trebuchet or whatever other siege weapon they have. Additionally, I think there's something about like potions maybe being stocked and things like that. And from what I'm understanding, it sounds like Intrepid isn't expecting PvE players to do a lot of the preparation so that PvPers could do a lot of the fighting.
Mm-hmm. I can see that. And real quick, whilst people bubble that around in their brains, just pulled in Vladis. Welcome in, Vladis. Thanks for. I saw you chat and hang out for a little bit there. And then I don't know how long you were sitting in the stream queue, but I saw you and figured I'd drag you on down in.
No, you're good. I literally stepped into the middle of this conversation, so I kind of lost context up until I started getting the context as y'all were talking. So
no worries. Hello, Emu. Welcome in.
Was there a specific topic that you wanted to touch on while you were watching that you didn't get to?
Well, as someone who really enjoys PvE, right, and me and Vertec, I think we're of the same accord because I do value PvP, and I think from a PvPer's mindset, it's the PvEers don't understand, you know, when it comes to systems or the game, Ash's mechanics or whatever. And I think, you know, as much as Steven is throwing a huge bone to PvPers, like that's why I even asked Steven during my interview if like, why do you hate PvE Steven? You know, because I feel like the comparison just isn't equal, you know, and I haven't done a Node Siege. I haven't signed up for it because every single time they do something, I have plans. Like I can't, like,
don't you love really when that happens?
I know, you know, but I get to hear you lovely people talk about it and give y'all's opinions and stuff. And that's why I checked in, because it's a very important system. And when I hear you guys talk about it, I think PvPers are going to have a fun time in sieges and in castle wars and nodes and all that other stuff. But I do think that the PvE needs to be up to the same caliber, and from what I'm hearing, it's not. And I think, you know, to what reflexes, I think both PvEers and PvPers actually need very instant reflexes, because if you pull a little too much and then there's like a one-shot mechanic that could potentially happen, it could end your entire group. So I do think PvEers do need a little bit of reflex, but I understand why you were saying that, because as a PvPer, your reflex is not just in I accidentally overpulled, it's in every second decision into how do you move, into everything basically. Like as a PvPer, your Twitch instinct is paramount.
And it's more like a spectrum.
Shout out.
Oh,
Can I just give a quick shout out to all the clerics that know how to do purify heal off of the infected zombies, like in like a split second as they're about to fucking kill me? That's so good at, like, I love those guys that have piano fingers that can just do that instantly.
But yeah, just to give context to my statement on that, it's like if you look at a spectrum from 1 to 10, right? PvE is more preparation based, and it's less like instant reflex based, because you learn as you go, and as you learn, you kind of mark down, okay, this is what we need to look out for, and then you need to react in a moment for when it's coming in. But with PvP, it's less preparation, because you just need to look in your bag and you're like, I'm repaired, I got potions, I got buffs, I'm good, let's go, pow.
Well, it's preparing.
I think that's a gross oversimplification of PvP. I need to know if I have the right classes. I need to know if the person I know can do a Dark Lullaby bomb on my med.
How much preparation did today take?
Well, in terms of
did we demand that people change classes? Did we require people to change classes?
I can't control the teams, right? So
and it didn't matter either. We all had a great time, and it was an amazing PvP interaction that nobody dominated the other side, right? Am I right?
But it's like,
boom, point proven right there.
What I'm hearing
right there,
is
the thought that it took in that response proves that point.
I think you're dodging the point entirely, right? Like, there is a lot of preparation in terms of what goes into you as a PvP or PvPing effectively. If you're just going to say, hey, if we invite these random people, that's PvP. This is all PvP always. No, it's not. People aren't going to test a siege for. If I can't just post, hey, random people come to my thing. No, I have to organize with my guild. Are you going to organize 250 people every single time there's a siege that you're involved in, both defense and attack? Or are there going to be random people popping in saying, I want to join, and you have no clue who half that raid is? You have no clue who 125 of those 250 people are. Currently, with the numbers that they have, absolutely not. There will be, with the groups that I play in, and Glowy's can tell you the same thing. When guilds own nodes and when they are of a certain size, every single slot will be accounted for. Every single slot will be thought about and pondered over. What comp do we want to go with? What builds are we going on these comps? What are we playing towards? Are we playing for region? Are we not playing for region? Because those fights, part of why it was so difficult is because we're playing for a very esoteric goal for basically never losing anyone while we're in the marketplace, even though they have wave after wave after wave hitting us, and playing for region versus not playing for region. That changes dramatically on either side. And so because PvP doesn't have a set goal where it's, hey, if you kill the boss, if his health reaches 0, that's your win, because the goal is so further beyond, it's like you can do so much more, because you can play to survive, to kill their buildings, to, get every single objective on the map and farm them into the graveyard. Right?
So now you need to bet on the fact that, or the idea that the mayor is going to pick and choose the entire selection of the 250 people on that side of the battle. And if they can't, then all of your preparation is for naught, because you're not going to be able to pick 250 people randomly from a random group of citizens and choose the people that you want out of them. So therefore, all of your planning is going to be for a portion of the actual occurrence, like the actual event. It's going to be a portion of it. Let me give
a pared down example, because I think we're lost in the weeds of the siege. Okay. Even if I'm in an 8v8 tournament, I'm in an 8v8 tournament, like with my buds, right? Even then, I need to think about exactly how we're going to respond to certain strategy of the teams, and as the comps change, if they are one bard, if they're 2 fighters, if they're 1 tank, if they have these different strategies, and then what we're going to do.
Okay, so you're looking at tournaments. Tournaments is totally different.
Can I try and finish?
Sorry, no, you're fair. You're fair.
Depending on what the terrain looks like, what objective we're fighting over, so many different variables are moving, which is that a lot of it's the same in PvE, right? There's a lot of crossover between the two of them, but it is almost, you're pressing very similar buttons, and there are going to be some different buttons in PvE that you're going to press that you're not going to press in PvP, and vice versa. That's 100% true. But when it comes down to it, you're going to have that flexibility and familiarity with your character as a PvPer that the PvEer only, quote unquote, is not going to have, because they don't need that twitch reaction. And when you need it, you don't always need it in PvE, but when something bad happens, and when the encounter is difficult enough, and as the difficulty ramps up further and further and further, you can see this very easily in WoW. The very best PvEers, they're not the best PvPers. That's true. The very best PvEers in WoW, they're usually not the best PvPers, but they all can compete at an extraordinarily high level. They're all top 1% in PvP because it is so demanding, the PvE that they encounter. I don't know if you've seen the Race for World First stuff, but there's so many things you're managing there. You're effectively with a PvP encounter with the boss, and sometimes it's even harder than a PvP encounter because there's too many things to really track. And so you need that twitch, and you need that awareness, you need that flow state, and you need to have that peripheral view of the battlefield, which is the same exact PvP. I think when you make them hard enough, ultimately, what is it? You're fighting someone else, even if it's a monster, even if it's a person. If it's hard enough, it's the same shit. It's just the people with faster hands and faster minds, they're going to be better at everything that they do within the game.
Okay,
right?
so let me
here's my thing. Let me interject.
Yeah.
I think this argument is kind of pointless when you're talking about who's a PvE or who's a PvPer, because ultimately, to do everything in Ashes, you have to be a PvXer, where you have to do the econ, you have to do the mob grinding, and eventually you get all the gear that you need from crafting to do good PvP. And every player in the game that wants to compete at a high level is going to do that. And then also, we don't know how node sieges are going to pick players. We don't know if it's going to be the mayor picking things or if it's going to be first come, first serve. So I think the argument is pretty much invalid for all of this. Like, you can argue, and then it's all semantics is basically my point of view.
And one thing I did want to... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Clover.
Currently, it is first come, first serve. Second time around, I signed up for defense first. I had UI elements to kick people from defense team. Obviously, I didn't want to touch that. But that is an option. I hope they change it to mayors in the future, where mayors are the ones that automatically get assigned. But right now, you can pick people off to free up slots for other people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I guess to make a clarification on my statement, by the way, Yellow, to kind of agree with you on this, by the way, is that we kind of need to remove from discussions of that, like the top 5% of all players, because the top 5%, even almost the top 10%, but at least the top 5% are going to be good at both, like really insanely good at both, and all aspects of actually playing a character. And they're almost a whole different creature in themselves, because they're insane, they are maniacs, and nobody can really compete with them unless you are also in that top 5%.
No, I think we're on the same page there. That is true. I hadn't really looked at, because I'm sure they say that's the perspective that we take. Yeah. Right. Like if you're near the top, right? Like you think about the top, and that's our obsession. That's the only thing we think about. Mm-hmm. But I think there should be more compelling systems that aren't. I actually agree with you really wholeheartedly. I don't know if it should be in Siege, but the fact that there is not dedicated PvE in like a very present way right now, I think is the biggest failure of the game. The fact that there's no real reason. I think it should be through POIs and grinding. That's my personal point of view. I think it should be like going there and you're in Forge and you're really, really good at Forge, and that's valuable because you get a lot of glittering and you get a lot of weapons, you get a lot of recipes for your guild. I think that that's very cool. And I think that should be the case. And currently, there's not a lot of incentive to farm in Carfin other than leveling, to farm in Forge other than leveling. And I think that needs to be beefed up. It needs to be like the guy like Dusty. He never leaves Forge. And if we were in a better world, right, he would have fruits of that labor. That's like, oh my God, he's the guy with all the sick Forge weapons, and he's got, he runs the economy of the Forge.
Honestly, all they need,
how much glitter steel he has.
All they need is for artisans to be able to deconstruct that stuff, and then PvE people going in and collecting all these like greens and blues, turning them into deconstructed materials. They're going to be funding their crafters like crazy.
I cannot wait for the deconstruction.
Is that planned? Is that planned? I'm not a.
That was planned for phase 1. That was in phase 1, and we still don't have it.
I think the deconstruction and repair is in regards to gear, where we have gear degradation. I think that's kind of what they meant by that.
And then, the deconstruction as far as pulling it apart from materials, that was absolutely something that was stated before. And hi, Kenko.
Yeah.
But yeah, pulling
it
that
was
apart
meant
from
to be
materials.
for actual materials. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
'cause then
supposed
you
to
can-
break it apart, and then I think you should be able to learn how to make some stuff from it as well.
That'd be great too.
Yeah.
Like,
That'd be
cool.
awesome.
That's a cool idea.
like have a chance of learning a recipe for that just by tearing it
Yeah.
apart like a billion times, and you finally get the recipe. Like, oh my gosh, there it is, and I can make a balloon.
I-
And maybe
I
by
hate
that time
RNG. I think you should make it a choice. I think you should
Real-
make it a choice. RNG
really
sucks.
Quick, going back to the PvE thing, Triple earlier said, I like the idea of holding a scouting tower that holds a buff, like a city near the coast needs to hold the beach kind of thing.
So I was gonna ask a question here. Would you think that they could do a system like that with the relics to kind of offer PvE or something to do? Because the whole point of node sieges, Stephen kind of alluded to, was to steal other nodes' relics. I don't know right now in like the current build if it's even worth doing a node siege because it's so like kind of stressed with the benches and everything. Why would you want to destroy a bench unless you really wanted someone to destroy their bench because you wanted to build something else? But I'm wondering if that could be an opportunity to fit in something outside the game that you can prepare for the node. Let's say like you provide Marileth a really sick relic and that gives them a huge advantage in the attack or the defense of a node. But maybe the only way to do that is through PvE.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were supposed to get relics this phase and we never did. So I don't really know how it works.
But
They-
that
they
was
finally added the
tab
relic
in
menu.
Node
Yeah.
thing. Yep. And for those of you in chat, if you've yet to see the deconstruction information, I linked the wiki on the item deconstruction up in the Ashes chat within the Discord. So feel free to give that a perusal later. Warhorn, that'd be cool. It'd be cool to have PvP pylons which create a purple zone or something. Oh, hey, yeah, that'd be neat. So I suppose being in a siege already technically puts you in like a purple zone because you're already flagged against each other.
Yeah, I was thinking for like node wars for like military nodes.
Mhm.
There should be like a mayoral policy that governs a certain section that has like high resources to be a purple zone that you fight
Yeah.
over.
I would love to see node sieges be a little bit different depending on the type of like node it is, academic versus military, etc.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
They're
'cause I
not
know
allowed.
there's been a couple of node sieges for tests, and I know the
Mhm.
majority of you probably have done all of the testing for the node sieges. Do you feel like the system is going in the right direction? Do you feel like it's getting better, or do you
Oh,
feel
yeah.
like it's going
Oh,
One-
yes, absolutely.
Hands
I
down.
think
yes.
everyone echoed that.
I feel like it-
100%.
Yeah.
I feel like its
going
weapon is getting
backwards?
better every week.
Oh, okay.
Lie.
Okay. I was going to say
everyone-
everyone
everyone-
going backwards, and everyone's like 100%.
Oh,
Oh, my
no,
god, yes.
we've heard
Oh.
is it getting better, and then we started saying yes.
Yeah.
We talked
Just
about
to
this
be
earlier
clear.
when we were asking if we were like happy with the current state, and pretty much everyone was like, well, maybe not to be launched, but we really, really like the direction, and we really like how many pain points have been removed over the stages, and now new cool things are being introduced, which
Yeah, that
And how
reminded
quickly-
me. That reminded me. My input on that was actually I like the way it is currently, but we need more people, obviously, because they keep opening the sieges for more people to join in. They obviously need more people to test the sieges. So in that frame of mind, I think it's ready for production, live, whatever you guys want to call it, because that's where the people are, literally.
Yeah.
that's true. And currently, there's no node de-leveling associated with it, so it effectively is just a fight over an objective to get some scrolls and some
Yeah, if
XP
you
and
think
some
about
gold
it
back.
Yeah.
like that. But they need to take
Right.
away rewards. Rewards will be abused. But like if they move it to production.
Well,
But
I
like
can see it being
I don't
the
know.
potions.
Yeah,
Kinda
if they give it a decent cooldown, I think it would be all right, because I think the gold reward that I got today, I don't know about you guys, was 1 gold. It was
I got 400.
and it was
Oh,
experience.
I got
Oh no, no,
400
no.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
missed.
that
They
was-
gave
They give you
people
gold throughout the test.
we got
Okay,
like
okay.
450 gold given to us. I got 1 gold because I was watching it. I looked at it and I said I have 401 because I already spent 50 on the horse, right? So I had 400 and like change, and I clicked the thing and it gave me 1 gold out of the chest. But the
okay.
big thing was the
Which is-
potions.
That's
Yeah, the potions were
understandable.
huge.
1 gold is perfect for that.
Yeah.
No, but if you live on Vyra, that shit it's gonna get abused.
Like
You
I
gotta make
said,
sure
you gotta
that those
cool
are
down,
in
which-
check.
A cooldown seems to be the direction they're going with the other node wars and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Well, I was gonna have
And
to
they-
we saw it actually. We saw earlier, like you guys looked at the map, right? Like there was an icon on, I believe it was Jova, where it said,
had the
"Hey,
little bird on it,
cooling
yeah.
down, cooling down from the
Had like the
siege,
little dove
3
of
days,
peace.
something."
Yeah.
Yep. So they already have that in on some level. But what do you guys think? Should there be, because that's a good discussion. Should there be inherent incentives in, hey, you kill these guys' town, you can get some journeyman scrolls and some spell search potions? Is it good to incentivize constant warmongering?
I think the whole point of a node siege is to deconstruct it and rebuild it in your own form.
You're
I don't think
supposed
the
to
And the
rewards
avoid
are
storage,
steal
stuff
materials,
hits the
if I'm not
ground. Yeah,
and steal
you-
relics
Yeah.
and loot
Yeah.
them. So
Mhm.
right.
I don't
don't-
think the rewards are necessarily important because the goal is like looting it,
Yeah.
looting the node and their warehouses and their like drop
and
gear
getting rid of the
stuff like that.
competition.
Yeah.
Let's say if you're both trying to do journeyman whatever, and the other place gets to it first, and you're like, no, we want to make that kind of money, so let's
Yeah.
do it here.
Exactly.
What's the people like? So, what's interesting to me is the people that are sieging. If the node loses, the node is destroyed. But what is the people or the node that actually declares the node?
The
siege?
materials
What are-
for the scroll.
what- So how do you feel like it's comparable? Do you feel like
It's designed to be
Wait.
onerous. It's designed
Sorry, wait,
to be
what was the
onerous.
question? What was the question? Sorry.
Well-
If what happens to the loser? Like what?
What happens
no,
if
no,
the
no.
attackers lose?
Right,
Oh,
well, like
okay.
exactly, like because
Mm.
there's a huge. This is the thing I feel like the imbalance, right? When you talk about caravans compared to like attacker defender, the
Mhm.
defenders risk way more than attackers do. Do you feel like this node siege is kind of the same? Do you feel like the people, declaring the node siege is not really losing as much as the people for the node itself? You know what I mean? Like it
No.
isn't an actual
Yeah, so-
balance there.
I-
There needs to be an imbalance, I think. Sorry, go ahead, GB.
Yeah. I would say no, and it's actually written in the wiki as something that Intrepid stated already, and we are actively feeling it. It is already heavily weighted towards the defender because, after all, let's think about the end game here. You're going to lose your entire node if you fail at defending your node.
Right.
And
So-
if you're at least a level 3 node, the level 2 and 1 nodes that are vassaled below you will also be lost.
Right. I think his point was like for when you sign up to attack a node, what is their risk mitigation or something
Right,
like that.
because
it seems way
I think-
less. Where
Exactly, because
but I think there needs to be an imbalance, simply because getting to people to attack something is actually relatively difficult unless you're like on a PvP server that just like is bloodthirsty as hell. Most
Yes.
people are going to want to keep their artisan skills and all their buildings and stuff like that. There's going to be very little reason why they want to deconstruct nodes
They'll do that
on like
now.
a peaceful server.
Mm.
But
well, I just feel like there needs to be
but when there
something
are more
put in
nodes,
collateral.
What if
is
they
what I'm
put
saying.
like
Yeah.
a required minimum tax level on your node if you failed it to like recoup?
well,
I don't know what it
sieges and
is.
they're supposed to be resource heavy. Also,
Mhm.
we also have to think long term here. Imagine Halcyon attacks Miralith like 3 times in a row. Like you're as Miralith and other nodes around, you're gonna take notice of these guys constantly warring. That is your social reputation in game. Like, do we want these guys to be leaders of Halcyon if they're just gonna keep attacking the nodes close to us? Like we might want to all attack Halcyon or something like that. Like there might be like more social, like political things that are happening in game long term just because you're bloodthirsty and attacking.
So
siege-
two
or
things to say.
attacking
Two
nodes.
things to say about that. For one, we don't know how they're going to balance the requirements to declare a siege. Stephen has said that it's going to take a lot of materials and a lot of dedication by people of one node in order to declare war upon another node. So we don't know how that balance is going to work. It should be something severe, like let's say a third of the materials it would take to build a node, just to throw a random number out there. Who knows? But the other thing is what you were saying about reputation, Lloyd. That was something that Steven was betting money on, causing guilds to not be like highway marauders. But we've seen how well that turns out. Am I right? Do they? Do the guilds really care about getting a bad reputation about being a highway marauder?
Well, no, guilds don't
On
care
Vyra?
if they are the marauders, but there are guilds that do care about the marauders. So I think in that aspect, yes, he is correct.
I mean, we caught a lot of grief on Lilith for being marauders and changed course because of the social pressures. So.
And we saw some other guilds that didn't care so much that they went the other direction, that they slowly went up the hill to the opposite direction.
Absolutely.
And Vyra, from what I understand, is an even more Wild West situation. How many journeyman benches you got in Vyra, by the way?
I think we're pretty close to most every single node having one.
I
now.
got caught up now.
Every single node has one. Most have two, but not every one has.
Yeah, I think the
not
desert
everything's
nodes
max.
are catching up. But
yeah,
I mean, but realistically, what happened in Vyra is you had one marauder, or you had like 3 marauder guilds. Now you have 8. So like, yes, it does change how realms and how people like the reputation actually matters.
And to
still,
be fair,
despite
like those
people
guilds
not caring about being the villain, quote unquote.
The marauder guilds, at least to a certain point, gain fame and membership from it. From what I've noticed.
True.
I've only seen them get bigger, unless they get destroyed. Because they try to be the marauder and then they get shut down, and then their guild falls apart because they attracted the marauder type personality and they couldn't deliver on the actual dream of it.
100%.
Well, the other thing I was gonna say is the reason why I said that the attackers are feeling equal in terms of what they're giving up is because of how weighted it is for the defenders. If it was as neutral as a caravan was, because that was one of the things that was brought up, I would say no. I feel like the attackers are losing a lot less than the defenders would be. But because it is heavily weighted, I almost would venture to say I feel like maybe caravans should be more heavily weighted as well towards the defenders to make it a little bit more even, because you are losing your entire caravan and everything inside of it.
You should be unattackable. You should be entirely unattackable within your caravan. You should not be able to be touched while sitting within your caravan. It used to be that way. It should be that way again. You should be slow and they should be able to hit you. And if you don't think that you can PvP that person, like you're gonna have to wait for backup. That's the name of the game. That makes sense. But currently, where you can just hit someone off, I feel like that's far too unfair to the people who don't want to PvE, don't want to
Completely
PvP.
agree.
I think that they should be protected. As the person killing the caravans, I think that they deserve rights. I want it to be harder to kill them. Right? It should be harder to do on your caravan
stuff is cooked right now. Do you guys?
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing that the team needs to do, I think this needs to be on priority, is to add a respawn timer on death. Because right now in a caravan battle, if you get zerged by a bigger guild, this happened to our guild, and you're next to an Ember Spring, they are just throwing their bodies at you for about 40 minutes. And they can respawn. You can't even do that in a node siege. In a node siege, there's a respawn timer, right? They added that. Why not in the open world, right?
Yeah.
So it becomes a total shit fest on the caravan. You're a smaller guild. Let's say you're a smaller guild, but you're actually really good. You can wipe out a Zerg, and then they can just be right there in 30 seconds again before you can even ration, because there's no respawn timer. So like I think the team needs to like desperately needs to add, you die once, 5 seconds. You die twice, 10 seconds. Exponentially increase, so that doesn't happen, because you're cooked if you fight in your Ember Spring on a caravan event.
And just to throw a random curveball in this bit of conversation, just to throw a random curveball in there, Sinflow mentioned, at this point it's more profitable for big guilds to run their own large caravan migrations than just run around picking out small time solo caravans. And to add on to that, talking about respawn timers, it'd be more beneficial to make bigger caravans, right? Like put more money into it to make it more, to add more health to it, add more defense. But both of those just draw more attention, right?
Yeah, but you also get a bigger payout. But I was also going to say for attackers, another cost is I'm sure that siege weapon equipment and siege repair kits are not cheap. So I mean, that's another cost to attack.
And you lose a resource every time you go in, right? Whereas like caravan, I'm my attacker, I don't have to have a caravan war deck. You know, I'm just come up, I'm gonna hit you in the face, right? Like that feels fine, because why would I need a war deck to hit a caravan? But then it should be logically way more favored to defender, right, than it currently is.
It should 100%.
Yeah.
Honestly, Seeger says the whole anti-respawn tactic was supposed to be broken gear, but since they nerfed broken gear to promote PvP, the respawn problem came back. And then Ashtak said, skip the respawn timer, put a revive limit. For example, you flag as an attacker, you get 2 lives. If you die twice, you can't flag as an attacker again.
That's something that what Delta Force does for their siege, like their warfare mode. It's like you have attackers versus defenders, and defenders have infinite lives, attackers have like 300 at the beginning, and then you have to take 2 objectives, and once you get both of those objectives, then you move on to the next 2 objectives that are like kind of like, say you're in the outer city, then you break the walls, those are the next 2 objectives, and then you like go in and break buildings, those are the next 2 objectives. And each time you get an objective, like you move on to the next stage, you get like plus 100 lives. So like you can die 100 times over and over and over as long as you keep advancing to the next stage by the time you die that many times. But if you're just throwing bodies as the attackers, then you might just get fended off. And you know, as a defender, I have X amount of lives that I just need to kill, and I can throw my body as the defender onto the attackers, and it doesn't matter because I have infinite revives. So I mean, like that's something that I think is pretty cool.
I think if they were to do so, like how I would kind of see it is if you get like 3 strikes you're out kind of thing. So once you sign up as an attacker, you can revive 3 times. So if you die, respawn back, and then once you've died 3 times, you the little box where you're an attacker, you're no longer flagged as an attacker anymore. So you are green. And so if you attack another player, even though you may flag yourself as a combatant to like do other outside stuff, but if you go back to that caravan stuff, it'll still treat you as if you were green. And if you kill someone, you become corrupted. You know, if they did something like that to where
that's a great idea. That's a fantastic idea, honestly. Like having a respawn limit, like give the attackers a real disadvantage. Yeah, right. That's a sizable one, but I think that feels fair.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, you know,
somebody changed my mind on something.
Developers are like, I hate you for trying to make me develop that. Like that's it. Just sounds like a pain. I don't think you would. It sounds cool, but I
don't think you would be that big of a big pain in the ass, to be honest with you. I think again, if you just, because when you sign up as an attacker, you then just got to basically say like, as you are marked as an attacker towards this specific caravan, like you get 3 shots. You know what I mean? So again, that's also kind of playing into the attacker mode, because think about this in the sense of an assembly line. Like if you die, like let's say, I don't know, I'm just gonna make a, don't hate me, but let's say Barcode, right, has 15 caravans, you know, and you come up as an attacker, and you want to flag as an attacker because let's say you and your guild are gonna go and attack Barcode's caravan. If you sign up and you attack all 15 caravans and you die 3 times, that means you can no longer attack Barcode anymore. You know what I mean? Like for all, so basically
the mechanics would then be very difficult, because then if you flag on the first caravan, right? You flag on the first caravan, and then the first and then you die 3 times, and then you go to the next one, and then you can die 3 times, you go to the next one, you die 3 times.
Well,
yeah, the new meta is I'm gonna run 65 caravans. Good luck. You have 3 lives.
Well, see, you know what's funny is I think Vladis, you may have been part of the crew that kind of persuaded my opinion earlier on. I know for a fact that no one else and Nice, they definitely had sway on it because we had conversations on it. But when there was the first announcement of caravan details, like actual details about it, there was a discussion about, you know, risk versus reward, and there's none for attackers and so on and so forth. And they put forth the idea of, well, defenders just need more incentive to defend is what it is. Because if you incentivize defenders to jump in, you're going to have more people defending, which means the attackers have more resistance, which now it might not be worth their time.
I agree, but disagree that is the solution for attackers. I do think that defenders need incentivization to be defenders, but that doesn't mean that attackers don't need anything either. You know,
well, the incentives exist there. They're if you share the goals of this person, right? Like if you want that person's caravan to succeed, do we think there should be rewards beyond that? Like I'll defend a caravan if I want that caravan to move, right?
Well, no, look at it this way. So the attacker, there could be a random attacker that just jumps in because, well, hey, I could crowbar that shit and run away. No problem. I can get that money. I don't even need to have an agreement with the other attackers. I get a benefit. I can crowbar that shit and I can run while they're summoning another caravan. But the defenders, like, they need something, or else they're just like, I'm just gonna fight because I want to fight, and that's it. No, I'm gonna go somewhere else.
Every scalp they take from a caravan attacker, give them a resource. Give them a resource as a result, right? Like and then they go turn it in for glint, or for actually glint. Turn it in for glint, caravan attacker scalps.
Give them a modifier on their
especially if it's only 3 each. But you could give them a literal item from killing. The incentives right there. If you kill an attacker,
insignia.
Yeah. They can make an insignia, they can make whatever. But you take an insignia off someone's body, and then you go turn that in. I'm a defender. I'm a good guy. I defended from the bandits. And you go to the mayor and say, hey, look.
Right. I was under the impression there's supposed to be guilds involved in this, like role playing guilds, the Highwaymen and the Caravansery defense, and they have their own separate skill trees. I'm pretty sure that's the end goal with caravans. So you can level up your progression tree in defending caravans. It's supposed to give you stuff. Vice versa, if you're leveling up as an attacker, you get other kind of, I don't really know what the system's supposed to be, passives or armor, skills, recipes, but there is a progression being tied to caravans, if I'm correct, right? That we haven't seen yet.
There's a lot
abilities.
For it.
Like, you're supposed to have abilities for the caravans as
On
well
the caravans,
as.
that's true.
I think also guilds, when you level up the guild system, it's supposed to give you more defensives, and that might carry over to defending caravans as well.
Yeah, but I think there's actually supposed to be like a separate skill tree that players access, whether the defenders or attackers, and you level that up based off if you are going on defending caravans or if you're attacking.
I think my biggest thing is that I still want attackers to have risk. They have plenty of reward and no risk. And I think defenders need to have incentivization, because for me, you can make the argument, right, that, oh, well, reputation, right? Because if I belong to X guild and I see Y guild and I go and defend them knowing I'm probably not going to get anything, they're like, oh, well, this person's cool. Maybe if I see them next time, I'll help them out, or I'll, hey, like, what do you want? You know what I mean? Like, I'm a herbalist. Like, do you need any herbs since you helped me do a caravan? Like, you can make that argument, but I still believe that the game, whether it's like a caravan commission that you can take once a day that gives you an incentivization of experience, some gold, or even your choice of materials, that the commission rewards you. And then if the people want to reward you even further, that's up to the caravan rider. But I think the attackers, which is I think the biggest issue.
Yeah, I don't know what risk would look like.
Well, I think imbalance is needed for the attackers so that like people actually attack people. Like, otherwise, if there's too much for risk for attackers to attack something, they're just not going to attack them. They're just going to run their own caravan.
What if you add a cost to the actual flagging up? Sorry.
At a cost.
Go ahead.
Like to flag up, you would have to like pay I don't know, like 25 silver, 1 gold, something like that, and then it's like that gets added to their total at the end if they successfully defend you.
Are you talking about? Yeah. I don't think flagging is that. So when you click as an attacker on the little caravan UI thing, if that had a cost to clicking attacker, like whether it's a glint cost or whether it's a materials cost, or even maybe
what if you give attackers XP debt? Would that be enough?
At one point they did that.
I don't know. It feels like EXP debt doesn't really feel like.
I don't feel like that's enough.
Disincentive right now.
Gear durability. Make it more costly for an attacker so they can attack less times before they have to return to town and repair.
I think that would be almost like lives in a sense, right? Because if you took 50% more durability damage and you died 3 times, it's like you're not going to be affected because your gear's basically broken at that point.
And I will real quick, just to like randomly comment on the experience debt thing, because even Satsuma said that experience debt is useless at max level, but it does degrade your actual effectiveness.
Gives you stat dampening.
If it were to be
adjusted, is real.
Yeah, if it were to be adjusted to a point where it actually feels impactful more so than like PvE or other, I mean, not saying PvE is weak, but just to make it more impactful, to make it more of a risk to actually attack somebody else's stuff instead of random boss or whatever, then I think that might actually be a decent risk, because you're at least limiting how many times you can jump into there, and then you need to go kill some things to gain some experience debt back, and then you can find the caravan again and try to go after it again.
Also,
we're
to go back
ignoring-
a little bit earlier in the conversation, real quick, when we were talking about players having insignias or something like that, today I learned that all Varens have dog tags, which is kind of cool.
Cool.
Like Escape
what?
from
Yeah,
Tarkov,
the
when you
metal
kill a
thing.
player, you get the dog tags. You have
Yeah,
to loot it off the player.
You say that's a
that'd
thing,
be cool.
Yeah.
or you're
Well,
hoping
no,
that's
I
a
mean
thing?
it's not a thing right now, but it could be. You know.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay,
That'd
yeah,
be funny.
that'd be okay,
That'd be
okay.
cool.
I can
Because
see
like
that. Yeah,
all
yeah.
your dog tags, when you turn them in at the end, you can just get like extra like multiplier bonus for like.
I mean,
gold
I'm
or
just
something.
saying that's how the reputation could end up being a thing. Is if let's say that you collected dog tags from somebody you slain and you took it to your node to turn in, and your node just happened to have negative experiences with that person, that named person, and so many people have voted for it that now you get a cut of the treasury if you turn in that dog tag. So now that person becomes hunted actively by the bounty hunter system or other, to where their dog tag just keeps getting hunted over and over and over and over until the
Oh yeah,
reward
like
becomes too
well-known
minimal.
bandit.
Yeah.
It affects like the player reputation. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
kind of
like that.
like an
You know-
actual
Cool.
game-driven reputation.
That's really cool. That would be really cool.
Did you know that there's actually going to be world reaction to negative player behavior? So if you're one of those people that are going constantly corrupted and things like that, eventually you will be kind of on for a lack of a
shit
better
list.
terminology, an NPC shit list, where you'll get higher like taxes,
called
and
blight?
some people might not even sell to you anymore, things like that.
that's
Ooh.
awesome.
Rough.
Yeah, it's blight.
Rough. I do think we're ignoring the risk inherent to the attacker, in that they have to complete the caravan, right? In order to get any in this current implementation, if they don't then put down their own caravan and risk themselves.
One problem with that,
You can be
The-
a dick and use the crowbar.
I
Yeah,
hate the
that's just-
crowbar system.
I don't think crowbars
That's just
should currently
saying fuck
exist at
you
all.
to the defender,
Yeah,
because
you're-
like, you're
I'll
like,
just
I
rolling
get
it up.
nothing from this. So
I'll just throw
Yeah.
this
screw your
out.
commodities.
I'll just throw this out as my one single negative experience with actual pirates thus far has been when there was a decent sized caravan running with our alliance. Some guilds had banded together to attack us along the way, and I happened to be late joining the party, so I was going a different route because there was a massive battle going on in the middle of the map, and I was like, I'll just go south, right? And actual pirates rolled across my caravan, destroyed it, demolished it, and it must have been like 30 seconds, just wrecked it. There was like 12 of them, and they just deleted it. But they just crowbarred my stuff before I could even respawn.
Yeah.
They
mean, if
You have
deleted
the
it and
worst
crowbarred it.
luck with caravans, Vertex.
I was like,
you
you
need some
gotta
help.
be kidding me. They
He
didn't even
does.
want the loot. They just wanted to destroy a caravan. That was it. But
What?
that's my
If-
one bad
if-
experience with them so far.
If you think about it, if they remove the crowbar system entirely, and as an attacker, you knew the only way to actually get the crates was to actually plop your own caravan down, and then thus now we can be.
I don't think it would do anything because you're still just going to kill their caravan to piss them off.
Well,
And leave it
also
there.
you're gonna want to
Right.
make respawn beacons a material instead of an item. I
Yeah,
think those should
yeah.
be a material.
Like a craftable thing too at that.
But I don't think that's a bad way of doing it. I feel like that levels the playing field. It's kind of like at that point commodity tug of war.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, because if you think about it, for how much it is to make a caravan, if they pop down a caravan because they killed my caravan and now we go and kill their caravan, I just lost all my caravan resources. They lost all their caravan. It's like we're exchanging resources back. We're just
Yeah.
depleting them entirely. So
And
it's
I think that would
Gold
feel
Even-
better.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what it would feel better to the gamer, because they know I just tit for tatted you basically in that sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I mean, I think it's worth looking at too, because I don't know. I kind of agree the crowbar system is kind of trash. Not gonna lie.
Just
I
saying, make
honestly-
the beacons craftable so artisans are making money on it too. There's another gold sink to it
True.
because it's materials going into making them.
Yep.
That too. But
I
I,
agree.
mean, if you removed the crowbar today, would it really
Nope,
affect anything?
nothing would change.
Like
It would
negatively?
affect the vultures. You know, the people that run up and they like ninja the loot just before like you can get the caravan to it.
Yeah.
It would
Mm.
affect them,
There-
which I don't want to. Like that's kind of cool gameplay in a sense, but at the same time it is annoying. So I don't know.
Well, if you're gonna
I
allow...
literally think it's just stopping because I think it's a form of griefing. In its current state, it's a form of griefing. You are literally destroying a caravan and saying, oh, you probably ran like 17 to 30 gold worth of commodities, depending on like where your location destination is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just saying, fuck you, and I'm making 17 silver off of it. Like, like
And you're also
that's all you're
event.
doing with the crowbar right now.
You're ruining the event for everyone. You have called it. It's a stopgap, right? You're just calling, hey, now the event's over. Now all the resources that we're fighting over, they're gone now. Haha.
It's a Nina moment, is what it is.
Yeah, it is, and it feels.
Don't underestimate
it feels bad.
spiteful PvPers, dude. They'll do it to get back at your guild, to get back at you. They'll mess with your stuff in grief. It's just how the game kind of functions.
But
I think Steven kind of wants to facilitate that kind of drama too a little bit, to keep content going.
Does crowbarring the crates flag you for PvP?
No,
because you're in a caravan event. In a
caravan event. Yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as you can crowbar something, you're out of PvP.
But you know what would make sense? You know what would make sense? If crowbarring at all, just in general, you could keep crowbarring in, and if the corruption system were, because I was talking with some people, I'm not sure if this is true, this is hearsay, but they were saying, oh, the corruption system eventually is meant for you to be able to kill multiple people until now you're corruption level 1, and then you can be killed. Maybe it would just give corruption, right? Give it partial corruption whenever you do that, because you are just, you're doing the exploiter, you're doing the griefer thing, and when you flag up and kill a non-combatant, you're doing the griefer thing. Let corruption be associated with the griefer thing. Right? Why not?
Yeah.
Blight them. If you crack too many caravans, you're blighted. Why? Because you're a fucking menace.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and see, that's the thing is there's been the mention from Intrepid that it's currently overtuned. The corruption system is overtuned for testing. I think it feels all right personally, because there are still people that go corrupted and they don't care. But I haven't personally I haven't felt the need to fight somebody just for shits and giggles and go corrupted.
Except
100% would go corrupted way more if my items weren't so valuable. Like the items I have on me. Like if I wasn't running around in my gear and like there was a lot of stuff in the economy and the economy was bountiful and I could like it's all inflated and I can just like have my F around PvP set. Oh, I'm going corrupted all the time because some of these guys in the open world, man, I look at them and I'm like, I just want to kill you, dude. I don't know why.
With this test, I saw, Tribri, that you added a Reddit post about ranger changes that were on the PTR. Did y'all get to experience those ranger changes?
Yes.
Sauce did.
So was our ranger.
Can you talk about that? Because I really want, when I read it, I'm trying to picture what that experience would be, because I hate ranger right now. It is so bad. I mean, I'm speaking strictly from PvP.
You are a glorified vine bot.
You don't like vine field class, bro?
I as a PvEer, as someone who does rotations, I think it has the worst rotation. It is the worst feeling class when grinding, in my opinion. Especially playing a fighter. Fighter feels like a ballet. It feels awesome. It feels great. But as a ranger, the constant knockbacks, the constant charges and casts, it's terrible, man. So how was this experience for the changes for ranger? I'm really hoping
the hunts and the mark make more sense, but so there wasn't any way to use the focus. So as of right now, it seems like it's just giving you the 15%. Honestly, I didn't even test that because, well, how am I supposed to test it against something that I don't have?
Right. But it was that new
over time, like you just lose focus, I'm assuming.
It didn't. It just stayed.
What about salvo?
When you're out of combat, it does degenerate.
Did it? Okay. Huh.
Yeah.
Salvo, wasn't that the ability you get now?
Yeah, it has 6 charges. They build up every 3 seconds, and then I mean, it was like a barrage, a little slower, but it did about the same amount of damage.
Okay, was it instant cast like barrage, or is it?
So you use it, it expends all the charges it has.
Okay.
So if you have 4 charges because you waited 12 seconds after fully using it, then you only use 4 charges, basically.
Yeah, and basically
you charge for finisher, I think.
Shot.
Combo, you get another charge back. So it's meant to be like a weave with your melees, which I think makes sense.
I'm
yeah,
just curious.
it needed another button. Like the Rangers have been.
Okay.
It's probably the lowest count of buttons to click or do anything with. So.
Right.
Okay, so Ranger.
I swear Cleric has no buttons.
So Ranger,
Oh.
is it an ability that gets you the super fast, like you fire 100 arrows in like 2 seconds, or is that just your?
Barrage.
Okay,
Barrage
so
was base kit.
So-
but with this,
I guess there's also
looks like they're moving
Scattershot.
it to tier 2.
what if Barrage had like a terrible accuracy rate and focus impacted your accuracy?
It does. It does have a shit accuracy rate.
Okay,
I
so
don't
what
think
if
it's
focus
supposed to,
was
but it just has
how?
a normal accuracy rate,
It
which is
always
bad.
misses. It always misses because that is a free stamina bar every time you dodge roll that ability. And so every single person on Earth, I see it Raj on me. I say, "Thank you, Mr. Ranger. I appreciate the full stamina bar, Mr. Ranger, sir.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hit my space bar.
if
I'm
people
gonna
would dodge
this."
roll when Barrage starts, I mean, they'd get their stamina back.
You can even
So what-
react
what
when
if
it
that
starts
was a
hitting you,
thing?
right? Like
I think Ranger slept on me. I don't think it's as bad as people saying.
What if every point of focus
it's
you
not
had gave you an extra
bad, it's-
percentage of accuracy? So that
That
if you
would make
hit like actually like 100 focus, you maxed out your focus, and you had
You
actual
can
like
hit
it would
people on dodge
hit.
rolls. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd
So
be
your
cool,
dodge roll,
actually.
your dodge roll puts your evasion at 100%. Plus, you get extra evasion for like stat tree that you have, and also your
So
armor
then-
and index. So I mean, like technically, people can be at like 130% evasion, and if you're not over, like you're not like super dexed out, or like you don't have a ton of accuracy, you just miss
Stagger.
whenever they dodge.
So make some
But-
counterplay to it. So Barrage is a held ability. As long as you hold it, it keeps firing. If you stop holding, it stops firing. So if somebody dodge
I like
rolls, you
that.
stop holding, and when you start holding again, it continues firing, but at less
like
accuracy
that.
because you wasted some of your focus on the first couple shots.
I like that.
I will say this though, they also changed the ammo armaments, whatever they're called now.
Oh,
So-
what are those?
Well, the weighted.
Yeah,
for
weighted
adding
barbed and
snare.
concussion.
And concussive.
Concussive
concussive.
actually looks like it hits on everything now instead of just a 50% chance, which was silly.
Oh, that's good. That's
yeah.
good.
I have
I
like
think they trimmed out some of the abilities that it could trigger off of. I didn't get a screenshot of it, so I'm kind of low.
For class
Yeah.
design, I wish Intrepid would get rid of RNG and make it like 100% and then just dole down the power. Like it just make it, it's way more balanceable that way.
I hate RNG as well, especially on the Bard. But I can talk about that later. But for Ranger, I think I maybe have almost 2,000 hours in this game. I did not know that a Ranger can channel snipe while camoed and just like delete you.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
can't see them. That happened to me. I was like, what in the hell?
Well, you can still see the arrow. The arrow is like
couldn't-
bright green.
Your
Yeah,
screen
I mean, I
also
couldn't
most
see
of the
it. Like this
time-
guy did it right in front of me and like took my head off. And I was
You
like,
have to-
oh my
Oh,
God.
To dodge snipe anyway, you have to dodge the snipe before it comes out. You cannot dodge a snipe. It is already in the air. It does not work. But note this, all of you. This usually happens. Sometimes it bugs. But if your screen starts to zoom in, it'll start when you get sniped. Your screen almost always, it's a bug if it doesn't happen. Your screen will zoom in, your FOV will increase, and the screen will slowly shake, and it'll shake more and more. And then right when it's about to hit you, if you dodge roll as the screen shake goes up, you can time it with it and you can dodge roll properly. But it always screen shakes you unless the ability glitches out, camo, errors, etc. Like sometimes it won't show up, but usually the screen shake is still in, which is cool.
I feel like
I like that.
what Ranger misses is instant procs. Like if there was abilities that had procs that you can instantly cast, like there's just so much charge or
we did
wind
talk
up.
about it.
It's so bad.
The
dude.
cast
Like
times are bad.
it's
Also,
just
there's no
it's
interaction.
clunky.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's no
lack of interaction sucks. Like you look at Rogue,
Dude.
and Rogue is like you can flurry thrash, backstab, acrobat, feint, finisher, finish, stab, double strike, and then like refill. You can
I actually
crazy
think-
combos. And Ranger's like, I press my scatter shot.
I actually think
Yeah.
a lot of the archetypes are like that. Where
They're
like,
all
the,
like
the,
that.
the- like the animations just seem a little bit slow.
Bard and Rogue are probably the two, and again, the classes that Bucky designed are very ability
Rogue.
interactable. There's a lot of synergies between abilities, but there
Yeah.
really isn't any synergies with pretty much all the other classes. Like every ability is very
Distinct.
self-defined. Yeah,
Yeah.
very
There-
contained.
There are
You're just
two.
pushing. Or go
There are
ahead, I'm
two
sorry.
pairs of abilities on tanks that have synergies, but they also feel like you have to use them together. and that's there's a knockdown or a trip, and then an ability that is a guaranteed crit when you trip. That's how you have to do damage as a tank. Yeah, you have to. Those two always, every single time as a tank, you have to use them together, or else you're not doing shit for damage. And the other one is the
slam.
No, I mean slam can be used with pulverize as well, but the Indomitable Spirit.
Yeah.
That gives you the health boost and the extra health incoming, and
absorption field or shake it off.
Those help. Yeah, shake it off. That's the one that gives you the actual health boost back. It gives you actual recovered health back. Those two you have to use like one after another, and then after that you could toss like a either the intercept to give somebody else a shield based on your max health, or the giant disco ball that gives everybody a shield based on your max health. Like they have to be used together. It's not even like they could be used together and they will help each other. No, the second one is nowhere near as impactful without the first one. It just isn't.
I think tank needs like a Reinhardt ability. I think they need like an actual like giant whole redesign. Shield. I think like an essential feature of the class, it should be that you are like you hold up your shield and there's like a wall around you that everyone can legit stand behind, and then it will fall like Braum from League of Legends. There should be a Braum shield.
I love that
on tank, because that'd be so sick. Because it's like,
that's what like Reflect is supposed to be.
Do you remember? Like
it's only for one ability instead of a held ability.
I'll be honest, Yellow, I did not hear your name or see your name until the siege testing, so I have no idea how long you've been around the scene. But at one time, Aegis was that. Instead of being a bubble around the tank, it used to be a frontal shield that you had to direct towards damage, and any damage incoming from that direction, people could stand behind you and be protected from. They changed it now.
That is peak class fantasy. Like you look at Rogue, and Rogue is peak class fantasy for Rogue. You look at Bard, peak class fantasy for Bard, right? Like you are a dashing tomato throwing sicko.
I disagree.
Really, you don't think so?
2,000 hours on Bard. I
cannot go back to Cleric.
I could go on for hours on Bard.
People are trying to put me back. Like I'm in Cleric jail forever. They keep trying to put me back. Bard is I can think in 8 dimensions. Like there's so much shit to do on Bard. Like I have so like I can go lullaby mezbomb people. Like I have so many self combos. Like, I can heal like a complete sicko. Like
do you ever even use your instrument? What do Bards do? They sing and use instruments.
Bro, I'm constantly drumming. I'm that drummer boy. I'm counterpointed up. I'm fucking swapping melodies constantly.
Where's my speech?
Look, he's in drum line.
Giving a speech.
You know what the Bard fantasy
I'm
is
shot calling. When I'm on Bard, I'm shot calling. I'm giving the speech. The speech is grab, go the fuck in, people. Like that is the monologue. Okay, I feel. And when I'm bro, you cannot say it is a lie. Okay, to say that power sliding into hitting someone with a cello into a tomato in the face to kill them is not peak Bard on some level. So you can say there are other aspects.
It's a violin,
right? For sure. It's so big. I'm pretty sure it's a cello.
No, it's not a violin.
It's like
it's a fiddle. To be specific, it's a fiddle.
Oh,
a fiddle is a style of violin playing, but yes.
Yeah.
So he is more concerned with
it's a big ass.
But I will agree with you. So I think there is a good argument for some of the elements of Bard being clunky, and so it is maybe not peak class fantasy. But Rogue, I think we all can agree after playing it for a little bit, especially with the grappling hook. You feeling like Spider-Man? That feels to me peak of all peaks, and I think a lot of the classes are close there. Cleric feels almost insane. It's almost really good. It just needs like 1 or 2 like interactable things. Like it needs more.
If I were to slightly change his statement, maybe you might agree with it. So when compared to other games iterations of a Bard class, Intrepid's version of Bard currently is peak.
I think it's too mage-like feeling, and not. I would prefer it. It's just not. I think
a Bard is a caster. Right,
it's a caster, yes, but I wish it played a little bit more comedic, a little more zany, goofy. It's somewhat there with like dance energy, with the dancing and flourishing, and you're just sipping around. But Bucky, I asked Bucky at PTR about some stuff with the Bard, and he is thinking about changing some huge things that the community of Bards really want. For example, removing resonance off of the auto attacking requirement and having it targetable. that is a very big possibility that could be coming with Bard, and that would drastically alter how Bard is played in a
All
good
of
way.
the bards hate that though. Like Bard,
I
love that. I love that.
If you go on the
think it's
forums,
awesome.
most of the Bards, including me, I've been playing since pre-alpha.
I think.
hate that.
Wait,
I hate
what
outside
what
auto
don't you?
attacks.
What don't you like about it?
When they added Fortissimo, you couldn't auto attack if you wanted to use it, and being able to toggle it on and off is something that's needed in order to charge stacks for Fortissimo.
So meaning that, exactly that too. Meaning that you would have a separate ability to proc your resonance and not rely on the weapon combo finisher, which is much more skill expressive than I hold Q and I hit him 3 times and I do something. How about now? There's a cast time. Maybe you gotta think now. Do I get this guy mana? Do I get this guy healing? Do I spend my resonance menacing like shock dump on this person? I gotta cast now, and Bucky is considering it heavily. So I'd say look out in the future that might be removed from the auto attack requirement.
I hope they don't do that.
I mean that's the thing I'm thinking
most of the
about,
Bards
like
want it.
weapon
Most of the
skills
Bards
and
want it, dude.
weapon
Most
skills
Bards
in
are
general,
quick,
like the extended finishers and stuff. It always feels, except for like mage using wands where they're proccing like they're volatile or they're chilled or whatever. Almost everyone else, like proccing your extended finishers just feels like a coincidence and not intentional.
Can I talk about something real quick? I'm so sorry, but Lloyd, you brought up the biggest bane of my existence, and I might be the pariah on this particular subject, but I hate the basic weapon attack in Ashes of Creation. I hate it.
Too.
It is the most, feels like you're forcing 2 combat styles and having to mesh them together. I don't like it. I've tried to like it. I think it in some classes it feels okay to do. In other classes it almost feels entirely neglected. I don't know what Intrepid is going to do on this, but I've talked to a lot of people about it, and I've gotten some people that say, "Oh, I dig it," and I like it as a concept. I like it on paper, but playing with it, I just don't like it. Like I think it's really terrible.
Does it
I don't
feel
like. Well,
is it because it feels clunky to you? Is that the reason? Does it feel slow? Right?
I think the tab overpowers it. So like, if you're gonna allow the tab like auto attack enabled, then there's no real reason for you to have the basic attack. But otherwise, I think basic attack is I like basic attack. I think basic attack is really, really cool. I have it keybound to my mouse button 4.
You should have it off of Q. Everyone should have it off of Q. It should be easy to press, I think. I have it on a foot pedal.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
You should get
I have it on
best foot
my
pedal on
mouse
the
button
market.
4.
$35.
It's super easy. But like I really, really love the basic attack ability, but it feels. I wish it was more like I weave my auto attacks rather than I need
That's
to hit 4
That's
consecutive once.
The rogue can leave auto attack with flurry and thrash, and it feels fucking amazing. And that feels like a class that needs to auto
But
attack.
those are abilities. Yeah.
I feel like, especially with, you have a finisher, a deadly finisher, an extended deadly finisher. You tell me how to identify that on a short bow on the Ranger. Tell me when it starts.
Dude, it is so
when
hard.
It finishes.
Yeah.
Like, and that's my issue. Like, if I'm trying to gauge these attacks and trying to properly let something finish, how do I even know when it finishes, when it started? It's annoying. It's so annoying to deal with.
What the hell just happened?
And it's not just the Ranger, but it's like a lot of classes, even with like a greatsword on the fighter, like you kind of feel like, oh, I just procced my deadly finisher. Oh, it's an extended deadly finisher, and now I'm back. Like you kind of see it on the slower weapons. But even then, it's like I don't feel it's truly impactful in a lot of ways. It's like, oh, I got an extended deadly finisher off. Whoop-de-doo. Like hit your other button, dude. Like
there should be more indication for it. Yeah.
Well, I mained a fighter in phase 1, which I really regret maining Ranger in phase 2 because I primarily PvE. You know, I do a lot of PvE content. I mishmash in some PvP, and I'm not trying to say that Rangers are kind of a powerhouse in PvP. They really, especially with Vine. Like Vine is it's crazy. But I what I don't like about the basic auto attack is that I feel like I'm fighting between two forces. They don't synergize, in my opinion. You have to do one and then go back to the other. Do one, go back to the. You're fighting between this weird. Just it's not a flow. Like I don't know how to describe it. It's just I'd rather just have it feel like one system, but it feels like two entirely different combat systems that we have to just work together.
So what you're looking for
you're gonna
is
love
like
my next video because that's all I talk about. Is I talk about weapon skills and power scaling and Ashes of Creation, how much I hate it. So you're gonna love my next video. So.
Love it, Lloyd.
So Vladis, you're looking for like your abilities to actually feed off of your auto attacks, then, right?
Yes.
Like actually
well,
some interaction between them, because I can totally see where you're coming from. I know as a tank, and this is my view as a tank main, I would love for my abilities to be impactful. Like I feel the impact of them, and my auto attacks are literally just like I'm scouting the field, I'm looking for stuff, I'm observing the environment around us. Are there things spawning? Is anything attacking my healers? Anything attacking my mages? Do I need to protect somebody? Do I need to do this? No. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna block. I'm gonna block. And then I'm gonna auto attack while I scan the field again. And then every ability I click, I want to be impactful instead of like a rogue. I feel should be absolutely like skill. And your auto attacks are a random side consequence that just happens.
This is my remedy to the whole thing is have a generic basic auto attack that there are in plenty of MMOs with a timer on it or whatever, and had a basic attack that's an actual ability that you'd put on the bar, and that ability can stack. So you have like it'll flash or whatever if it says 1, 2, 3, or 4 indicating it's an extended deadly finisher, and you can choose to pop that basic attack, and that can also proc off of certain abilities, and you can choose to set that up so that way you're still auto attacking, but you're still in control of when you want to do your deadly attack or when you want to pop off your extended deadly finisher or whatever. Like that's in my mind would feel better than what we currently have.
I actually have something just real quick. Okay, go ahead, Chibi. No, go ahead. I'll go real quick after you.
Okay, Wyatt from our YouTube said, would adding 1 to 3 weapon abilities that procs after hitting finishers be cool, making it so that you could weave in, that weaving in would be essential?
Are you asking me or just
in general? That's the question from YouTube.
Yeah, I think when it comes to like that's my thing. Like I think that's actually like a good suggestion is that I just want to feel like I'm in control of when I would want to do it, because right now I'm at the mercy of it either doing it or not doing it, and then I just have to either move on with my rotation, or either I have no mana. But if I have a bard there, I'm good. I can just pop all my abilities and go my rotation and do like a little bit of auto attack and then go back to all my abilities. But I feel like I feel like either the basic attack isn't as strong as it's needed, because you can literally in some cases totally neglect it entirely. And I don't feel like that's good, because you're literally just isolating a whole system that feels ancillary. But if you want it to feel meaningful, you don't have control over it. It's a weird RNG combat system in a way that just feels clunky.
What if your finishers, extended finishers, deadly finishers, extended deadly, what if all that were buffs that could be applied to your other skills?
Well,
and then if you had like a buff that's out there,
I don't really like that. Like I feel like a basic attack should just be a basic attack, right? Like so when WoW retail actually has really good combat. I love the way when I play like Hunter, where the tab auto attack, I have to watch that auto attack go off, and then like mid animation or somewhere in that animation, it's like an animation cancel where I use Arcane Shot or Serpent Sting, and then I do Steady Shot and it makes my haste go up, so I'm attacking faster. I want kind of like that feeling, but I want to manually press my auto attack.
Well, what
I don't
if
know why, but I love that feeling of that. Like I have to basic attack, use this ability, and then weave in another basic attack. Not animation canceling on the level of like ESO. That's like way too much. That was disgusting. But somewhere in the middle, where like I'm pressing and then I'm like weaving in basic attacks to maximize my damage.
But wouldn't
output.
you rather just have the actual class abilities be the actual thing? Like that's where my problem is like I would rather have a better overpower or a better maim or a more interesting whirlwind than me dealing with a basic attack. Like 100%. You know what I'm trying to say? Like it's just I would rather have the influence. That's why I just want to just get rid of the whole attack system, like as far as the basic auto attack, and just really make these abilities that we're doing on classes more fleshed out, more rewarding, or even just has more lines on it to incentivize more synergy ability interactions or just something. Like I don't know. Like that's just.
So you want to
check this out. So
do
what if
you want a WoW auto attack, Gladys? Do you want like it's a toggle?
Well.
Yeah, like a white damage auto attack.
Yeah, like a white damage auto attack. Is that what you want?
I would
like a held down ability.
I would rather just concentrate on the abilities of the class. So yes, like if I could have it my way, I'm a WoW player. I've been a WoW player for 17 years. I'm used to it. But my thing is that this current iteration, you're fighting between two separate combat systems. There isn't a synergy, and I don't know what they can do to make a synergy. But as
and
a player,
one interrupts the other.
But
let's look at this. So real quick,
but are we ignoring the weaponry? Like, isn't the weaponry the synergy? And obviously that's not fully built out, but the weaponry itself is the synergy.
I think that's what we're saying is we hate the weaponry.
What if the weaponry?
Really?
But look at this. So,
crazy.
But check this out though. So what if the weaponry was an augmentation of your skills? So let's say you had to build up a 4-hit combo, and then you could unlock the finisher and the extended finisher, and you get a chance at a deadly finisher or a deadly extended finisher as the percentage proc that is on the weapon tree. But what if that bonus only applies based on the ability that you hit within a 3-second window or whatever it happens to be, where you use that ability what would you call your main?
Perfect timing.
What would you call your main, Lloyd?
Yeah.
What would you call your main,
That would
Lloyd?
be fun.
What's your main class? Like, what would you call your main class? Rogue, right?
I'm gonna be a rogue. Rogue, yeah.
So let's say if you ended up executing a feint, and what that did is it actually stunned the person for an extra second because that's your deadly finisher. You had your deadly finisher ready, and you used feint right afterwards, and it stuns them for 1 second after you dash behind them.
Yeah, and he's more
because you timed it that way.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's fine. But do I have to stack my auto attacks to do that? Because
you have to auto attack 3 times in order to build that up. Yeah. And then you get that additional benefit to your skill.
Poke my head in here for a moment.
Rogue
I think combat just needs to be
Let's
faster.
let somebody who hasn't talked in a little bit.
Yeah,
be able to
Liat's
talk
been
for a
hanging
second.
out for a bit there. What do you got, Liat?
My bad.
So I play a mage, and as a mage, basically the only thing I'm doing 95% of the time is I am throwing my spells out. The only time I'm ever doing basic attacks is in a situation where I want to save my CDs, like we're preparing for a big push in a siege. So I get what Lloyd's saying here with all of the different classes in the game. None of the classes with their basic weapon attacks have any unique identity to themselves. They all feel like they're doing the same exact thing when they're attacking. There's no difference between a ranger shooting a bow to a mage shooting a bow to a bard shooting a bow.
That part.
It's
100%.
all the same
100% agree.
exact thing. It doesn't feel different. It doesn't feel neat compared to your abilities. They don't weave into your abilities in any way. Like I can't take a bow and have a unique attack where I shoot like a giant ice arrow that has a cool ability that freezes somebody in a spot. I can't take a great sword and do a giant fire swing that like leaves a fire tornado. I can't do anything like that. They're not interesting.
I would rather have a 10-point talent tree, a level like so where all weapons are just they'll go up to level 10, but each point is a very transformative, meaningful passive that gets along with that tree. I would rather have that than what we currently have, because many of the points you put on that weapon tree you can't even feel as a player. Truly, you can't feel.
I also like the idea of leveling up your your weapon so that your basic attacks do more damage. So
Oh,
like
100%.
if I'm
I love that
like
too.
level 44 like dagger, my dagger does way more damage than if I was level 35 dagger. It's because I trained myself using them.
I think you guys are missing some of the synergies. I think there should be more. I agree completely. I think there should be more. I think you're missing some of the synergies that do exist. Short bow and arrow storm works with barrage, and Bree's about to talk about Cleric. Cleric is insane, synergies with their weapons.
Yeah, like with having burning on my book or like a wand, like that helps so much with my procs and things like that. But I do believe I am like in the tiny percentage of classes that have that synergy with their weapons, but I would love to see more.
Well, as
or
a
like
mage,
bullseye, I love bullseye on cleric. Bullseye on cleric feels so great to me when I'm with a longbow because I'm stacking, and I go the one where it doesn't consume on auto attacks. So I stack up my heal beforehand. We're vying for position. I'm getting out my finishers. I've got a 50% increased crit chance heal in the bank. My next flash cure is juiced, right? Like those interactions exist. You have perfect timing with the burn and the smite. Cleric is basically only one damage ability, and when you go perfect timing on the wand or the book, and you're autoing them, it brings your one ability that has like is it 8 or 10 seconds, Bray? It's 8 or 10 seconds, and it brings it down to 6, right? Like from 10, which is crazy because we effectively get twice as much burn as we're applying and revolving our combusks. It's not interesting enough. It needs to be more, right? There needs to be more. It needs to be better, but it's there. It is there. It's just not present enough.
There's Lodo saying mages, bards, and clerics. So I've played a fighter and a ranger. So for me,
which have none.
My
no
anecdotal
synergy.
Experience is super terrible. And it
Right.
and again, I feel like even from what y'all are describing, like can I ask you
It's
this,
not enough.
Jibri, and wholeheartedly, do you feel like you are fighting between two systems? Do you feel like the basic auto attack and what it's providing for you for your actual abilities, do you feel like it's a good synergy, or do you feel like you're actually like having to choose and that choosing feels terrible? Like just honestly.
I'm really glad you asked me that because I'm a little bit biased. I play a lot of TTRPGs where you don't have like a basic attack in your TTRPG system. You're not just like, I'm going to do this ability, and while I'm waiting to do the next ability, I'm going to basic attack people. So for me, I'm a little bit frustrated where I feel like I'm primarily doing a good chunk of healing and things, and then everybody levels out and nobody really needs anything except for maybe like a hot. And then I turn my attention to the enemy and I just basic attack it for a bit, and then somebody needs a heal, go back to basic attack. So I don't really feel like that engaged. Well, it does give off the ability to synergize with my abilities, meaning I don't need to judgment somebody to get burning because I could use that with my book. I would love to see there be something more like you were hinting at earlier. Like if I'm using a book that has burning, maybe it has a chance that any of my abilities that I'm using the book for applies burning suddenly.
Yeah, that's because and again, it could just be because of my anecdotal experience. It feels terrible, but I want it to work. I just don't know. I'm not a developer. I don't know how they could blend the system in a very meaningful way to where I feel like hitting or choosing to auto attack at this moment, even though I have technically 2 abilities that are available to push, is pushing the basic attack and waiting for potential extended deadly finisher or whatever worth leaving those 2 class abilities on off cooldown.
Doesn't fighter want to auto attack to refresh overpower in brutal cleave though as well? That's part of its synergy. And barrage, isn't that also tied to auto attacks? I'm not familiar because I haven't really played those classes much.
No,
Barrage
I
is
mean like
tied-
you
it's the same synergies. It's buffed by things that buff auto attacks. So Aerostorm, for instance, it buffs it, even though it's supposed to only do auto attacks. There just needs to be more, but I do think the system as it works now, I think for some cases, I think you are fighting. So I think for Cleric is a really great example where, as Bree was saying, you are fighting like 2 systems because almost all of your globals are consumed mending, deliverancing, whatever heal you're choosing to do. And it's only, hey, I have nothing else to do. Now I'm going to auto attack. That feels jarring, but that's healing in general, right? Like healing in a lot of games, that problem exists. But Bard, I think Bard, as much as Glowies doesn't like it, I think Bard currently, and this is probably why he doesn't like it. Bard is auto attack the class, right? Like most of the powerful stuff that we do that isn't a dance, right? Like a lot of your main synergies with your melodies is through your resonance, and so a lot of that is
reason why we bless you guys.
I think it's really strong though. I think it's really strong and really interesting, and I feel like it weaves very well. I think going in for instance, right, like going in, they're the sickest play possible. If you can get an AoE stun bomb off on someone, and then I go in full menacing fortissimo, I've got 1 chance to do this, and I great sword swing, and that shot goes out, 3 people are dead. or however many people I can hit are dead, right? It's like 4 or 5 that the menacing can proc on. That feels really satisfying to me. Hard to do, interesting, and dynamic.
I just think that the RNG factor of the deadly finishers and the fact of, you know, certain things can proc based off of like,
but you'll
these
always get one
tertiary
after
stats.
2 rotations. You'll always get one after 2 rotations. You'll always get an extended finisher after 2 twangs, whatever your 3 combo,
Right.
3 or 5 or whatever. It's always after 2. You always get one.
Is it guaranteed 100%?
Yes,
because
it is guaranteed.
last I
After
saw
2,
it was
you always get it.
25%.
After the second one, it always procs. You can go test it yourself. You can literally do it 1,000 times. It will always proc off the second one. It will never not proc.
Oh, it's because the way that works is it's like a cumulative percentage. So like if it doesn't proc on the first one, it's not 50%. It's it's more percentage based on like each time
Like a
you
pity
don't
system.
actually hit the it's a pity system. But I think the one thing that I think this is what Liat was saying earlier is like my class fantasy is actually getting destroyed by the weapon skill tree currently, because as a cleric I'm choosing a short bow. Why? Because it does the fastest attacks.
Yeah.
I'm not choosing a wand, I'm not choosing a spell book, I'm forced to pick a short bow.
Is
You
the
know,
short
like,
bow
my
really
class
faster than the
fantasy
wand?
is
I honestly haven't
completely
compared the two.
I thought
What
longbow was the
content-
meta right now.
What
for most
content do
people.
you think that shortbow is
For
best
most people, yeah, but I mean
longbow is unequivocally bis on cleric. There's
Yeah.
nothing even remotely close to it.
All our
Personally,
clerics are using
for
longbow.
bless.
Because not for bless, not for 1v1s, for what cleric is good at doing, which is healing other people, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but cleric healing is already disgustingly OP. You can
But you want to
literally
make
just
the
get
more you infinite scale. You do not infinite scale with attack speed. You actually negative scale. There's diminishing returns, heavy diminishing returns. There's 0 diminishing returns on power. The only thing that doesn't help you with that is barrier and defiant light. Are the
yeah.
only
But
two
when I'm
spells
already
that-
healing somebody for 10k when they only have 6k health, I don't really care.
you should, because the other guys are getting more power. They're doing more damage, right? Like my flash cure does 1,000, but their barrage now does 3, right? So
Oh, you're saying like if you like put your bless on somebody else? Or-
Can I
yeah,
jump
but
in
also
here real
it's like
quick?
if you're getting attacked, right?
Yeah.
Like you want more healing
Gotcha.
if they have the power, right? Like it's just it's the arms race.
I would
Gotcha.
I would also argue with the longbow, you can be putting out like the wounds and stuff, which is like you're putting out anti-healing into their team as well while
Yeah.
you're healing
Yep.
your own team. And I
Yeah.
feel like that's, you don't want to skip on that as well.
And for me personally,
Okay,
as a
but still, that
cleric,
kind of points out my point where you're still picking the bis. You're not
Yes.
picking your
Yeah.
class fantasy.
Yeah.
But there's a
And-
reason to pick. I have both on my cleric. I have a wand because unequivocally, I have a 2 Mach wand and I have a legendary 2 Mach wand and a legendary long steel spell bow. And it took me forever to farm this.
All right,
right?
don't
Like,
brag.
it's a lot of resources to do. It took me hours and hours and hours. And I still do it because why? Wand is unmatched in 1v1s. It is insane.
And-
Cleric can put out serious damage, and there's no way around that for me as a cleric. But it's so much better, the longbow in group PvP, it's not even close. And so I'm forced to make that choice, which I think feels relevant and cool. Right?
But-
like shortbow is
But
probably also
explain
better
to
in
me,
PvP
please,
1v1.
how your cleric with a wand feels different than a mage with a wand. Doing
Because mage
basic
doesn't
attacks.
use it. Because mage currently 90% of their abilities are offensive, and they have so many that, like was being said earlier,
got
with the mage,
buttons to press.
you basically
that's-
never use them. The
But,
only ability
but
you can
again,
press-
you're talking about abilities now. We're not talking about abilities. We're
you're asking about synergy. You're asking about
But
synergy.
no,
I'm
I'm talking about the basic attacks that come out of the weapon. It
Yes.
feels no different.
It does on cleric, yes, 100% it does, because I have a different mechanic than you, and mechanic is blessed weapon. And so the fast, rapid attacks of the wand as it ticks through the extended deadly finisher feels much more powerful, also because the perfect timing is synergizing with my spite. It is a synergy, but because I'm trying to build burning and build conflag damage constantly. So my attacks
Yeah,
are
you go
different. They look
burning to get your
different, they
flags.
feel
I've been told to do
different.
that too.
Yeah, it is completely different, and they even look different because of the enchantments that I have on my stuff. Yours look different because of the weapon enchants that you have on your shit. But we
Real
actually
quick.
have things that are also visually distinguished, which I think is sick.
The thing that I think I would love to see, and it's something that Intrepid alluded to multiple times, is the actual craftability of weapons. I think it's really cool that there's like these preset, like obviously book does more damage, etc. But I'd love to see more customizability within the weapon system. So if I wanted a weapon that was a book that made sense for my class fantasy, I could figure out a way to build that within the book specifically with
That would be
the
sick.
custom, like we saw it
Wouldn't be
with the
fun
glowing
having-
sword, right? It changed the specs on it a bit.
I have a question actually for Vladis. When you say these two systems aren't working, are you kind of saying how they're trying to juggle action combat and tap targeting combat, the hybrid kind of combat philosophy that Ashes is going for? Because it seems right now the game is in an awkward state where it is trying to do that, and I think there's a lot of steps the game could take to alleviate some of the issues of the kind of strange feeling hybrid combat that they're kind of going for right now.
I love the combat. I don't know why people bro, the combat.
I think I like it a lot, but I think it's a little bit awkward in some places.
It can be. I think the fact that tank doesn't synergize with their weapon attacks at all, but tank in general with the class, I think is ridiculous. I think the fact that ranger barely synergizes or does in like very menial ways when they're the bow class, that they would scale not that much. I think the fact that mage doesn't really scale with book and wand, I think that's cooked. It should be relevant to the class in a meaningful way. I think it's great that cleric really synergizes with, unironically, daggers. The spell daggers on cleric is going to be nasty. Like that's going to be insane, especially with bullseye. Like you love bullseye, and people will run into cleric. The only class that can sit and tank you in the face that's not a tank is a cleric. And so you're sitting in there, that bard, that rogue's coming in trying to hit me. I'm in my divine flare, stabbing you 50 times a second, brother. What's good?
Well, real quick, there's a question directed at Vladis. What did you think on that one, Vladis? Is that kind of what you were looking at or talking about, or something different?
What question is
He might
that?
not be here, but I was wondering if he wanted the game to push more to full tap target, because that is something that Steven has said before. Like, if it's not working and people don't like it, he would just settle on fully tap target combat, which I wouldn't like. I personally think tap target combat is somewhat dated. I feel like I'm not saying like it needs to be like Terra or some old school projectile based combat system, but like Guild Wars 2 does it decently. I think other games did it pretty good. I'm wondering. I don't know if he's here anymore, but
he's got his mic on mute. So I mean, I'll toss something in real quick there in response to that directly, because I think he was talking about specifically the auto attack system versus skills, but I'll let him actually speak to it later. That's just my thought on it. But
when he comes back,
when it comes to the tab target versus the action combat, I loved action when it came to tank, until I realized that it's really hard to use most of my skills with action combat. It's really hard to actually use them effectively. Like intercept in action is impossible. Like
I think you have to set up a defensive target to use it. Yeah, it sucks.
It's really tough.
I think he's talking about like the way that the game has a lot of skills that are not the actual mode itself, but the fact that the game does now have like your auto attacks on melee are literally a skill shot.
Yeah, like I will say that like if they were to take a good look at Wildstar, the game itself isn't live anymore, right? So they can't directly compare, but look at some old videos of Wildstar. Wildstar had an amazing action combat system that also had some select and tab target stuff to it. It was a hybrid.
That was my favorite game. Was Wildstar.
It was the combat was so fucking rewarding. It felt so good, and all the skills were intermixed in a sensible way that felt good with how they were used. It was amazing.
This feels like the natural evolution of that combat without like the aggressive telegraphs on actually everything. Like everything in that game feeling like a telegraph to me felt a little weird, because it's like the majority of stuff. I like the mix that Ashes has. Maybe slightly more stuff on the ground. Maybe slightly more with more. Like Cleric doesn't have enough shit on the ground for sure. I feel like Bard does.
I mean, honestly, just give the person using the skill a little bit more of a telegraph so that they know what they're aiming at. Because you would, if you were to be aiming a bow, you'd kind of know what you're looking at. If you're swinging a sword, you know the kind of swoop you're looking for. The person receiving the attack may not know the swoop that you're trying to make, like the specific angle and direction and speed that you're going for, but you would know. So give some more direction to the person using it, and like not the person receiving the attack, And
when they add weapons with reach, like the spear that has a longer range than a great sword, and like a rapier, which is piercing damage, which is melee, one-hander piercing damage, it would help to have a visualizer as well. Plus, with, as you say, with like the Bard and Resonant stacking, it's not telegraphed right now when the Bard can hit you for 4,000 damage. Like the beam comes out, but like there's not really a way to do that, because it's a hit scan damage. It's a massive damage actually that's hit scanned. Not with the longbow though. Like the longbow, you can like it's ridiculous.
There's a way of knowing when it's coming to you. If a Bard is dashing at you and there's a little red circle around him, he's about to murder your whole family.
Yes, but once he beams you with the wand, you can dodge it and have the same effect as a barrage. But with the longbow and other stuff, there is no telegraphed thing. It just, the damage comes out at like an absurd amount, and that's from playing a Bard. I would actually wish my stuff was more telegraphed, to allow counterplay, which is why I wish any kind of damage ability in this game that was high scaling would require a skill shot, like prismatic beam or scatter shot with the little decal on the ground. I think any damage ability that can kill somebody very quickly should have to be aimed, in my opinion.
I kind of agree with that, but I also wanted to go back to something that Chibi was saying, where she wants more of like how you can craft items to be more diverse towards like your playstyle or your character fantasy. Like I would love if I was a rogue mage, like where I'm primarily a rogue but I'm a secondary archetype mage. If I could augment my class to switch from physical damage to do magical damage and then use a spell dagger and become like an arcane trickster. Like that would be cool.
Arcane
like
trickster.
if I could like augment my damage type with my secondary archetype, I think that would be sick. And I don't know if you want to do that on a per ability basis or if you just want to do it. You'd probably have to do it for everything if you're going to do that. But I mean, I think that would be cool. And then you could look at like spell daggers that have intelligence. I also think finesse weapons should be based off of dex, like short bow, daggers, short swords. And then like martial weapons should be based off of strength. And then like cleric healing should be based off of like wisdom, and magic power should be given to intelligence for like mages, so that you're using
Planendorf in the
different.
house, by the way.
What's up, Planendorf? And I think you should do that for like a lot of these different things to allow variability in like how you're actually scaling your power. And I think your abilities shouldn't scale off of your total physical power, or it should be like a mix between both dex and strength. And then now you have ways to like, that's how you calculate your power.
It feels that that's cool. What they intend. It does feel like the wisdom exists and like it eventually will be a thing that will be more, right? Because like, why have dex in the game in its capacity? Why have con where it is? Why have mentality exist how it does if you're not eventually intending for classes to have different scalings? Why would everything be the same for, like, why would all strength gear be good for every melee class? Why would all int gear be good for all, right? Like that feels uninteresting in general.
Right.
So I think it is intended. I'm not sure though.
But I also like, I really liked how Chibi brought it up, is like it also affects the econ side like massively, like how you actually enchant things and how you actually build your weapons, and you're not building the weapon just to make it the most powerful, but also because you like using that weapon, and that's the weapon you want to be able to synergize with your kit, not that your kit is forcing you to use a specific thing to do the thing that you want.
You've heard of Build-A-Bear, it's Build-A-Book.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to build my weapon in Ashes of Creation and make that my thing.
Yeah, like I think I like that there's a baseline, and I don't know if this is going to be a future intended item, or if like, as in like, this is just for testing purposes at the moment, or if this is how it's always going to be. But being able to have a book that also gives me spell casting speed, for example, especially for somebody like a mage, I think that is important, because right now it's like you either use a book or you use a bow. But with the book, I can have burning. So if I want burning, but I also want faster speed, I guess you could use a wand at that point. But it's just like, I would like there to be more capabilities with just making it more unique to yourself in general.
Scribes enchanting weapons so that they have specific traits.
Yeah.
They currently do, but I think they should be amplified. Like, for instance, the book is the only way you can AoE, like in a magic weapon. It's the only AoE finisher, or so it's the only ranged AoE finisher in the game.
Well, I'm saying like a scribe like enchants the weapon to have magical casting speed instead of just +1 everything, right? Like,
I think aren't they planning on having the stats themselves be adjustable within the weapon? I think that is.
Yes.
I think
intended.
so. But I would like to see that come into play a little
I
more.
haven't heard them say anything on that in a long time, but I would.
That's
love
fair.
That.
That's fair.
I'd like it to be tied to the materials. So like, we have iron, we have rubidium, and we have steel. Make rubidium be like, if you use that instead of iron, it's giving you magical stats instead.
Yeah,
True.
I like
Yes.
that too. That adds more weight to the crafting, therefore the econ system as well. If you're building for a very specific thing, you have a general idea of what you need to build for. You may not have all of the components right off the bat, but you have most of them, and you can try to figure out what's missing.
It
And you
currently
can
does that
understand like
now,
the
doesn't it?
materials like that you're like actually gathering for. You're like, oh, this is good for this. I'm sure if I put it on the market, they're gonna like that for like this specific reason or like whatever. And I think that causes supply and demand in the economy in itself by making static traits by these resources for you to. It's not RNG. You know what it is, and you're specifically planning to build this thing. Therefore, you need X amount of this to make Y.
Mm-hmm.
I think currently, I mean, maybe we're missing it on some level. I think currently that does exist in some capacity. When you use Rubidium with the weapons, obviously it's not through like a drop down and you're not choosing between them whenever you make a weapon, but
Right.
the recipes that are Rubidium based are all like defensive and supporting and castery, right? Like the Rubidium set is, except for Golbo's Skin Stripper. With the exception of Golbo's Skin Stripper, everything else is actually tuned to.
I mean, kind of, but you're also using like Bluebell for a heavy helmet for some
more of
recipes, so it's like obviously not complete.
A weapon mold thing currently, where Weirdstone is the magic properties, Limestone's the physical.
Yeah.
And then for the metals, it's iron is the low end of T3, rubidium's the middle, steel is the high end. There isn't really a this has this kind of properties when you use it in a craft. It's more just this is your middle.
Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at it though, if you look right now on the recipes, right, even on the physical recipes using Rubidium, right, like all of them have stats that aren't, instead of being stats like Rubidium Sword has mana regen and health regeneration and constitution, whereas like the iron version of that has strength and con. Right, so they already have that, and so many things are used here: Raven Eye Earring, Monitor Blade, Wand of Allurement, Incandescent Iron, Eye of Zom, Ring of Invocation. All these are caster items. I think they do the thing that you're asking them to do, on some level.
Yeah, I mean, if so, like on all items, that's great. But I've also seen Bluebell making a heavy helmet, so I mean. And they've used like all like cloth and leather to make a heavy helmet on.
Wait,
I
really?
forget
Which
which
one?
item. I forget which item it is, but
I mean, I've seen animal
literally
fat
watched
making
it
a
on the other-
weapon, so there's that too.
Yeah.
Don't
so-
even get me started on braid whipping every single recipe in the game.
Yeah. So I mean, there's obviously things that they need to, make it make sense, but.
Which is, you can see with the ecosystems, with the recipes they've introduced, that clearly, like with the snakebite wand, currently they don't have all of the desert gatherables fleshed up, so there's not legendary date palm really to acquire. But once they have those, and they have those region-specific items and ingredients, you're going to have that differentiation, right? And they're already building it out. We see it currently; it's just not there. So yes, Braidwood's used for everything, but Braidwood's unique to the Riverlands.
Right.
Right?
If that's the intended design, then yes, that's 100% awesome. Cool. Don't change it.
They've said that, and it's in the files. Like you can see the things that they're different trees for different regions, and I think they'll introduce different like trees, like rare trees in the desert. I don't see why they wouldn't, because they currently have the models.
Isn't the cactus a rare tree, tier 2, and the cherry trees are kind of like in Jinna area? How you say it? I think those might be
the gin. Yeah.
Yeah, those like cherry trees. Are those harvestable? Going
Not
to be?
yet, that's
Not yet.
trees
They
are
will
not.
be.
Cherry trees are not
They will
yet.
be? Okay, so I mean,
And that might be.
see it happening.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
And Jinnah, yeah, I think that's how you say it.
They're just not hooked up to the UE material. Like that's
Yeah.
yeah.
I think that might be one of the things slated for the end of the month with the siege and the rogue. So
Probably.
would be nice to see.
I'm just gonna say it. I really don't think Rogue will be ready by next week, and I would also implore to Intrepid that even if sound effects and VFX are done at a fundamental ability level with the synergies and how they interact with each other, they would be disservicing themselves keeping certain things the way they are.
I think I disagree.
Wait, why?
I disagree.
It's the most complete class in the game.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, when was the last time we did rogue testing? How long ago was that?
A week
Today.
ago. Maybe 2 weeks.
How much adjustment did they do?
chibi.
A couple hours. So
SFX,
I mean, that's
VFX,
fair. Honestly, same
talents.
time. But like, how much advancement and alteration and adjustment did they do in that time, though?
They've added like 3 new abilities. They've fixed some of the ranging problems with Deathmark.
Yeah.
A lot of the ability interactions they've fixed, and animations they've cleaned up for sure.
So
They fixed
basically,
the
in
dodge
1
roll on
week
Rogue
with
as well.
all this additional testing with the node siege, I think they'll be able to make adjustments to make it presentation ready for testing. Again, we're still testing. This isn't even a live release. This is still an alpha test.
What's not ready about Rogue? Like, what needs another pass right now, in your opinion?
Fine tuning.
I think it's just the so like there's like the poison stacking. There's just the amount of ability utilities that are at its disposal. The one thing that I think the rogue needs is to actually create choice for the player. Right now, the player can literally just pick everything, and I don't think that is
completely
anything. I think the word is anything.
They changed it today. They changed it today, dude. Like
I haven't seen it, but before you would literally be able to pick pretty much everything except for 2 abilities.
There was a cookie cutter build before. It's no longer the case.
They added a lot of new stuff.
Yeah.
I think Rogue has more abilities than any other archetype in this game.
Yeah, right now you could go for like you want as much backstab damage as you can, and you can go with the backstab build. You could go with a like invisibility, like a stealth build, where you can pop back into stealth and like disappear. Like you can't do it continuously over and over and over, but you can jump in, strike, and disappear again. You could go with a harassment build or an assassination build. Like there's so many different synergies with it right now.
Freeze build.
That's good. But I would say when it comes the one bit that I am most worried about is the utility. The utility on the rogue, from when I played it, was way too much. And I don't mind having as a player to have choice with utility, but if I can just have all the utility, like if there's 5 spells of utility where I can, blink in and out or shadow step, and I can also umbra cloak, and I can also, do all these other utilities, like I would rather have stuff be on a choice node to where I have 4 choices of utility, but I can only choose 1. Because again,
currently that's the case with the changes to Feint. Now Feint's backstab reset is now on a talent. You have to now choose to have that extra utility in the reset. There's now a flip involved with Feint where you can go in and out with Feint, which is insane because you can Feint, backstab, and then Feint out instantly now. But again, it's another talent point. They are creating that choice in the rogue, which I think feels really, really dynamic. And if it's overtuned in terms of utility, I think it is. They're never going to know that from PTR testing because people don't play enough. People aren't on there constantly. It's not up. They can't iterate. They're not fighting over for real stakes.
So, and that's one thing to note real quick, just to add in like as a quick aside to expand on what Yellow was saying there for a moment with the feint. Feint is you swoop in. It's I think a 15 up to 15 meter range if I recall correctly.
15, yep.
And you swoop in behind somebody. And you can backstab, which is your regular stab ability, but when you're behind somebody, it turns into backstab against some bonuses, and that will reset feint. Now, there's a second ability or a bonus point you can add in your skill tree to where if you are already like if you're already like melee, you end up actually diving backwards. So you can dive in, do a crazy big backstab attack and do another attack, like a double attack, so you get a second backstab real quick. They turn to face you, your backstab's off a cooldown because of another skill you pick. You can stab them again with a regular stab, and then you can use your feint to dip out of there and go harass somebody else.
I hate you that you thought of that before I did.
Here's the crazier combo. Here's even crazier combo. Think about it for a moment. What you do is you feint in, instantly you backstab. You feint a second time. It's already reset. You're twanging your short bow in the middle of this animation to try and get the advantage back, right? And what you probably won't get this time, so you don't do another first one. But what you do is you dodge roll back. You're out of range for shadow step. You can now shadow step in. You're far enough away that you'll get advantage again. And guess who's in town? It's the 2 advantage. It's another free backstab, and then it's a feint right back out. Twang, twang, twang with my bow. It's reset again. I dodge roll in. I stab you. I feint out again. I'm a terror. I'm a menace.
Or the acrobatic flip.
I slammed my face on my keyboard and it was pretty fun.
Or you hit the acrobatic flip, you get another advantage, and then with that advantage, you hit your umbral cloak and you go into stealth and you disappear for a minute and a half to get all your cooldowns back.
So my point originally was with utility and choice nodes. So like with Shadow Cascade and with Umbra Cloak, can you still have both of those abilities on the rogue?
Yes.
That's my problem, because you should only have one.
And we'll only know if that's actually a problem when it is in game and people are using it over real resources and real objectives and like messing you up on a caravan and attacking your city and warring your guild. Because right now we're playing and sieges, you can see it, but sieges are a different kind of isolated combat. They're a completely different part of the game. They're not at like grinding spots and stuff. I'm not in the world. I'm not seeing how toxic it is, because it's going to be toxic. Leveling spots, it's going to be insane. You sitting
Rogue
in
is going to be a menace.
You can sit in stealth and sleep dart people's healers. It's crazy.
So Rogue is going to be a menace in small scale PvP, but Rogue is definitely weak in large scale PvP.
Yeah,
no, it's
say that
super
right.
strong. Wait, did you not see it in the siege? It was it was one of the strongest classes in the game.
Well,
it was
yeah,
crazy.
but that's because there was 80 rogues and not like actual bards and clerics and
Yeah,
tanks
it
trying
wasn't
to
a
stop
balanced
it.
selection of classes.
Bard would still be stronger,
Yeah.
but Rogue has a very relevant and very real position with its poisons and with its abilities, even at range. Caltrops by itself and
Caltrop
grappling
and
hook
poison
and
combo,
sleep.
yep.
Yep. All of these
Caltrops is going to be
still-
the next minefield.
But also,
That's what it is.
It doesn't even need to be the next minefield, because Rogue has the next minefield. It's Shadow Step Kick. Shadow Step Kick, I Umbral Cloak, I dodge out with my fancy dodges that have infinite iframes because I can spam the hell out of them. You can't touch me. I'm invincible. I'm God himself.
I think that's the thing, not just with the Rogue, but with a lot of classes, is they need to put the really heavy utilities in a choice node, because I think having all that utility is a problem, and it's going to be hard to balance even at a group level, and it's going to be an even bigger nightmare at the 1v1 level, which I know they're never not planning to balance around. But I think at a fundamental level, you kind of have to a little bit, especially if you're still, even if they fix TTK and you have a class like potentially like just being a ridiculous, being able to get out of shit all the time, maybe the Bard or something like that, I don't know.
I still think there's counters.
Is a huge.
What is your best example of a situation where a class has that? Because my best example of a real choice between power, and the Rogue has to make a very real decision. Do I want 2 grappling hooks, 2 smoke bombs, 2 of all these, 2 caltrops? Do I want all these? Or do I want to be able to use caltrops and grappling hook and all these things from stealth? That to me is the only node decision in the game that currently is extremely impactful to the class and makes you pick one or the other. And it's insane utility, because 2 smoke bombs is fucking crazy. It's just fucking crazy. 2 caltrops is fucking crazy. But also using them from stealth, sleep darting from stealth, that's crazy. Caltropping from stealth, that's wild.
So this is why
you'll never see me.
But see, here's the thing: like everything that the Rogue has, all of it sounds crazy powerful, but there are still choices. Because I was looking, and I didn't give it a chance to have the full testing period with the Rogue today. So I couldn't really make decisions with like an hour and a half to really decide between what do I really want to try, and okay, let me experiment with this build and that build. But looking at it, I sat there for 45 minutes like, what the F I literally looked at the skill tree alone with 15 points to spend. Like, what the F do I pick? There are so many different build directions I could go. And I totally forgot that this was an option for us to do. So I'm going to pop this back up on the screen again. And this is from Ashtech. Ashtech says, question, based on everything being said right now, given a choice, would you play or would you choose to play anything other than Rogue? If the answer is no, there might be an issue. And I think there's actually a good thing to even discuss at that point is, I think it's pretty much vital that, given how Bard came out and given how Rogue came out, I think it's pretty much required that Intrepid really go back and look at the other classes and try to build the same kind of intense synergies and choices and options and like really impactful decisions between the skill trees.
They've done that continuously as we've gone further and further into the tests. That exact thing has happened. It's happened with some classes more than others. And I think that they do want to do that. And I think if you literally ask them and any of them respond ever, they would always say, yes, we want to go over those classes, because they've done it. They've iterated constantly, right? We're years from release for a reason, so that they can get those things panned out. Because everyone agrees, and Intrepid's not closing their eyes on this. Tank is in an awful state. Tank is in such a terrible state. They have one use in the game, and that's taunting world bosses. That's the only thing you need a tank for. That's the only thing that they are actually the best in the game at.
I mean, I'm a testament at that. I am a proud tank in every single game I play. That is always my main. Everything else is always the side project. I've shelved my tank so I can play Bard.
Welcome to the
until
future.
It gets fixed. But yeah, I think they've already made statements saying that they're going to revisit classes, like all of them, and repolish them up. So I mean, it's kind of a moot point, but it's at least a statement. Like, if this is the quality they can get every class to, Ashes could be an amazing game, because if they all get this type of
it will
like
be genre redefining if they can get that level of quality on every class. That level for me, more than the quality, more than the, like, or not more than like the quality for me, the thing that's most essential is that it is peak class fantasy and peak immersive. I feel like a rogue when I'm playing rogue, right? And it feels so elegant in its like, I feel sneaky and clever and stealthy, and I feel like a little scumbag assassin. It feels great.
Yeah, and to quell Vladis's worries, at level 25 I had 9 missing abilities.
And you probably felt the missing of each and every one of them.
Yeah, like there's so much stuff I was like, I want that, but I literally can't put it in my build, or like I have to build a different way if I want to maximize my damage output using this specific ability. Like,
but somebody tell me
you are hurting by not doing something like that.
So I think you, Lloyd, and you, Yellow, I think you two may have paid the most attention to rogues, specifically like focusing on them. Deathmark. Why?
It's the most painful ability, but it's also the best ability.
But why?
Deathmark is designed.
It does extra damage, I believe.
You know,
and it also regen. And if you kill them, you also get like 50% of your HP back.
That's the only benefit I saw.
You take more damage from them. It is not the other way around. You do not deal more damage to them.
Yeah.
They deal more damage to you. It is a debuff on you, right? It's not a damage. So you are taking that sacrifice to heal for 50%. But also, when you look at the choice node on the end of that, what is it? It is the duo. It is the duo rogue ability of your dreams. It is a 50 meter range freeze. When two rogues mark of death at the same time. It's clearly designed for that synergy, and so you have the classic rogue duo, and you have something for it. Which I think is really,
it's also
what do you mean?
really,
no, hold on.
really
what do you
painful
mean
to set
by
up
that?
by yourself.
What do you mean by that?
Mark of Death, currently, if you talent the choice node, applies chilled at 50 meters. It's the only ability in the game that is that long range and can impact you with a CC. Mark of Death, when it's attacking a chilled target, if you use it on a chilled target, it freezes them. And so if two rogues at 50 meters, if they want to be like, okay, we're going to pick this cleric, he's running from a since war. Okay, 3, 2, 1, death mark. He's frozen there. He has to now use his trinket, or someone has to dispel him. You've caused chaos in their ranks from the synergy of two rogues together at 50 meters, which I think is insanely cool. I think it's rarely going to be used. I think it's be used for rogue duos that are really good together, and basically nothing else.
Well, I mean, that could be
folks, I'm gonna have to bow out
thing.
here. I got work in the morning.
Hey, Lloyd, thanks for joining us. Thanks for hanging out. And
later.
Conversation's been great. You have yourself a good night.
Please
good rest.
cut in.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. Planendorf wants to know how much of this feels like an issue where the Bard and Rogue are really high APM compared to other classes in their role. Do higher APM just feel better? Should it be ubiquitous?
No, I don't think it's due to APM. Like, APM is nice. I love you.
Cleric's higher APM than I think either of those. Actually, I think Cleric is the highest APM in the game, and it does not feel like those classes.
I agree.
Because of like clunkiness in, specifically clunkiness in Mend right now really makes it feels weak, because you cannot be offensive at all with and Mend at the same time, and Mend is your core heal, or it's at least it's designed to be, and I think it's better than Deliverance. Fuck Deliverance. But like you don't have that freedom and mobility that Rogue has, and it's the mobility that feels good, right? Like the mobility creep will feel good, but also the mobility on Cleric Wings has this long cast time. It roots you to the ground. You can't heal during it. It stops your movement. Like it's not directional, and you have to click on people for it, and it has a long windup. That feels really bad when other classes have a zillion different things that don't feel that way.
And then when you look at like archetypes like Fighter and Ranger, the things that give you mobility have so much lockdown, and it feels awful. Like Airstrike, like Leap Strike, both of those abilities, sick ass abilities, but the amount of lockdown on them feels really bad, because like you're locked down at the beginning of the animation and at the end of the animation to where it feels painful.
I also think oh, sorry, go ahead, GB.
For me as a cleric main, I mean, I'm sure Vertec is going to kind of understand this, but he probably has more mobility than even I do. I feel like I am one of the slowest classes that there are in the game with like 0 mobility. And I'm okay with that, knowing that I can keep myself alive and things like that too. But for me, the thing that speaks volumes and difference between being a cleric and being a rogue or a bard is there's a lot of options within the skill trees of those two classes where you can do different builds. Like I can be an evasion rogue and I can be a healing bard, but I can only just be a cleric.
True.
Like, I don't feel like there's much in what type of cleric you're being in the base like skill tree. I even went back and counted, and Vertec and I were on I think a Tavern talk last week. I literally counted the number of abilities that cleric has, the number of abilities that tank has. Tank has more abilities than cleric, by the way. And then I compared that to how many the bard has. And
don't clerics have like 19 abilities to heal
basically, too? 19 abilities, and then the bard had like 20 something, like 23, 27, somewhere in there. And it doesn't feel like I have any sort of choices. There's that's the obvious, I'm not going to take that because that doesn't matter compared to this other thing. Like this other thing matters way more. And sure, there's the occasional, rogue has these bleeds, so I guess I'll take Purify if I'm going up against a rogue. But I almost never need Purify.
Unless you go to Carvin.
Oh, I never dropped Purify from my bars after I hit a like 23.
The cleanse.
And it's reasonable. It's your main cleanse. Like I'm a
cleanse.
PvPer. I'm super concerned with that if I'm ever caught with my Purify hands down. But I agree with you 100%. There's no choice in the cleric tree. You can take actually everything. There's nothing that you don't really take. You can it's a choice between like 3 things and none of them really matter.
Let me ask you this, Yellow. Is it worth taking Purify if you have a bard that does AoE purifying for you?
Yes, just because in the event that that's not up or the bard himself is CC'd,
marionetted.
Get the CC of the bard out, or if it's far away because it's melee range, whereas the Purify is 30 meter range. Yeah,
so more of a PvP thing because the bard shouldn't get
100%.
marionetted by an NPC.
100%. It is a PvP thing, except for in Carfin. But I agree with you. There's basically no choice because I don't even need to think about that. I'm not like the only thing that I ever swap. I never run chains anymore because I think chains is almost always useless in PvP, and it's not that impactful in PvE. It's good in PvE, and I'll run it if I'm grinding for hours and hours and hours and hours.
Yeah.
But barring that, I'm just never going to run it because it doesn't matter that much. It's not that important. And so cleric, you get this weird thing where a lot of your abilities, you have a decision tree that just is natural and normal. It's like, okay, I cast these hots to prepare, and then I have these buttons to react, and that's it.
Friesman says, chains is good, fight me.
Friesman is the other cleric in my 8-man, and he has a very different opinion.
That's fair. But Vertec, I think you're going to give
the
your
change thing
opinion
is
from
just slow to react. But yeah, I think the APM thing is fully 100% dependent on the play style of the class. Like for instance, I think tank and I think fighter, the both of them should be high impact but low APM. Like there should be either a big impact that you feel when you hit that button, or it should be a long-term impact that you feel when you hit that button.
Well, the thing I like about
it should be a little bit slower on the APM. It should be a lot of auto attack and a lot of like, I'm going to put all of my might into this one big effing strike, and Cataclysm is going to hit and it's going to fucking hurt. Okay. So if you don't dodge it, you're effed, but it's going to hurt. But it's also not really fast thing. But like Bard, Ranger, Rogue should be higher APM. And they should feel impactful, but they should also have a lot of synergy between them, more combo type moves, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say the thing I really like about Fighter is it is kind of lower APM than the other classes. And the kit is so much fun, and a lot of it is timing based. Like, I'm waiting for when my blitz lands to use like a specific ability that's perfect for that situation, whether it's a knockout, whether it's like an overpower into a lethal blow or something like that. Like the timing of stuff, or like even if I like blitz into like Cataclysm into Maim, like I'm timing my abilities and it feels very fluid. It feels very react. So like my fingers aren't going that fast, but because I'm timing it and because it's very fluid, I really, really love the Fighter's kit because of that.
Yeah, it's about spacing, and it's about movement, and it's still, I think the only reason Fighter feels bad right now is because of class fantasy, because of power, right? If you took that out of it, it would feel really, really good. I think regardless.
Fighter's kit is one of the best kits.
Yeah. And so I think it's got like, I think it's about internal synergies and like, apart from the strength, I think strength matters. I think people like when classes are strong, bard strong, rogue strong. But I think the thing that a lot of the classes are missing are internal synergies in class fantasy.
And you know what?
Like,
I'm gonna quote a famous / infamous person, Asmongold, when he basically said, look at animes that are like, they're like Log Horizon and what was the one? Shangri-La Frontier.
Overlord.
Yeah, like all of the isekais where you're pulled into a video game world. And what makes them so like attractive to people? I mean, you have different classes that do different things, and when you look at the fight scenes, you look at a lot of the like the melee classes and the in the middle of things, like right there, and it's very much like you're making decisions based on what's happening around you. And then there's like a bunch of the super fast, like high agility classes and the range classes that are reacting to things so quickly because they see the entire battlefield, or they need to react to it because their key focus is agility. So they're high action, high observing like what's going on, but they don't need to protect a group. They just need to make a decision on what next to attack, what next to heal, what next to like interrupt, what next to whatever. Yeah, what next to avoid, exactly. But the melee classes are the ones who are really like in there, and they're slower on skill usage, but they're higher on swing the giant thing, swing the this, like hold up the shield, protect the flank, like that type of thing. But they're making bigger decisions that should have a bigger impact when they hit that button. They use that skill.
The number one thing that I think about when people like bring up Log Horizon, which they always bring up this ability, is the tank taunt. It's like, oh, you have to hit me, otherwise like you do 0 damage to my teammates, or you get damage reflected onto you because you're not hitting me, the tank, the big guy with the big shield that's like defending my team. You know, like even the big guys in those isekai have like their real purpose and like real role inside of the team composition, which is like really cool, that MMOs miss a lot of the time, especially in PvP. So I think Ashes has done a pretty good job with tank when it comes to like class identity and like trying to make those abilities come to life, but it is still very, very painful for tanks right now. I think I boil it down to grapple not working. I think I've said this a million times. It needs to auto hit the target and be 20 meters range, or it needs to be a skill shot ability that works the same way, and have it be like a longer distance. And then the other part is they just don't sustain enough. They're not sustained. That they rely on a pocket healer, and they're not beefy enough. They just need to have way more mitigation than they currently have.
Yeah, and the one thing that I brought up the other day, and sorry, Chibi, this is a quick statement, then I'll let you continue. The thing we were talking about the other day, Chibi, was that when we mentioned, Steven said that Ashes is not going to be balanced 1-to-1. It's going to be balanced on group play.
8v8.
Yeah,
Yep.
so if you balance an 8v8, and the typical 8v8 is supposed to be balanced based on one of each archetype because of what you're going to experience in bigger raids and dungeons and exploration and all, then is there really balance? If you're going to have one of every archetype, you could have the balance be anything. And every single 8v8 is going to result in a mage and a cleric at the end, because the mage and cleric are overpowered. I'm not saying that's the state right now, but I'm just saying if balance could be anything, it's based purely on 8v8. Is there really balance? Like, I think there still needs to be some 1-to-1 balancing done. But sorry, Chibi, you were saying?
I mean, that kind of plays into what I was going to say anyway. I mean, Vladis, you asked earlier, you know, if we think it's ready for testing, or you said you didn't think it was ready for testing. And I think, honestly, we should look at it going on live or prod as not it going public like it would be as like World of Warcraft releasing a new class, but it being ready for a wider array of audiences to test and break it. And that is the perspective that I take on it. And then additionally, Yeah, exactly. Live is still testing. I think it's ready for more people to test with it, and I think it's ready for more people to give feedback on it. But besides only the people that have access to the PTRs for them. But Vertec. One question that you were asked while you were away earlier, Vladis, and I think this may have come from Glowies or Clover, was about if you felt like your fighting between two playstyles was the action versus the tab targeting. And then somebody else thought maybe you were talking about it being the auto attack versus the ability. So could you give us clarity on what you were asking there? Also, hello, Slurp. How are you? Welcome in. If you're still here, Gladys. We may have lost him again.
Maybe he went 9-9.
Oh no.
Or he got Kid Aggro, yeah.
I was gonna say he might have had the little
Kiddo
one
aggro, yeah.
pop up. Yeah.
Hi, Lulu.
Which is valid.
What do you guys think about? I think the saga mechanic entirely wasted on Bard, more or less, as it currently is. Maybe not wasted. I think that the fact that there's no similar mechanic for mage is a miss. I think there should be, like, when you hit a certain level on mage, I think you should get fire, fire, lightning. It's fire, lightning, and.
Are you thinking of like saga as like an ultimate ability, and the other archetypes are missing that?
I'm thinking of it just for mage specifically, because I think Invoker from Dota. But only as an ultimate, where you can say, like, if I do frost, then I get an ultimate that might have a 3-5 minute cooldown, but it's like my frost is like ice wall, right?
Oh,
and then, like,
interesting.
Frost fire is a frost fire beam or a frost fire bolt, let's say, and then like fire frost lightning is, maybe that's prismatic beam. Maybe you rework it, and the fire frost lightning, that's the prismatic beam.
That's
and
interesting.
It's unique from it. I think that would be far more interesting, because I think the rune summoning of mage, I think if you're going to have a mage in a game, too much of it just pulls from WoW, which I think is bullshit. You're meant to have a spell. You're meant to be reading from a thing or summoning magics in some way. I think it's so much more interesting. It doesn't have to be a book, but I think it's more interesting when you're using those runes and you're forming a spell. I think forming a spell is, I'm a sorcerer shill, so I think forming spells is sick as fuck. And I'm sad I don't see it in MMOs at all, and I'm sad that I only see it in like MOBAs.
I gotta say, at first, so as a new Bard main, since Tank is taking a rest, I almost got offended at the beginning of your statement there, Yellow, and then absolutely I agree. Like, I think it would be an amazing mechanic to integrate into a mage also. Like, combination of spells to do awesome things. Yeah, absolutely.
So do you like the saga, Vertec?
I do like the sagas. I do believe that there might need to be some tweaking to some things. Like if I'm in a certain area and I'm using, say, the what's the one with the fire? I forget all the names of them. I just know them by colors and what they do. Mm-hmm. But the dragon with the little houses that pop up in the fire. Yeah, Apocalypse. The triple fire, the triple red. That grabs aggro from everything, like 9 stories above you to 9 stories below you, and a little bit outside of the fire in front and to all sides of the fire, is a little excessive. But I mean, obviously it's an alpha. They have plenty of time to tune that. But comparing that kind of effect to the triple blue, which is just, I go la 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 la, and my book goes prrr, and the pages flip, and people get a tiny little blue splash at their feet that nobody notices. And so every bard out there has to manually type in chat Mana Saga and hit enter before they cast it.
They reworked it, so it's no longer like shit on the ground. It's just their auto attacks.
Yeah, nice. Attacks now, which is not bad. It's too short.
Yeah.
Well, no
one knows when they have it.
8 seconds is too short, and unless you comment, but that's the thing that you need to, right? Like, if you're going to gravity someone, they're game altering abilities. If you're going to gravity someone, you need to tell them. If you're going to mana saga them, you need to tell them. If you're gonna healing saga, they need to know a bunch of things are going to come into them after like 10 seconds, right? They're game altering abilities.
Well, I just think it should also be like 8 seconds is okay. 8 seconds is okay if everybody knows and sees it coming, and yeah, communication is more amazing if you know that the mage hasn't done their first ability out of a chain that's going to be like their big wombo combo, like something's going to die because I just dropped these 3 skills in a row and I just wasted a 60-second cooldown to start the first one. Obviously, that's a faux pas. But if it's at least a little bit more obvious, that would be great, because then I
But
don't have
imagine
to type
summoning a
in
rune, you
mana saga every time I go to hit it.
I just think that should be tied to not weapon damage, but ability damage and weapon damage, both. Because it's kind of hard to ask the cleric to start auto attacking.
Yeah.
Whether they're using a book, they can't generate enough damage to really do an impact on their mana bar.
Unless
So
they're
this
melee.
is useless for the classes you need it the most, in my
Less
opinion.
percentage gained, but over everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Or just maybe something different. I don't know. I just think some of them are lack creativity. I think like I said before, they could be more zany, comedic, maybe even more different ways to do them as well. So maybe you have like different colors or different combinations of the colors, and that could do a whole new thing. I think it could be more iterated upon. Like what the Horrors of the Void, no one uses that. Why are you gonna use Horrors of the Void? The knockback doesn't even work.
It works.
It just seems so useless.
It's really slight now, but it does work. It's if they made it more impactful, if they made it a wider radius, I think that ability would be good. But like,
Who uses Return to Vera? Like, no one uses that one. Like, I don't know. The Apocalypse, it doesn't do enough damage. Like, in my opinion, the Apocalypse, what it should do is it should offer area denial. So that residual fire should do like absurd damage or something really bad to where you don't want to be in it. But currently, people don't care. They'll walk right through it.
Yeah.
That's what I think it should be for. Like, so let's say like a team is trying to push in like the Node Siege. Okay, you got a Bard and they do the Apocalypse. That's going to change the tide of the battle if people are deciding to fight in that fire on the gate.
I think that's the ultimate vision for it, though. Like, you see, gravity is the only one that really works, but gravity completely changes the tide of fights.
It absolutely does.
Right, and so I think they want that with it, given how long the cooldown is. I do think the Saga should be able to be summoned more readily and swapped more readily. And I want to hear what you guys think about this. I think Bard should choose, no matter what. Like, they should choose and they should adjust whatever the talent points they need to be to make this work and to make it make sense. But they should get to choose 3 melodies and have 3 melodies at a time, and they should be able to choose 3 themes and only 3 themes at a time.
Yeah, I like that.
I think that, but you always get 3, so you always have 3 themes and you always have 3 melodies. I think that would make way more sense, because the current, like, okay, well, I'm not even spec'd red right now because I'm only spec'd for gravity, because it's like 7, it's 4 points.
You can actively in combat kind of dynamically change.
You should be able to adjust, because that's the intent.
Yeah.
And a lot of times people are just running around with only menacing on, because it's like, and that feels to me awful. And it's like a viable thing to do, to only run with menacing, and then like you want to swap.
Menacing or mana is always like the most multi-use Swiss Army knife. Like, just let it go.
I do that
and
too.
it'll help at all times.
Yeah.
But let me tell everybody, let me tell all these viewers, Yellow here was one of our shot callers during the testing today. And this guy, I don't know what he has for a skill set up on his Bard, but he apparently has every theme and every melody spec'd at all times, because he's like, okay, stop this one, do that one. Okay, stop this one, do that one. Okay, stop this one, do that one. I'm like, I only have 2. That's it. I don't have 4 of them. Okay.
In large PvP, you, in my opinion, right? Glowy's is probably a better Bard than I. He's almost certainly a better Bard than I. And so he can tell if I'm full of shit. But he also might be wrong. Just because he's good doesn't mean he's right. I think you should always have in a siege, in like a big PvP, menacing, epic, and cheerful. And sometimes you want pensive. You usually will want pensive.
I always run menacing and pensive, and usually when we have another Bard, they will do cheerful and epic. I don't expect every Bard to run all of them, just for the fact that I like to do damage and give mana back to the clerics, because clerics are always like mana. So
if you're not running,
giving him what's up.
If you're not running, in my opinion, personally, this is my belief. I will 1v1 you IRL for this. If you're not running cheerful at all times, you are a griefer, because every Bard should be able to swap to that. That healing is fucking crazy, especially with how clerics heals. They're slow as fuck. Mend, slow as fuck. Deliverance, slow as fuck. Judgment, slow as fuck. But cheerful, fast as all hell. You anthem a cheerful out and you're fucking pumping those heals. That chain lightning heal is fucking hitting random ass people, and it's topping them up. That shit crits for like 2,000. It's crazy. I think
it has like what 15% heals, and then you boost Fortissimo on top of that to get it to like it's 25 or 27, something like that.
The resonant proc is a smart heal on the bow, and I think it's 210% smart heal, and you can get them out super fast if you Anthem of Alacrity yourself. And so if you're Alacrity and you fucking twang those and you're not being hit, you are an absolute sicko healer. It's crazy.
Yeah. Okay. In the tournament, I ran that build. But Normally I don't. So the thing is that the smart heal, while it's good, I don't exactly like the smart casting system because you can't pick who it goes on. With mana too. So what happens is if you're running pensive, it will smart cast, let's say, a fighter for mana. Why would it do that? A fighter doesn't need that. A fighter gets all their mana back from blood fusion. I want to go to the cleric or the mage, but I can't control that, or the tank who doesn't need as much. So I think it's a detriment as well. I think it's kind of a double-edged sword here. While I think it's kind of crafty, I guess, that smart casting, it's an RNG aspect I don't like. I don't like RNG, as someone else has made the comment here. Lloyd, I don't really like that.
I totally 1000% respect that viewpoint, but at the same time, with a bard being like group support focused, I think stabilizing whoever's the lowest is actually a good thing, because then the cleric who's specialized in healing people would be able to choose who needs the heal more, because of they're going to need to remember what the tank has for cooldowns, or they need to remember whatever somebody else has. But the bard can just be like, I'm going to help fucking everybody, and whoever has the least amount of health is going to get a heal. Sorry, just go.
Well, then
it plays exactly like that. It actually plays exactly like that. And when you have your bards in unison, all use cheerful at the same time. If you have in a raid, say you're a 40-man raid and you have like, what would it be per group, 5 groups, 10 bards. If you have 10 bards switch to cheerful at the same time, you are raining heals on your entire group. The impact is insane. No one's done it because no one's organized like that. No one's good enough like that. There's not a good 40-man in this game at all. No one has one. And so you don't have these synergies yet, but they exist and they are extremely cool.
We tried that in some of the old stuff, like back in Dopamine. We tried that, and the thing is that it was okay.
But your bards were trash. All the bards in Dopamine except for you were trash. Every single one.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm not gonna talk
shots fired. Holy,
my old guildmates like that. I respect them, but I will say
you're talking, but you're muted.
Yeah, so the tavern is a neutral space. Shots fired should be kept at a minimum. But
they're not hit. Wait. No one fired here. None fired at anyone here. At players in the grave. They're
just not here to defend themselves.
Fair. So it's flying at the edge of the radar. Just saying.
Yeah,
I'm raining in my strays.
Right.
The bards in Dopamine that you were playing with could have used a lot of it. There was a lot of room for improvement. There's a lot of room for growth.
A lot of them were running that kind of build. You're saying, here's the thing though, Bard doesn't quite have the best scaling, as we know, only on select few abilities. And actually, you're correct. On Resonance, it has decent scaling, but the problem was getting the procs off. It can be tricky unless you're running longbow. So.
Which is why longbow's the goat, brother.
Which is why you run longbow, yeah. But even that's the case, so we still do have a lot of heals that do smart casts that are good for that. Shielding Dance, for example, and Serenade. I think those are fine abilities to do that. But we have single target variants such as Jest or Quick Wit. That's a targeted ability, and that can do a lot of healing. It crits for about 1,000 to 1,200 if you got a good amount of.
My non-crit's 1,000. That ability is awesome.
Yeah, so it does a lot of healing. So there is room for both. I just don't like the smart casting stuff personally. I think it lacks what's the word I'm trying to think. You might know the word I'm thinking of, but yeah.
I think specifically because I think what Vertex said earlier is actually is so brilliant. It does just fill in the gaps for the cleric though. Like it's designed that you do not get that choice. If you want that choice, you should be on. Cleric is dictating. They are really deciding where the healers are going and how the defensive flow of the gameplay is, barring some AoE and smart cast interactions from Bard. That feels fair to me because Bard's like, it's the group class, right? Like it's the buff class and I interact with big groups of people. And it also has that smart stuff built into it where you're focusing instead of on targeting people for heals. I think it's more elegant and it lets you focus more on combat. And so you don't have that split focus because it is smart healing, right? And yeah, you can use the Jest and you have that expression, but it's not every ability does not demand you to look at your raid frames. And so you are able to be more in combat. I think that matters. And I think it makes it so much more compelling, just personally.
Sure, yeah.
I like the autos. You don't like the autos.
So what happened a lot of, I'm not gonna, so this is not at all a excuse, but a lot of the and we could say get good, right? They would actually not use resonance at all. And I was a huge complainer of that. Like, no, you have to spend your resonance stacks because it was just easier to just kind of stay in the back line and fucking press Jest all day long. on people because they wanted to have that kind of cleric style of choosing a target to heal. Now, I don't really mind it for that cheerful, but I do mind it for mana. I don't like smart casting on mana regen. I like how Hymn in the Mind allows you to do that, but it's a 30 second, 25 second cooldown, right? I think you should be able to choose who to give mana back to on your resonance. I don't like how it gives it to fighters or rangers or classes who don't need it, apart from a cleric. So when a cleric is screaming, I need mana, and you got 10 stacks, I want to be able to return a large portion to that cleric to keep the fight going. I don't like the smart casting on that aspect. I don't think it's offensive on the healing aspect, personally. But again, yeah, it's a good point. It gets you in the fight, not staring at the freaking raid frames all day. But to be honest, I think all the heals could be taken off that and go more of a Wildstar approach to eliminate the fact of staring at raid frames. I think that's actually outdated design.
Current frames. I agree. I also think that because of how things work, I might get roasted for this. I think the TNL approach, where you only are allowed to be a group of 8 ever, I think that's better. I think that's way better. I hate raid groups. Raid groups with a giant frame on the side of your screen occupying everything, because the game wants to be this like 8-man synergy tool anyway. It claims to be that. Sure. Right? Let us only be in groups and have when the alliance system is fleshed out, remove raid groups entirely. Let alliances be neutral in the ways that they currently are. Let that exist as it is, right? But otherwise, let people exist in 8-man groups, because then it also disincentivizes really, really big Zergs from doing a lot of things, because then it's harder to organize when you're not all in the same group. You can't see each other on the map. You have to communicate through each other. You are adding natural organizational stress to larger groups, which makes sense and is good for anti-Zerg stuff.
That just made me think of something that would be, I don't know if I am fully sold on this, but like a sub-party system where you have your 8-man raid is like your targeted people because basically that's how groups already work with inside of a raid. So like your 8-man, that's your party. And then you have a sub-party system where it is like all your raid total that you're basically allies with, but you don't have to be from your allied guilds. You can like invite these members to this sub-party system to be your allies, so that like when you press tab, you're not hitting your allies. You're kind of like they're like friendly targets basically.
I think if you did the TNL system where it was people in your guild and people in your alliance, I think that would probably make the most sense.
But like there's some things in Ashes where you're out in the open world and you want them to be your ally, but you're not allies with them in a guild. So like the sub-party system would be like, I'm designating that person that is not my ally and that's not in my guild as a friend, but they're not in my direct 8-man party.
So my only issue with that is that Zergs could use, if there was like there would have to be like very strict rules and requirements.
Yeah, I mean Zergs would
just use that. They would use it to friend more people, and I think the main idea here is, at least for me, my main idea here is make it logistically harder. Don't make it easy for people to run around in groups of 40 people. Honestly, make it a nightmare. Make it a nightmare unless you're like best friends and you're like organized as the goddamn fucking Marines for you to actually, and then people won't hate you as much. If you're a Zerg and you were organized like the Marines and you can like call things out, your position on the map, you were synchronized, like you were an elite fighting team, people are going to feel less pissed when they lose to you because you're sick as fuck. And it's obvious. It's not just like, oh, you're just this, that, and no, you're good.
The end point of the game is the map will be big enough and there's no fast travel to where Zergs are going to be harder to do because of the travel time. So
100%.
If you're doing a caravan, that so-and-so guild can't all just Zerg you, let's say at the Badlands, because it's going to take them half an hour to an hour to even longer to get there.
Bro,
to spread around the continent.
People out in the desert when I'm in Winstead, like,
did you want to say
you're way too far, dog.
But like make it even, like why not, right? Like there is no reason not to make it even logistically harder. Currently, if they're in the Riverlands, right, and for instance, let's say a guild on Vira, let's say Nova, let's say Barcode, let's say Polar, let's say Envious, they see a caravan. Okay, everyone whisper me for invite, I'm gonna right click invite, because now you can right click. It's sick as fuck now. And so you go through and you invite everyone. Now 40 people can know exactly where you are. and they can come to you. You don't have to communicate to them. You just at a Discord and then make everyone type a 123, 124, whatever you want, and now you're inviting 40 people in your group instantly. They know where you are. There's no communication requirement. There's no organizational structure. It's not okay. Well, this 8-man's gonna get together. Okay, who's running the second 8-man? All right, who's running the third? And then you will naturally form into smaller cliques anyway that the family system wants to encourage. It feels like the game is designed to not have raids in reality and have an alliance system, and it to me it seems weird that it's not that way. Like it feels designed
you have to have 40 mans for certain content, like world.
But why can't you have
You do
5
world
8-mans? If you have 5 8-mans that are in or even like that you can invite to a temporary, but if you have 5 8-mans, right? Like
because I can just tab to them and hit my ally on accident.
Oh no, but if they're in your guild, you can't, right? Or if you're in a specific event with them, you can't. And then those can be the exceptions, right? That it is then logistically harder. It's really hard for a Zerg then to be efficient because if you just have random people there all together, separate guilds, separate identities, and you can use them together, that's a Zerg's best friend. That is their field day. They are eating good because they can get every random motherfucker in on this bitch. Make it harder. And it will affect some systems and you'll want to play more with a core 8 group of people. But isn't that peak Ashes? Isn't peak Ashes with your 8-mans? Grinding shit out, killing people, doing stuff in 8-man groups. If it's going to be balanced around 8-mans, if it's going to be designed around 8-mans, if it's going to be encouraged around 8-mans, and all these systems are, sprout up as a result.
I mean, that is peak. I think your solution is too limiting. I love the idea and I love the end goal. I just don't like the process.
I think the 8-mans is a good idea because there's been a lot of times as a cleric, like it's super frustrating. I'm in like a huge 40-man raid and I'm throwing out heals on people, and then I throw out a heal on someone that's not actually in range, or like the range on them is really weird, and then I just start wasting heals on like myself, and that's really frustrating as well, So like having those tighter groups, definitely, I feel like that would be way better.
And you still have the things on cleric that influence the field. Like you're still going to want to use your divine flare, looking at the field and looking at the larger alliance with you. But what is wrong? And tell me with this now, right? The only thing you need more than 8 people for is like raid boss level content. What's wrong with forcing you to be in a guild, to be allied with them, or be in a guild with an alliance with another person for you to do big max and content with them? There's no reason. It's just a good thing.
So you can make the argument like, it's gonna stop Zergs because it's super limiting and stuff like that. It will slow them down. But like you're affecting other parts of the game where like maybe Genesis isn't my ally, but we're friendly and I'd like to help them out on the world boss. Now that's also a pain because they're not in my alliance. Because it's only limited to 3 guilds, Let's take it
to a different ultimate end goal. Let's say that you're not actually officially allied. Like you can have 4 allied guilds, right? So let's say that you have 3 allied guilds and you're doing a tryout of a 4th, but they're not actually allied, and you have 2 or 3 members out of a 40-person group, a raid group, and now. What happens to that? Like there shouldn't be like
favor at all times. I think the priority and the fun of the casual should be placed above any convenience for a massive alliance and ease for a massive alliance. Fuck as a part of a massive alliance. Fuck the massive alliances. They're bullshit for the game. They tear people apart. They try and monopolize everything. Make it fucking hard. Make it hard for the people that want to grief you. Make it hard for the people that want to be the villains. Make it hard for the marauders. Make it difficult. Make it so that they have to be insanely organized and insanely good at what they do in order to make it hard for you. Incentivize the game to be easier to play for the people not in those groups. At all times, I think is paramount to this game's long-term success. And speaking as the person on the opposite end of that demographic, I think that those people should be catered to 90% of the time. And they're not nearly catered to enough.
The one sentiment I've noticed from all hardcore and like sweats, like I think Kaiser was saying this from Polar the other day in like one of the guild summits, is like casuals will make this game. So we have to like sweats want casuals. They don't want to push them out of the game. Like they will live and breathe the population of MMOs forever, and so we need them. So it's like
it's a symbiotic relationship, right? Like and that's the weird thing, right? Like so let's just take 2 of the most opposite play styles possible, right? Like, let's say PvP, like hardcore, I only want to PvP all day. That's all I want to do ever. I just want to PvP. Everything else is just getting me to this destination. And then there's economic people that just want to create things and sell things, and they want to make money by playing the market, and they want to be the impactful like gear crafter that gets everybody their gear, and that's the only reason they're able to like demolish this raid or dungeon or world boss. But while people are out gathering the materials to make that gear, they're going to get beat down by PvP players. And that's going to make PvP players some money to buy the gear from somebody else who is able to luckily escape all that and get the gatherables, get it to town, turn it into a processed product that then gets manufactured into a crafted piece of gear. Like it, if you don't have somebody there in the other side, granted, actual Ashes of Creation has so many other steps in the middle there. I'm just saying literally taking the two opposite poles and just plopping them in the situation with everything else in the middle being vaporized. Like, if you didn't have those people, like, would all the hardcore PvP people have to go mine? Would they actually stay with a game that forced them to go do the stuff they didn't want to do? Probably not. So you need the people who are going to do the things they don't want to do.
People are 100% mining and shit. Like,
yeah, if you're a serious PvP right now, you are farming your ass off. The best PvPers right now are the rich ones.
They're the rich ones, but how many of them, like population wise? Because again, we're talking about like Yellow, the conversation we had earlier where we were talking about PvE players being hardcore and being able to do PvP just as well. We're talking about the top 5%. The top 5% who are actually seriously focused, like laser focused on a goal, they will do whatever it takes. They will go and they will demean themselves and mine with a spoon if they need to get the materials.
And they hate it, but they will 100% do it for 20 hours a day.
But we're talking about the en masse, like masses of people.
Yeah, those guys probably won't.
Even at the top, there are people that don't do that. Polar is remarkably worse at gathering and crafting than any of the other top guilds. And it's obvious to everyone, and they know it, but they are protected and they're shielded by Envious that does their crafting and does a lot of their gathering for them. And they secure a lot of world bosses. They can exchange some of that loot and exchange some of that bark for the things that they need, right? Like it exists in that equilibrium even now on some level because they are successful in the ways that they are, right? Better guilds will do it both, and they would be a better guild if they also had better crafting, right? And I'm sure they're aware of that. I'm sure they're improving their crafting, right? I'm sure they're getting better every day. But it does matter, and I think that's interesting and good. I think it's interesting and good to force the really hardcore players. Don't make it easy. Don't make it so that I can be a PvPer and ignore the other systems, but let the other systems ignore PvP, right? Like make it the hardest possible time for the people that really want to quote unquote own this game and monopolize it. Make it challenging as fuck for them, because even the process of it is the thing that's fun. It's the experience of it. And if you make it way too easy for them to steal shit from you, it's bad, because they're gonna, even if it's really fucking hard to steal shit from you, they're gonna do it. So make it really fucking hard so they have that challenge and they have that thing to push towards, and give them that friction so that those smaller guilds that aren't as interested and aren't as sweaty aren't as poisoned by the smell as they sweat throughout the server.
I think we have ended up in a position where a lot of the bigger guilds, like I've noticed in Polo, since I've joined, I've noticed is like they don't do a lot of direct gathering, but it's more just like they're able to get together, run huge caravans, and then they just buy whatever they need off the marketplace.
Which is fine to do that in the academy. Like you either have the currency and you buy the stuff, or you sell the stuff to make currency. Like that's the ecosystem that
in the end it always,
all of us MMO players like live and breathe. Like,
in the end it always really boils down to,
or are you just buying from the economy?
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Like, would you rather not focus on what you really like to do and ignore the stuff you really don't like doing and let somebody else do that, and understand that you need to make room for the other people to do that? And you could totally harass other people to do whatever they're doing. You could harass them and impact their gameplay based on whatever you're doing in one way or another, be it even the econ people, they're all nice, right? No, they can absolutely charge a much higher price for somebody they don't like, and maybe that person won't realize it. So they'll be mean in their own right. They may make a 30% more profit, and they're going to be like, I just fucking robbed that guy. This is amazing. They gave me 30% more money than they should have.
The day RuneScape died for me and with the economy is the day they added the Grand Exchange. That shit sucked. All my merchanting days died in RuneScape as soon as the Grand Exchange was enabled. Because I couldn't scam people on prices anymore.
Womp womp. Well, hey, everything's going to be node specific except for economic nodes in there if they reach Metropolis.
Good.
I don't think that's going to really be the case. People will use the Ashes Market website eventually, and everyone will just use that.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's
in theory. I mean, you can
there'll
look at.
still be regional prices. Like you can't get like an Eastern Continent resource on the Western Continent all that easy. They won't know how to price it over there.
I think those kinds of websites should actually be like. I think they should seek to take things like that down. I think that those things are bad for the game, and
I think Codex is bad for the game.
I think Codex also should be taken down for the same reason. Yeah. If I were in a perfect world and it were my MMO and I could sit here and do whatever I wanted and I had infinite legal power and I could instantly make anything happen, all database websites dead instantly. Not a single one. Well, all the data miners, I will remove their fingers.
I think realistically that ain't gonna happen. So because it ain't gonna happen, I'm curious what Intrepid is going to do to not just combat it legally, probably with the website, because they're going to be international. I'm pretty sure the people that does Codex is Europe, and the Ashes Market probably the same thing.
Feed it with false information so that it's always wrong.
Well, then their API I don't think it would that because that would also mess with their internal files, because that's how the Codex is getting their stuff.
Yeah, you just load the pack file with a whole bunch of like misaligned shit that's like technically in the game. You just don't actually put it on the server.
Currently, the crafting calculator is pretty off. The higher you get in your crafting rating, the more skewed the final product turns out.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways to combat it, but yeah, you just make it look.
The thing with Ashes
so
Market,
unreliable.
You're going to be able to sell things, yes, even across nodes, across biomes, even across continents, in just a very easy way. Like, so you don't even need to use the marketplace anymore. You're just going to use the website, and that could be node to node, biome to biome.
That's also difficult too in its own way, because I think the reason why that Steven is probably okay with these websites being up is because each realm on live production, not right now. Right now it's so small. Like, we just have what we have. But we already noticed differences between Vyra and Lyneth, right? With like 100%. In terms of pricing. Then you're also gonna have to know like which nodes are up and like what does like Redwood cost in the Badlands versus on the Eastern continent. Like you have to like enter so many different variables in these markets. It's so weird. But
and
like,
then
I
on
guess
top of
you
that,
could,
it's how many people are still farming that, because it was the hot thing last week, but then people are done making their caravans, so now they don't need their braidwood as much, because they've this one guild that bought all of it and drove the prices up because they bought all of it. Now they don't want any, and now the prices drop dramatically below what it even was beforehand. Like, things change so often that something like that will not always be 100% accurate. There's always going to be some kind of fluctuation.
Yeah, so while I believe they will exist and they'll like pretend like they're the authority on everything, I definitely think that they're gonna like try to homogenize prices that just doesn't make sense on your road. And I think that's just going to be what it is.
I will predict that it will be the way everybody does marketing. It's going to be the most efficient way, especially if you're going to look across market. You're not going to go biome to biome to look at each node marketplace. It's going to be the easiest and most convenient way to look at things, and it will become the default for every heavy economist person. And whether you like to hear that or not, I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case.
So this opens up a little bit of a So I'll let you finish that, but then I want to add something else on top of it real quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say just real quick. The only way that they could really do it is they'd have to go by each realm, by each node, and the average selling price, and then they would just post it on the website.
You're missing the point though. Like what I'm saying is, like, have you ever done the PoE marketplace?
Yeah.
Okay, so you basically just got to list the thing, like, and when everybody isn't listing their particular items at their node market, they're just going to post it on the website. So, and you can say that you can buy this thing on, in this node in this particular biome, but the fact that you can communicate and also see as a potential buyer everything, and then it's over in this node, I can go and get it. Like, that's the ease of convenience that I'm speaking of. And I'm curious if, like, can Intrepid do something to where you can at least see a global auction house, but you would still actually have to go to the node or contact the person who's, what I'm trying to say? Like,
this feeds,
that feels like a good solution.
Vladis, that feels
like you can see it.
That feeds directly into what I was going to say. So the games today have evolved to meet the mass market, right? Yes. The mass market are the people who are obviously feeding the most money into games. So while Steven and Intrepid say that, there's like the monetary gain isn't as important as making a solid game that's going to last, stand the test of time and fill a certain niche and all that, at some point there might be a question of, if we don't adapt because people want this stuff, the game may get to a point where it's unsustainable. Like, servers cost money, tech costs money, people cost money to create art and develop systems. And if the modern audience has adapted to certain conveniences and certain features, if a game isn't at least somewhat accommodating to that point, will it survive? And things like knowing what is available on an auction house somewhere, even if it's not the price they're looking for, but it's available and it's somewhat within reach. Like, I'll travel as long as I know it's there. I can create a mail order. I can tell this merchant I want to buy that thing, and I'll be there in 10 minutes to pick it up, or 20 minutes or an hour.
Or they just leave it in their player stall and you just go visit it. Yeah.
The Metropolis power of an economic node was stated as the linked auction house. Was it not?
Yeah.
Along that specific Metropolis's UI. That Metropolis's UI specifically, yeah.
It gives it to the Metropolis from all other economic nodes.
For that, right? As far as I know, it's that specific economic nodes.
If there's two economic Metropolises,
it's
it
only
would link together, and then it would be within their own
Metropolises.
But it wouldn't be through the.
Well, so one economic
but then
Metropolis,
it also goes to their vassals.
It's UI.
So like their other.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'd also go to their vassals. So it wouldn't be like all 85 nodes.
If you have two economic nodes on the opposite side of the map, you have like the best
different
possible
auction
trade
houses.
relationships ever, because they would link to all of their vassals and they would link together.
Correct.
That's crazy. That's sick. Actually,
and all I'm saying is, like, when it comes to a lot of regionalized auction houses, they end up going global. And again, I'm an advocate for Ashes being regionalized just based off of the systems they created. I think most other games don't actually have the systems as deep as Ashes does, and they just want regionalized auction houses because they want regionalized auction houses, which is why it fails. But I think actually the systems and the requirements that Ashes has in place, I think actually validates regional auction houses. However, people always want convenience. That's why these websites exist. That's why anytime you want to go and you play a fighter, or you have a class that you want to play, you're probably going to look up a guide. You're going to watch a YouTube video. You're not going to learn it yourself. That's convenience.
And
going and looking at a...
True.
That feeds directly into my second part of that same point, which is Steven said that he hates when he plays a game, and I think it was Steven that said, it was somebody from Intrepid says that you shouldn't need to necessarily reference a website in order to figure out how to do something in game. So it kind of follows, like, if people are expecting a certain amount of input from a game or information from a game and it's not providing it, but somebody made a YouTube video about it, well, why shouldn't that information be available in game somehow? And if they're not seeing it, like, where's the balance? They're gonna have a tough time finding that balance, I think, over time.
it's the same problem college professors are having with AI. Like they're telling their students not to use AI, but what are students doing? They're using AI and they're using websites to basically convert their work to make it look like AI didn't do it for them. Every person is always going to try to obfuscate the system. They're always going to try to find convenience. You're never going to change that habit in gamers. You're never going to do it.
It's just difficult to do, and it hasn't been done yet, which does not mean that it can't be done. Server meshing has never been done before. Doesn't mean it can't be done, right? Like it hasn't been done yet. But also the problem the colleges are having is that they have not adjusted their material for the reality that AI exists. All of their questions can be answered, and most of the material that they're demanding can be answered by something that is really good at compiling the information that they needed in the first place. They need to adjust the material. It needs to correct
one statement on that. Server meshes have been done before, and they were done in like 1999. By the way,
dynamic server meshing has never been accomplished in MMO ever.
Well, not dynamic, but server meshing has been done. And
dynamic server meshing has never been accomplished by anyone ever in any MMO that I know of, unless there's an exception to that.
But server meshing has been done.
Is that phase 2, by the way? What happened to that, huh? Is phase 3 now?
Yep. Got pushed to phase 3.
It's as long as it takes. It's new tech. It's never worked. It's new. They're inventing it.
But regular server meshing was in Ultima Online. I played the bejeebus out of that, and there was one small issue that they even had to fix, because on the line between two servers that were hosting the same player, somebody could walk literally that specific line and gain double stat benefits if they gained a skill point while they were walking that line. That's why like it stood out. And I remembered like Ultima Online did this, and like it was 1999, I swear to Bob. Maybe 2000, but it's been a thing. It's the dynamic part that's revolutionary. I
think honestly, the changing public sentiment on convenience is never, ever, ever going to happen. Like I don't. Yeah. It's like changing a person's political opinion. You're never going to do it.
Well, like I don't care. It's like you don't change their opinion. You don't change their opinion. You do not go for the opinion. You just make it less feasible. You do what you can to disincentivize it. You do not ever rely.
What are you going to do to disincentivize a person looking up a guide to play their class better? What is the company going to do that?
Well, something you can't adjust, but like having less access and having obfuscated data and having like fake items, and like denying drop rates.
So here's the only way to go about. So here's the only way to go about
to make
like
websites less powerful.
The only way to really do that is literally to say that we are making this game, and by you playing this game, you sign an agreement saying that if you make a guide on this game, if you borrow this content, if you record this game, if you make a guide, if you do anything involving sharing information about this game besides a text-based review and discussion, then we reserve all rights to sue you.
So we're in a weird hyperbole, because like there is different levels of this already. Denying that it exists is insane. World of Warcraft, very, very different in terms of what API it offers and what level of add-on and UI customizability and what scripts that you can run while playing the game. It's insane, right? And then so Ashes is way on the other spectrum, that they super limit it. Everything is internal. There's no add-ons. They don't allow it. Right, like, and we'll see if they enforce it or not, because Final Fantasy went the same way with damage meters, etc. Right, but you just make it less and less feasible, make it harder for these people to do these things, right, as best as you can, so that you avoid it. They will, but right, reduce the impact. I'm not saying rely on the hearts and wills of good people. Reduce the impact and try and make it so that it's disincentivized as much as possible.
The more successful,
I don't think any of this matters. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think any of this matters, because, I think Vladis is right. People are always going to search convenience. There's always going to be guides. There's always going to be stuff. Hold on.
But you just limit the impact.
Let me finish. They're always going to do that. I don't think it matters as a developer. I don't think you need to change anything. Like your system is going to be your system. Intrepid's already doing.
So why not let everyone make their own add-ons in Ashes? You want them to make add-ons?
Well, no, that's a third-party software that you just.
Oh, wait, but why you're saying that people are just going to do it anyway? People are going to use third-party software in Ashes anyway. Let them use all third-party software.
They're not going to use software in Ashes. They're going to use guides as a third-party website outside of Ashes.
People will eventually use like outside screen capturing things and have their log open to measure their DPS. People will eventually do that. It happened in Final Fantasy. It'll happen here. Do you think?
And Stevens even said like, if you're going to go through all that trouble, you can. But there's not going to be an add-on in the game. game.
But do you think so? So then why? Here's my logic, right? Why not just put the damage meter in? I don't think you should put the damage meter in, but what is your reason for that?
I mean, I personally think they should have a damage meter personally, but
No, but
my point
from
is,
a person. Wait,
is not on-
can Lloyd respond? Because he obviously you feel differently, Vladis. But Lloyd, what do you think about that? Do you think there should? If you don't think there should be a damage meter, why?
Wait, hold on. Are you asking my personal
Your
opinion, or what? Because I don't think my opinion matters. Like this, my point is my opinion and our opinion doesn't matter about like people are always going to search convenience. My opinion doesn't matter. Steven's going to make the game that he wants. Obviously, there's not going to be any add-ons allowed in the game if you're injecting software into the game to add an add-on like damage meters or a market searching thing that is bannable by their TOS. They don't have to go target third-party websites to eliminate players' search for convenience, but as long as it's not inside their game, that's all they care about.
Well, see,
like
the fun thing is also to think about on all this, though, is, and not to say it should sway Steven's opinion, I'm not saying that, but the complexities behind it are somebody is going to do it. Even if it's just scraping data off the screen as it scrolls by in a log, or even as it scrolls by on the TV. I mean, you have monitors from MSI that has an AI built in. It can analyze the screen and it will show you as soon as an enemy pops up on a screen where it is and where the head is. It will show you a target point. So you can play an FPS and you can zoom in on it real quick. This is the monitor, the hardware. So people will do something to automate almost anything in the game. The question is, how easy or difficult are you going to make it so that if only 2 or 3 contenders are out there making a product, they can charge an arm and a leg and people will pay it.
But because they're paying an arm and a leg, it's going to be very minimal amount of people that do.
You think that? You would think that.
You're not doing that to an
You would think
on-math
that.
at $500.
Have you seen how profitable gacha games are, and how many people spend thousands and thousands of dollars a month on a free game?
Yeah.
How about a game that they pay $15 a month for, and they have the advantage because nobody else wants to pay that kind of money? They're going to spend even more money on that shit. You never know how much money people are willing to pay.
So are we saying you're going to spend that much money on damage meters and add-ons and all this stuff? And
I
don't think it's that. I don't think it's the game impacting system. Like if we're talking about like somebody's going to spend all this money to just get like a market on a third-party website that casuals probably don't even go to unless it's like heavily enforced on the Reddit, like Lost Ark using like their Lost Ark market or something like that. Like you have to use this. But I mean, like unless I don't know, I just find it so niche and so not really relevant.
Well,
to like actual impact of gameplay. Like it feels weird to me.
And the API and the way that they approach the game should reflect this, right? The reason why it's good that there are no add-ons is because then players don't have to spend 20-something hours right when they start the game configuring exactly what they want to do, installing things from a third-party website, trying to figure out what Synergized was done, updating it every single patch because it's broken anew when you have to recreate UI elements every single time with other developers that are outside the company. That's horseshit. It just sucks. You're taking the player more and more out of the game, and you don't want to do that. And the same thing with websites. Make them in any way that you can. Obviously, I'm not saying yes, they cannot go and scalp all of the people that are making these websites and prevent them from ever existing. But make it harder to run them, make it more difficult, make it less useful in the game wherever you can. Right? And they're the devs. They know what's good about.
But you know what the counterbalance is? Do you know what the counterbalance is? Who cares what the devs think? Because somebody wants a tool, who cares what the devs think? If they don't want to put it in the game, somebody's going to make it. Somebody's going to make it, and they're going to put it out there because it's not in the game. Therefore, they have to make it. It's going to be made, and it's going to be used. And you know what? If it doesn't, and this has been my argument about meters in general, to be able to gauge your performance, to be able to help teach somebody based on factual like occurrences, based on like watching it like a hawk and recording an hour of their gameplay so you can go through frame by frame and say, okay, so I counted, you cast mend 732 times in the past 35 minutes. You actually needed to cast it twice as much because that is your most powerful whatever. And that's gonna drive somebody mental trying to help somebody figure out why their raid group did not get so far as somebody else's raid group who was the same raid group except for the one healer.
Good.
And that is an extremely good dynamic to have, because it means that improvement is less objective, it's more subjective, and it's more social. Then
But who
my
has time for
opinion
that?
is not.
You know what?
Well, wait.
Somebody's going to make an add-on and it's going to be bought, and then the discussion is moot because people aren't going to do that because the add-on exists.
Listen. You're not a prophet, okay? You don't know every add-on that's ever going to be made. You don't know everything that's going to be swapped.
Did Final Fantasy build something in there? Final Fantasy 14, did they?
They did, and it's not nearly.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They didn't build a damage meter. Did somebody make it? Yes, they did.
Wait, I listen. But because someone built a damage meter, right? That's very different from what happens in World of Warcraft, where the damage meters are available and the API plugs directly in. Your position in the fight plugs directly in. Exactly what you were doing in what order and what millisecond of the fight is accessible.
But most people don't care about that much. They just want to be able to gauge some performance stats.
Listen. When you do that, when you make that information available, it eventually becomes an arms race, and you see what's happened in World of Warcraft, where people will flame the fuck out of you if you don't have all these add-ons, if you haven't looked up your rotation, if you haven't seen.
You know what's going to happen instead? You know what's going to happen instead? Have you played a super competitive game that didn't have any kind of a meter or performance gauge? I played a couple of them, and you know what happens is they're going to say, okay, so there's this scorpion, right? Because I'm seeing it on the screen right now. It has 2 tails. It's out there in the desert. What we're going to do is we're going to have a cleric healing you. You're going to go out there, and you are going to beat that thing. You have 34 seconds to beat it. If you don't beat it in 34 seconds, you don't join the raid group. Let's go.
In this example, instead of learning the game on warcraftlogs.com, you know where I'm learning the fucking game, and you know where I'm figuring out whether or not a player is good? I'm not doing it on a fucking website with a spreadsheet. I'm doing it in the desert while he kills a scorpion with the mechanics in game. That's sick as fuck.
You should learn the game
in the game.
But you know what you're not doing? You're not seeing exactly like what he's actually doing. So you can't tell him how to improve.
And you shouldn't. It should be inexact.
So you're just telling him to go to hell. You're not telling him how to improve. You're not telling him how he can improve.
It should be hard to improve because you do not want a situation where the skill caps are easily reached. You don't want it to be easy, because when it's easy, then you lose that carrot and you lose that growth and you lose that factor of that X factor of like things right now in this game, because of how things are and because it's early on, but also because of the way it's designed. If you see someone playing fighter, Chloe's, generally you're not afraid of them. You see Chase. It's a real person. That's a real threat. That's a real person. That person, Chase on Vira, redefine, at least in our guild, redefine the strength of that class entirely because of his skill, because of his movement, because of his decision making. Right? When you're able to better distill that further and further down, okay, you need this many mens per minute and you have this much meters coming out and you were making this position here. Instead of making it a social experience, you're making it a lonesome experience. You're taking the socialization in order to improve out of the MMO and making it spreadsheets and fucking AI and fucking analysis rather than the playing of the game itself.
So tell me what's the social part in 2 different situations. You can get, because in a video game, and this is something people have a tough time discerning, like the real life, like examining somebody's technique in something like an art or a skill or a craft in real life, you can legitimately see things and you can process it differently than you can in a 2D game that's visually presented in a 3D world in specific animations that don't always line up to what's actually happening. So you can't always really determine, hey, Bisos, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out for so effing long.
Later?
But you can actually tell somebody like, hey, when you're crafting this thing, I see that you baked that a bit too long with the heat gun when you're crafting this armor out of foam and glue. You need to not bake it quite so long because you can see that and it's a real tangible thing. In a video game, it's not tangible, so you need something tangible to make a decision point on. That decision point is if they build something, and I'm not saying it has to be like 3D actuated, like drawing on the ground telling you where to go and positioning in a raid fight, just something to say like, hey, you never used this one skill like ever, and it doesn't have a good visual indicator, so you can't actually see it and call out that it was used very well. But there's something tangible that you can grasp onto and say, hey, this is showing that you didn't use this. You need to use this more often. You're using this other thing, which is nowhere near useful in this situation. That's actually useful better in this other situation. You can provide some actual critical input and guide somebody through a proper process instead of just being like, hey, Joe Bob, go kill the scorpion. You have 34 seconds. Oh, you didn't kill it. Get lost. I can't tell you what you're doing wrong. Go figure it out. Kill this in 34 seconds and come back to us. Bye.
But even with the Scorpion, right? Like you're ignoring the entire mechanic of I can sit down with Jim Bob and say, Jim Bob, in what order do you use your skills? Jim Bob, what's your priority? What's your decision making? What's
but you have to watch this person for a minute and a half, and you have 34 other people trying to apply.
I can talk to you right now. I can ask you a series of questions. What is your most used melody? What is your most used melody in PvP?
Mine pensive. Oh wait, no, PvP. I probably was it menacing, the red one?
Sure, a menacing red one. You PvE mostly though, right? So like PvE is your main thing.
Yeah.
What is your menacing spender typically look like while grinding? Like how are you spending your menacing?
Menacing spender. Well, it depends on if you have was it harmonic or discordant? Depends on which one of those you have, right?
So already I know right now that if you're currently running harmony or discordance, I can talk with you right now. You're most likely wasting a lot of points, but I'm not a big PvE bard, so I don't actually know. If in PvP you were talking to me that you were using harmony or discordance, the one in the top right, like the final row,
well, the middle, the top middle.
It's like slightly beneath the themes, right? Like those two talents beneath the themes. If you're using those, I know you're cooked as fuck just from talking to you. If you're a cleric right now and you're using like
you don't use any of the top line below the themes.
No, I use some, but I don't use harmony and discordance, and you shouldn't, right? There's
but
only
30% boost. 30% boost to effectiveness of a skill.
Only in certain situations do you ever use those because you're rarely on pensive. The only one that actually is relevant is alacrity in epic, because frequently you're in epic and you can swap it counter.
I don't really agree with that, unfortunately. I don't agree. It's absolutely very good.
And look at this. Because there is less exactness in the game, because it's not as distilled, because it's different. We can have different opinions, and it's not true. It's not objective. Everything is feel and vibe, and people do play. Glowies plays differently than I play. I play differently than he play. It's not one is not necessarily better or worse in every situation, and that is fucking
not a mathematical
insane.
Equation. It's
exactly.
how you
it's a game.
play.
It's a fucking game.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And you know what? And that's perfectly fine. And I totally enjoy that point of view. I'm trying to half play devil's advocate and half like put out the reality of what people are dealing with and what people are used to as a majority of players of MMOs these days. Is they're going to want to know, like, how can I get better? Okay, well, define better. And they're going to be like, fucking better. I'm terrible. I'm a cleric and I'm not keeping people alive. How do I keep people alive?
So this is actually really cool for me because I like the vision of like esports and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I think about like esports and like somebody's like, I just want to get better at my class. Okay. I think about League. What do you do when you're bad at League? You get a coach, or you just play the game of shit. But like the coach will go back, watch your VOD. Okay, what's your decision making here? All right. Why did you press this ability here? Why did you position yourself here? And they go through and they walk through all your VOD reviews like that, so that you can actively think about this in the future and like in the game. And I don't know a single League coach like they'll say like, oh yeah, your best combo here, like here's how you do the combos. We go into practice tool, and like you hit a target dummy and like here's your combos. Get used to your combos, and then like that's like you'll use these in different situations. Here. Now go apply that in the game. And you're gonna do the same thing in Ashes. Like here's your basic combos for this type of playstyle. Now go apply that in this dungeon versus this boss. Now you're like really diving in niche nuance, and that's gonna be everything. It's not like, wow, I downloaded like this add-on, says okay, press these buttons in this order, okay, and then it just next button pops up, it flashes, next button pops up, it flashes, next button.
Okay,
like
no,
that's those are add-ons that like kill my intuitivity and also like my ingenuity and my ingenuity of like how I play my class. Like I'm no longer playing my class, I'm just fucking pressing buttons in the exact order that they want me to.
Now check this out. Sitsuma touched on, and this is something I've talked about a couple times, but I was curious how this group would respond to it after a couple prompts here. Setsuma touched on it, and Setsuma said, make useful training dummies. They don't have to be static, could move, attack back, do a training area mechanic or arena mechanic that records feedback on abilities used, damage, healing numbers, etc. in game. One of my biggest ideas that I think would be crazy impactful and really effing awesome is if a guild in a guild hall were to have the chance to, if they fight a certain boss a certain number of times, they engage in and do a decent amount of damage, win or loss, to a boss, or if they hit a certain PvP goal, whatever the case is, like put a certain goal in there. But let's just say it's a world boss. Let's say you fight let's say you fight the ogre 12 times. You have 12 times. Yeah, Tumok. You have 12 times to fight him. You engage with him and you do at least 10% of damage on him to his health 10 times in a row, or not in a row, just 10 times. And you get some kind of points or drops or something that occurs where you can purchase for either glint or gold or guild experience cost, who knows, whatever the cost is that Intrepid wants to put in there, where you can install a simulator inside your guild hall that gives you 0 benefit for fighting it except for training. And that training at the end of it is going to record how your group performed, what your guild did or what your group did, like how well it did. And you can actually examine it. You can sit down and say, hey, we fought this thing. This is how we did. This is how we performed. And we gained nothing except for experience out of it and discussion points.
I think that those systems are fundamentally like things that more instance things, and Stephen, I think, shares my belief on this. They're antisocial, right? There can be good intra-guild mechanics, and that might be interesting, but think about the amount of development time, the amount of balancing that we need to go into it, versus the fact that you're adding a contrived system that separates players, right?
Except...
Well, hold on, there's going to be instance content though, Yellow.
There is, but more.
There was instance content in pre-alpha, like.
But the big thing about this is, though, it gains you nothing. You gain no experience, you gain no items, you gain no anything. You're literally practicing while the boss is not alive. What harm does that do?
It again, it removes you and it lets you, right? It lets you participate in contrived systems that are outside the playing of the game itself.
What else would you be doing? What else would you be doing? Tell me.
Kill the ogre where he exists.
But if he's down, if somebody already killed him, and he's not, he's waiting for respawn.
I would and should, if I wanted the items from him, be gathering so that I can improve my weapons and armor or sell the things that I'm gathering to then buy the materials from the boss itself. It has those self-contained systems.
Okay.
The people that win should win. You shouldn't separate and then, okay, they've attacked it X number of times, right? Barring anyone. If you say no one would abuse that. Everyone would abuse that, by the way. But if you said no one would abuse that, right?
If you said
no one would abuse that, it would still mean that all these guilds are now, you're separating what is meant to be a PvE experience when there are going to be instances. You're separating that experience and trying to sterilize it and put it in a box.
Do you like PvX?
I also think it kills the idea of progging a raid boss. Like, you're not progging it, now you're just training for it. Like,
yeah, you're PTRing.
Well, that's exactly what progging is. If you don't kill it, you die, and you do it again. Yeah, but
you
right?
have XP debt and gear degradation this time.
Yeah, you're doing it in a closed environment where you control all the variables. Where you should. The whole point of these world bosses is that you should do that, and you will have the opportunity to do that in a secluded place in your simulator. There will be instance raid content, right? That's what that is for, right?
Well, the instance raid content has already been stated to not have great gear and to be more story oriented, which means it's not going to be crazy challenging and it's not going to be super profitable.
That's not true.
Read the wiki, I'll pull it up. Unless he changed his opinion on it.
I have a screenshot from a long time ago, but it was probably more recent. But it's he stated, I think it was on Jamie's stream. This is where I got the screenshot from. He put it in Twitch chat. That instance dungeons are going to be more difficult than PvX bosses, and they're going to be lesser but kind of on par to PvX like world bosses. So like it's going to be somewhat equivalent, but the bosses are going to be way harder.
So it's going to be easy than the simplest content out there, but not
No,
as hard
harder.
as. No,
it's
gonna
harder
it's
than
gonna be
this-
the most
it's going to be harder
complex
than the easiest
PvE.
It's going to
content
be the
out there, but
hardest
easier
PvE
than.
content. It's going to be the hardest PvE content, and the gear is going to be
Well, no, because it's going to be less
slightly
than the
under
world
par.
bosses.
yeah.
'Cause
The world
that's
bosses.
what you said, right?
No,
yeah,
they've stated the
but the
opposite.
world bosses are easy because they have PvX. They're easier because of PvX. Instance content is going to have the hardest PvE, and then the gear is only going to be slightly under what you'd get from a PvX boss. It'd be
I think
somewhat equivalent, but just slightly lower.
So
I think if they're
in
gonna do
That's what
that-
he was saying.
So in the Alpha 2 thus far, in some of the most dense times, Nexus has taken down world bosses that drop the best gear that can drop without issue.
Right.
Why would that be inspiring to do an instanced boss that's easier to beat
Because
than a
there's
world
no
boss?
competition.
First of all, it's harder to beat. The whole point is he's saying it's going to be harder to beat. You're going to have harder content in the instances in terms of the mechanics of the boss. Mechanics of the boss will be harder, is what he's saying.
In instance content, because
Yeah.
you are not competing.
Yeah,
Because it is you, your guild, or whoever, your party, solo in an instance dungeon. It is going to be the hardest PvE content because there is no competition. World bosses are meant to be a little bit easier because there is competition. That's it.
Yeah, I had a question. Would
Yeah.
you like something akin to like kind of like WoW kind of mythic raiding and dungeons and Ashes? Is that something that you're kind of looking for in that vein? A challenging PvE content? Like
So
that?
I would love that, but I know Ashes isn't that game, so I'm not looking for that out of Ashes.
For sure. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't mind that for cases. I would love challenging because I came from WildStar and I loved PvE in that game, right? And that's some of the most fun I ever had before. But I
Yeah,
have lots of
absolutely.
PvPing too.
Same.
So
and again, I would love that out of Ashes. I 1000% would, but I know it's not coming out of Ashes, so I'm not expecting that. But
I don't want Mythic Plus, but I really want Ultimates similar to Final Fantasy 14 in Ashes.
I think there should be some challenging PvE content that gives you something that is rewarding. So whether it's like cosmetic, a cool skin, or a cool decal.
Yes, I don't want materials or like a little less than actual open world. I don't want anything of a power game.
that would be a dream to me. That'd be a dream to me. Make
really
it more challenging, tighter tuned, and just give me cosmetics as a reward. I'm happy.
Yeah,
It's fine.
if you see this sick ass like set on your fighter, oh, that dude is a PvEer. Like he got that really cool set from there. He looks cool. He's got the cool mount for the really hard boss. That's cool. We like
But
that.
it's apparently it's going to take me out of doing caravans, but people killing me in caravans has already taken me out of doing caravans. I don't do them anymore. I sell all my glint to a merchant. So instance content ain't going to do that.
My risk versus reward with instance content is, even though it does put you out of the world, that is the risk. Like if your guild is in an instance content, that means you're not in the open world gathering, which means you are taking a risk by being in there for prolonged periods of time, because then you are not actively participating in the actual world stuff. So that's how I justify the risk versus reward of instance content, because I do think it's needed. I think it's very much
that's
needed.
the calculus on instancing, though. I think it's calculus on whether or not it's antisocial.
But
Because
see,
if you add
that's
too many mechanics that separate players, it becomes antisocial. When you add too many things that allow you to play independently of others and play more and more and more, secluded,
independently of others, like solo, or
independently
like raid logging. He's talking about like raid logging.
I'm saying outside of your group, right? Like
Well,
you're
see-
They didn't have a place in this game.
But there's also other things. There's other kinds of toxicity. Like the reason that I don't do caravans anymore is because when I run them, I get jumped by multiple guilds that band together, and I'm on my own, and they just destroy my caravan, and I say F it. Or a bug. I mean, granted, maybe when we're out of alpha and more bugs are fixed, it might be more profitable. But right now, I've lost more money doing caravans than I have gained. I haven't even broken even. It's not even close. I will make more money selling my glints to a merchant, and therefore the game itself is more antisocial than me being in an instance, because now I say fuck it, I'm not even participating.
But you're doing other things. You're not secluding yourself from that. You're not participating in a system that's not
You know what I'm
designed
doing?
for
I'm
you.
mining and I'm selling stuff to a merchant, a vendor, an NPC vendor. That's what I'm doing. How
why
much
would you
more
not sell to-
antisocial could I be?
Wait, why would you not gather and sell to players? Why would you not
Because
gather
it's all
resources?
because it's all like white level tier junk. It's level. Who is buying obsidian right now?
Why are you farming
Tell
obsidian?
me. No, who's buying obsidian? Tell me.
No one. Why are you farming obsidian? You're saying,
What
you're
else
saying,
would
bro,
I farm?
I walk,
Tell me what.
You're
Tell
saying,
me
bro,
what.
I walked
ask
outside
me.
and I gathered off lint from the concrete, but no
Tell
one
me what
wanted
would
to
I
buy my
farm?
lint
What would
off
I
the
farm?
concrete.
What would I gather? What would I gather? Tell me.
Braidwood, willow,
Okay,
tin,
ask
iron.
me how many. Ask me how many braidwoods I have seen in the last 2 weeks.
How many braidwoods have you seen in the past 2 weeks?
0. Okay, ask me how many willows I've seen in the past 2 weeks.
How many?
9. Do you know what the highest
Okay.
color rating? Green. Do you know how many of those? 15.
So that's the thing. That's the thing. And I run around, and because I understand the gathering system, and I also can PvP people that I know understand the gathering system, and I know who's a good gatherer or not, I have gathered several hundred braidwood of high quality and at least 100 legendary. Right.
And so what does that mean?
And non-PvPers and crafters that I know, people who cannot PvP at all and only gather, they do it better than I do. Right. And they have more braidwood than I do. They have better sets than I do because they're richer motherfuckers.
Do you know what
right?
they
That just
do
means
for
you're
that
not-
though? They log in during server resets, and they log in during the let's hunt for the legendary spawn and let's camp it for the next 4 hours for the next 24 every 4 hours for the next 24
with the
hours.
new gathering update, guys. Hopefully that gets fixed in the new
Yeah,
update.
hopefully that gets
Hopefully-
fixed. But
hopefully-
we're talking about right now. We're talking
hopefully
about
it will,
right now
but-
though. That's what they do
you're
right
saying-
now.
You're saying
Yeah,
your system
true.
is. You're saying the system is antisocial when you're not participating in the social version of it. Walk around, look for braidwoods. If you get lucky,
I
and you
did.
can get lucky. If you get lucky and you
I
find
haven't,
a
you think
single,
I haven't been
Yellow.
trying?
listen,
Yellow, there's nothing there because everyone's chopped it already. You
Well,
don't
we-
even know where it spawns
Yeah.
anymore to look.
which
You
is
can't
why-
follow a
why-
path
which
if
is
it's
why you
not
need
there to
go-
follow.
Listen, which is why you need to go and talk to people and figure them out. If you talk to me and you say, "Hey,
It's
Okay.
good.
I'm not going to
Yeah,
tell you. I'm not going to tell you." However, someone might tell you.
No,
where
that's
to
exactly
find them
it.
and how they
Nobody
work.
who
No,
who's
I'm
that
rich.
strict on
I'm
it
gonna
will
sleep
ever
with
tell
Someone might
you.
tell you. Wait, what?
Nobody who's following that path and following that lifestyle will ever actually tell you unless they're a
But
really
do you
good
not-
friend.
Do you not know any of the rich people on your server? Because you can go follow them. I've literally have done this. I have found
Yeah.
the rich Chinese people on my server, and I followed them around, and I figured out their routes for braidwood, and I stole them, and I killed them off the routes because I'm a better PvPer. And so I
I'm
found
not
my
a better
way. There was a way of
That's
there was
not
a
in
way
it
of
for
knowing.
me.
You
That's
don't
not
even
in
have
it
to
for
be
me. I'm not a better
PvPer.
PvPer.
You're a bard. You don't have to be better PvPer. You have so much CC that you can CC someone off of it, never PvP them, and just run away. Right. So you have options here. You can play the game in a way that is more social, and the game is trying to push
How
you in
many
that way because
seconds is your
Obsidian
longest CC as a bard?
Depends on how much stable duration you have. 13.2 for me.
Okay, 13.2. How long does it take to knock down an adult willow?
Less than 13.2.
Guys, I think we've hit every single Ashes of Creation topic in the last 7 years. of this 4-hour podcast.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. We're getting in the weeds here a little bit.
It's true.
I
It's
feel
true.
like,
But
you know,
The weeds
yeah.
are lovely this time of year.
They are. They are. Oh my gosh, we really have
It's
covered
because we
everything.
love the game though. It's because I love dumb fucking conversations. So we talk about everything that everyone is always fucking. I want the game this way, and I want the game this way. We're all here because the game kind of, even in the state that it is now,
Man,
has so
I'm
much
just
promise
saying,
it kind of
like,
fucking owns.
and this is totally bad for a consumer to say with a producer of a product potentially listening, but I honestly don't really even care how the end product comes out. Just the destination and the description and the vision of Ashes, I'm still gonna play it. Like, even if it's not like my ideal, I'm still gonna effing play it.
I'm gonna
Like,
bitch.
I'm gonna
complain
complain a little
the
bit.
whole time.
I'll be honest, I will complain a little bit, but I'm still gonna play it.
I'm gonna complain the whole time, but I'm gonna love this game.
Well, what
Provide
about the initial?
constructive feedback and do what you're doing now, right? Like, don't despair about it. Like the
Yeah.
devs
And
take the
it's-
things we say and do things with them, and they listen to us all the time. This team
Exactly.
cares so much, and this team is like present. We saw Planendorf in there earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if they're now. I wouldn't be surprised if
And
other
it's-
devs are in this stream.
Bro,
Steve
and
it's
goes from
worst-
stream. He just goes from stream to stream and just looks and is so invested and involved in exactly what the community
Planendorf
wanted.
is amazing.
When people
Dude,
looked at
I
what
love
the
that guy.
combat looked like, 2.5 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And they sat there and they were like, okay, well, this isn't a file, but everyone was like, listen, the movement is bad, the combat is bad, this is dog shit. They sat and they cooked, and this is the best. I didn't play Arcade. People say Arcade is the best of all time. I never played Arcade, so I can't speak to Arcade. But of every MMO that I've played, this combat system, even in its fucking infancy, granted it's 7 years in its infancy in the combat system, which is a whole discussion, but even in its infancy currently, it is the best combat I've ever fucking experienced.
True.
Even with all the bugs and all the fucking shit things, it
in
is,
its-
and it has that movement. And the reason I know that this game will, on some level, be successful, or at least has immense promise, is that I run around all night long on my mount doing nothing often because the movement and the world feel so good.
So yeah,
So
exactly. And in its worst iteration, the direction it's going and the announced design, the intent, and the systems that they've talked about and how they want it to come out. And this is the passion you can hear and see in the developers when they're on these live streams and when they're doing interviews and such. Its worst possible iteration is still better than any other thing out there currently. Its worst possible like product at the end of its launch, like when it launches and they say here's what we're giving to the world, its worst possible version is better than anything I've seen out there. So yeah, and at the end of days, like yeah, I might complain about some things, but I'm still gonna play it. I'm still gonna play it. I'm still gonna buy all the cosmetics that I like because they look good. The game, it's what I want.
Wow, Vertec, such a shill, dude.
I will shill.
How
I will
much did
shill every
Steven
day, all
pay you
day.
to say that? That's crazy.
I will shill all day, every day. But I'm still gonna bitch. Sorry, Intrepid. I'm still gonna bitch once in a while. You're gonna hear it. I'm sorry. Not sorry,
That's
but
gonna
I'm
be
sorry.
one of the weirdest.
Bro.
That's gonna be one of the weirdest things as a dev. You're just like, these people love my game, but they just shit on it all the time.
They could play it every day, but they play 27 hours a day. It's weird. I don't even know what to do.
I mean, why? Here's my thing though, right? I think the people should just enjoy this process. I don't understand why they don't more. I love every moment of the dumb bullshit that goes on because this will never happen again. This version of the game that we're playing, like I remember the first couple weeks when we were playing this game in P1 when none of the fucking mobs worked and the connectivity was dog shit and I got the fucking memory leaks made it so I was at 5 FPS after fucking 30 minutes and corruption. You could literally kill anyone without going corrupted. It was the wild motherfucking West. Crazy shit happened in those first couple weeks. And you know,
Oh my
I think the game's better now, but there was a certain charm to that. And there was
Perpetual
a
Guild
real
Wars.
coolness to
One
the
day,
perpetual
one day
Guild
we're
Wars
gonna look
happened.
back and we're gonna miss the Wild West. We're gonna look
people-
back on these times and we're gonna miss it. And be
But
like,
don't
"Yeah,
miss
that
it,
was
right?
fun."
Don't miss it. Enjoy it while it's there because
Yeah.
it is legitimately fucking glorious. All the weird shit that we get, where Bard has been nerfed like fucking 3 times because and it just because it could one shot people and it could still one shot people. There was a version of Bard at the start of this game where if you played it properly, especially if you had legendary weapons, you could literally one shot anyone at any time for any reason, and that just existed.
I remember bards being able to do uppies like south of Lionhold, find their way into the developer cave and just get like busted ass weapons. It was crazy.
Oh,
Wait, that's fucking
man.
wild. Wait, what? That was a thing. That's fucking awesome.
That I miss.
Yeah, we
Well,
found
see,
our way
all
into
of
the
the Alpha
developer
1
cave and got
stuff.
like all those sick ass items.
See, even all the Alpha 1 stuff, like I missed a lot of Alpha 1. Chibi and I both did because we were moving for most of that. And like some of these stories I hear from Alpha 1 and like that one there about the Bard, like and the dev cave, like it makes me really sad I missed some of this stuff, but I love hearing these stories. It's fantastic.
But we should just be like, even in the current mess that it's in, where there are so many things that are weird and jank, right? I don't know. I think people should just smell the roses a bit and savor it while it's here, because who's to say the game ever gets better? It could be that from every iteration on that this right now is the best version of the game that we're ever playing. That's possible. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think anyone does, but it could be the case. So we should all just live a little more presently while we're doing this shit, because it's fun as fuck right now.
And on that note, that was such a positive note, and we've been arguing so much this thing. I'm gonna go to bed. I love you guys. You guys are awesom.
Love you too, Pookie.
It was nice to meet all of you guys. This was so much fun. Thank you for having me. I know I'm a bit of a crazy person, but I really appreciate this talk.
Hey,
thanks, guys.
you and me both. I mean, let's face it. We had a conversation. Everybody's passionate about this game. Everybody is loving different portions of it, or all of it. Who knows? But yeah, I'm going to take this time to go ahead and start wrapping up here as well. Does anybody have anything you'd like to say? Anything you'd like to plug? Please advertise your guilds, advertise any projects you're on, advertise any content you create. Please put a link in the chat there, or let me know and I'll put it out there. Whatever. Like, everybody go ahead and give your closing statements.
I'm sorry I've been really, really sparse in my content. More coming soon. Smiley face. You know me. You know where to find me. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Clover.
You yellow? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sure. Discord.gg/barcode. If you want to apply, we're psychos, but you know, in a fun, good way, in a psycho way still. But if you're looking, you know, maraud a little bit, you can stop on by, throw an application in. Thank you for having me, everyone. This was really, really fun. Cheers.
Synflow, I know you have a channel. I know you have a channel.
Yeah, I stream on Synflow TV. I play on Vira. I do the Twilight Talks with the Loop every week when the servers are down, at least while they're down. I recently joined Polar on top, and Envious on top, I guess I'm saying that now. So, you know, yeah. I think it's discord.gg/Polar Guild. I think that's where you can go. You can apply there and join. Definitely the best PvP guild. There is no other better PvP
Ever
guild.
of all time.
They're really good at
Ever of
walking
all
around
time.
with their 40 best friends for 3 random people that they need to kill. They're sick at that. You're not wrong.
Hey, I mean, it works, right? It works until we get those 8-mans in. That's the strat,
bro. That's why I'm out here, man. I want Polar to bleed a little bit. You know, I don't want those 40 mans in my caravans no more.
yeah. I think I would like to, like, even though also just say, like, you know, there's a lot of guilds out there that like PvP, and there's always a lot of like shit talk and banter that goes in the global chat and stuff like that. But it's like, just like, you know, once it's all said and done, just everyone take a step back and be like, we're all Ashes of Creation players. We want to see this game succeed. We love the game. We love playing the game. And like, if you're in that PvP scene and, you know, you're shit talking and it's like, okay, but like, honestly, some of the best friends I've made in Ashes have been like, it's because we've been fighting, or like we'll do like some random scrims or whatever, and then you're fighting people and then you make friends with them, and that's like, honestly, for me, that's like BIS content. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
If that's
absolutely.
Yeah.
And Clover, what do you got? Anything you'd like to share?
I do have my channel. Hardly ever touch it. I think it's linked in the title of this stream.
Yeah.
I've had hardware issues, so I haven't been able to do it in a while. I do run an econ podcast with another guildmate I have from Overlord. We talk all things econ. This Thursday, we're going to talk about the recent, well, not exactly recent, we're a little late to it, but the updates coming to processing and gatherables.
All kinds of good stuff. And if anybody is on Lineth, you will notice that Miraleth is steadily under the control of Overlord. And Clover, I think you just let somebody else have a handle on the mayorship there, but Clover was mayor for quite a long time because Clover knows probably more than anybody else I know about the artisan systems and how to make a node do what everybody wants it to do. So
yeah, I spent a lot of time. I think ever since Alpha 1's month-long test, every test I've been mayor at least once.
Every single time. All right. Well, thank you everybody for hanging out here, especially so late into the night. No matter what words were said, no matter what kind of tones of voice were used, everybody was having a great time, and it was a great discussion. So I appreciate every single one of you, and I would welcome any of you back anytime you want. Tavern Talk Tuesdays. Just to let you know why we usually have this kind of open format. Some other nights are a little bit different. We have a structured podcast on Saturdays. But yeah, Tavern Talk Tuesdays are usually more chill like this. We kind of invite anybody that we know that will not destroy our channel by being on voice and saying crazy stuff. So join us anytime. I'm going to go ahead and put out a raid here for Porcini's Mushroom. We're going to go over there. Porcini is on Vira. Has a guild named Fungi Fellowship, abbreviated FUN. Cool cat. He's currently playing World of Warcraft, however you feel about that. But that's where we're going to go. Thank you everybody for your time. It is your most valuable asset. Thank you for spending it here. You do not get refunds, so I hope it was worth it. But
I love you guys, and I'll yell at you every day.
Every day.
So much.
It's been great.
I didn't get a shout out. Hold up.
Oh, do it.
Oh gosh, do it. Ready, set, go.
Yeah. Sorry, 5 seconds. Yeah, Glory's from the guild Purple. we're kind of weirdos, so we don't really have the Discord thing. If you want to hit us up, we talk in person. We do actual like in-person interview kind of stuff. So a stream, if you want to follow, is our guild leader GBK65.
Honestly, you don't even need to like rush. If you want to take a moment, I can cancel the raid. We can let you like take your time and put some links out there and such.
Yeah. Okay. I
All right,
appreciate that.
Yeah. I got you.
You can just check out our stream from our guild leader GBK65, and we recruit. Basically, just hit us up, Glowies on Discord, and we will talk to you on Vira if you want to hit us up. We're a smaller guild, and like we are kind of like a close-knit family. So it's not like some other guilds where it's kind of a little bit removed with big numbers. Everyone in our guild's accounted for. We have a kind of a strenuous recruitment process because we want to be like cool with the people in our guild. And yeah, we're called Purple. So hit us up.
Heck yeah, I love purple. Purple's my favorite color, by the way.
Oh yeah, your microphone, your little purple microphone.
Yeah, see, yeah, Chief even got one because she knows it's my favorite color and she wanted to match mine. But all right, everybody, have yourselves a fantastic day. Hope you enjoy your time over at Porcini's Mushroom. We'll catch you around next time. Until then, though, everybody take care. And know that you're always welcome here. Come join the tavern again. Take care, everybody. Bye.